If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down, I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often. Don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't seem to go away. I'm tired of the lies, tired of the deceit. I see no change, just defeat after defeat. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. Deep down I know I must fight, I won't let the darkness consume me. I'll shine my light, I'll rise above the pain, I'll break free from these chains. I'll find my purpose and I'll make a change. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Sometimes in life we make so many mistakes, and we think that when we fall, we're not able to get up. We listen to those that, talk in our ear, tell us that they, are there for us. And at the end of the day, what's crazy? A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you're born into. Alright? So we need to pick ourselves up and do what we gotta do. Life is not for you to sit around and wait for Superman to come and save you. Only you can save yourself.
Just like that.
Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble morning. It's y'all shorty Rachel. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. Continue to have a blessed and humble. All right, so I'm gonna make this work. Today we're gonna be, this is part 2 of, the Tainos. Let's dive down into a shorty's roots, right? Let's learn about the Taino warriors. Right, we also going to be having some random topics and thoughts. I want to give a big shout out to my old head 22 Roman for hopping on a panel yesterday. Right, I had to end the live in the morning because my kids woke up. I had to do breakfast, and then after breakfast, got a little caught up. Right, and then lunchtime came, dinner time came. I was a little tired. Woke up a little bit before the word just went live.
And boom, here I am. So shout out to the word. Make sure y'all go check out the word. Make sure y'all go check out We Unlock Nation, Make the Great Podcast, Selena. Be encouraged with Marissa, Lake and Kisses. There's a lot of, channels out here that are great that y'all can watch, right? That talk about current events or stuff that's happening in their lives and much more. Um, but today, right, we're gonna start it off this part two of let's dive down into the shorty's roots. We're gonna be learning about the Tainos, right? For y'all to understand today's live, y'all would have to catch up to part one, which was yesterday's live, right? There is so much about our roots. A lot of us don't know about our roots, right? Shorty's been learning about her roots for the past couple of years, right? And there's still more that I am learning when it comes to my roots, right? There are people out there that know, what Tainos are. There are people out there that don't know what a Taino are, and the majority of the people that say that they know what Tainos are say that Tainos are extinct, right? Well, I'm here to say, damn, if that's true, then how is it that my family is still here? How is it that there are other people, that relate to me, Taino, still exist? Right? I feel as though, like, if y'all watch part one, I said it yesterday, I feel as though they're trying to erase the Arawak history, right? And I got three theories. If y'all go back to part one, y'all will hear my three theories, right? One of them is I feel as though, like, they're trying to, like, when the whole Christopher Columbus, Ponce de Leon situation happened, I feel as though, right, that they since they didn't know what the Arawaks was, they decided to sit here and just call them Tainos, right? Because of the words they were hear them talk. But if not, I feel as though that, because once Christopher Columbus and Ponce de Leon came into the Caribbean and stuff like that, they brought the sickness along, right? And the women that they took, impregnated, which made us, mixed breeds and stuff like that, right? If not, I mean, that's how we ended up being Tainos, right? From Arawaks to Tainos, which makes us descendants from the Arawaks. I mean, it is just crazy. But like I said, I'm still learning, right? I don't know everything. I'm not perfect. I'm beyond perfect shit. But I love learning about my history, not just my history, but a lot of different other cultures. I love learning my ethnicity, where I come from, where I come from, and who I am. So we're gonna dive more into it. We're gonna start off with the last video that we left off yesterday, right? I appreciate everybody that shows a shorty support. Y'all more than chat. You're more than welcome to chat in the chat down below, right? Just please keep it respectful, right? Disrespect is not going to be tolerated over here. Like, listen, man, I don't mind the jokes. I don't mind people being goofy, but disrespect is one thing that will not be tolerated. So with that being said, let's get this started, right? And like I said, we're gonna start off with the video, right, that we paused on yesterday, and we're gonna start it from the beginning, and then we're gonna continue watching, the Taino videos. We're gonna learn the history of the Taino warriors and much more.
Blessings and welcome forward to Reasonings right here at the Tree of Life. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really beaming inside. Why am I beaming inside? Because I've had so much awesome experiences in the last 2 weeks. And first of all, before I do anything, I got to thank Travis and Cindy, or we call him Kyle.
So it's crazy, right? Because we got Jamaica's history told by living Taino, right? If Tainos don't exist, right, how is it that there's still tribes outside of the cities, right, in the Caribbean, in the islands themselves, right? And even if the Tainos, right, were extended, they say the descendants are still here.
When you have two names, you have Kyle, which is Travis, you don't know, and Cindy, and Kujane, and Suwadi. Respect and honor for your family's care, love, and protection for myself and T Nitro. Oh my God, the IRFM Marcus Garvey celebration is going forward, reconnecting the spiritual, the ancestor, bring me back to my own testimony of how I got brought over into the spirit. So guess what? We're going to talk about that later on. But now we're going to talk about something that really includes all of this, and that is Jamaica. So bear with me one moment, beautiful, lovely people, as I read a word to you and go forward into this. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and honestly so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Jamaica, a most unique place amongst the lands of terra firma, brilliant nation under the firmament. This gift of God has been given to us. Out of many one people is our motto, but out of one is many people. Jamaican soul, a most ancient and antiquitous soul. There are many stories told about the great iconic nature of Jamaicans, from the exploits of Arthur Wint, George Roden, to Merlin Ottey, to Usain Bolt, to Shelley and Fraser Price, to so much of brilliant-minded authors and scholars like C.S.L. James, to the great Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Leonard P. Howell, Alexander Bedwood. We have been a bedrock of spiritual inculcation and spiritual renewal. Some say Jamaica is the land of the Arawaks. Who are the Arawaks? Misrepresented, mistold, then we are told Arawak is a language, and we are told Tainos are the people. Who are these Tainos? We ask ourselves, are they some Amerindians that came down from the Americas? Is it the case? But we know we are children of the Amaru. Some say we are Olmec when we are in Mexico. The Aztecs, the Mayas, the Incas, they are all us. We used to raft, circumnavigate the Americas. We are the progenitors of the human family.
I swear, I just want to. I want to visit my ancestors' home. Like, and it's crazy, right? Yesterday, watching the videos, we've learned that even the Jamaicans, right? Well, it is just crazy, right? Because it turns out that a lot of us, right, even in Puerto Rico, even the people in Jamaica, right, the DNA, right, when they did the DNA to see if they're Tainos and Arawaks, right? It looks like that a lot of the living people now that are on Earth, that are descendants of the Arawaks, right, have the Taino DNA in them, as they call it, Taino. And if y'all watch yesterday's live, it explains a little bit. There's a video on there that explains, right, on why the Spaniards, I guess, decided to call the Arawak, the Indians Taino, because of how they were speaking. I mean, yesterday I was learning that the slang I spoke my whole life growing up is actually the parts of the Arawak language. I did not know that I was speaking my native tongue language as I was growing up. I thought I was speaking Spanish my whole life. I mean, that's what I'm saying. As I go through these videos too, right, I'm going to be learning about my roots too. Right? I don't know everything about my roots yet, right? And even though I've been studying and researching for the past couple of years, I'm still learning. And especially with a lot of people not knowing who the Arawaks and the Tainos are, right? Y'all hear about the Aztecs, Bigfoots, and Redfoots and all that, but nobody knows. I mean, a lot of people, I'm saying there's a big percentage of people that don't know who the Arawaks are. And it just so happens that, my roots are a part of that heritage.
Some say it is Ethiopia that has brought the first man and woman into the earth. But we say, my ancient family says, Jamaica, we are center portal. We are zero in the game. We are beginning of emergence and manifestation. Out of one is many. My ancestors, great Tainos they be, they said to me, they said to we saw Atlanteans come in glows and glory. We saw, we remember, they told us once they were us. They went and now they return with fancy lights, sticks and lights, lights and sticks, machines that move, that resonate and glow. They came with magnetic entities, magnetic beings. They came with magnetic machines. They did things, we say things, we said things. We were like, but they are us. Because they remember. So there are many Jamaicans in the current age who say, why is it my birthland that I am from is the land of so many, that there are millions of people who traverse this space of 144 square miles by 95. There are so many people that traverse this eye of Eru, this eye of Simeru, this eye of Atlantis, this peak of perfection. Energy resonation, a culture befitting of world harmony. If cultures were the dominant force in the new age, Jamaica and Jamaicans of this time, we would be the patriarchs and the matriarchs, the progenitor of the human consciousness. Out of one, many people. So we welcome returning Jamaicans in your many colors, your many shades. For the soul just changes clothes, just changes clothing, just changes the outer appearance. And here we are again in a reappearance. And all the multiple colors and shades, languages and appearances that return home. They come, they stay, they are replanted in the soil, but some are birthed here, but yet they are from distant lands. They're like foreign onto what is Jamaican consciousness. They are foreign onto what is this 3, 4, 5th dimensionality manifesting in our vibrational nature. Many say we are Jamaican. I'm an Irie. I'm no simple Simon, neither I'm an the pie man. I no deal with pie man nor Simon. I a real man. Love the woman. You see, the life of Jamaicans is riddled with antiquitous postmodern mysteries. Our genetics will reveal all forms of human lives have come out of our DNA. Look at us, listen to us, feel us.
He ain't lying, because all forms of DNA come from the Arawaks. My thing is, right, like yesterday when we was watching the videos, right, it's crazy how America, right, doesn't want the people in Puerto Rico, right, or like in Jamaica to claim for them to be indigenous. But if our ancestors were Arawaks, we're Tainos, right, we're descendants from the Arawaks. Just because we got the Spanish DNA and running through our veins, right, doesn't give them the right to determine if we are a Taino or not. Just because we got two different strands of hey, it wasn't our fault. You see where I'm coming from? The descendants, right, are not to blame because of what the Spaniards came and did in the Caribbeans to our ancestors, to all the indigenous people. That's the crazy part. So yesterday we learned that even in Puerto Rico, you know, the indigenous people in Puerto Rico, right? It doesn't matter what island they're in, right? They're not living in the city. They're actually living, you know, out of the city, right? They live in huts and stuff like that. They still live the traditional way, right? They want to claim their island back. They want to claim their territory. They want to claim their identity, who they are. They want to be known as indigenous people, but they won't let them. And I'm saying, hold up, but if they're descendants, why can't they claim who they are? Right? What's the problem with letting them claim who they are? And I've noticed that Jamaica is going through the same thing. Well, my thing is, right, it's crazy. Puerto Rico is part of the United States. Jamaica isn't. See, as a Puerto Rican, I'm not an immigrant, right, or nothing like that. But we still getting rights taken from us. There's something with that. I want to go deep into that.
You are us. And the us that you are is we. And that we are is I am.
I am.
I am.
Same I am.
In this land where many come and forget generations of curse and hatred. We are healing the human family. For those who are angry at prior slave masters, for those who are angry at the bitterness and the mistreatment of our ancestors, our great kings and fellow brothers and sisters were dehumanized, chattel slavery brought to this portion of the world, meeting upon the natural man, blessings meeting upon the Jamaican man, meeting upon I man, escaping to mountain paradise, deep in caverns hidden are secrets of ancient civilizations, buried deep under their lodgings, mislodging, misdirection. Come home, sacred Jamaicans. Forgive Jamaicans at home, seeing your Jamaican brothers abroad, running away from source, from home to make a buck. Don't lose it. Don't go overboard. Come home, return in soul, build your society as we increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity. We are fulfilling our duty to advance the welfare of the whole human race. Because as I say, in our Taino history and heritage, my ancestors told me that our brothers and sisters left from us when the lands were still one and scattered far upon terra firma, upon the earth, into the square corners of the earth. And then, after certain eons, they returned. When they returned, we were amazed because they had machines and all these things. And we were yet like nature. We lived in hammocks, we lived in trees. The river was like the most beautiful place to be. We were not sea-loving people that much. We were more loving of the river. So Oshun was more our goddess of reference to the African orientation. But Yemaya is still precious to us.
I wonder if the Caribbeans got discovered when the indigenous people started migrating. But they say that the reason that they was migrating was because of, what was happening. Especially, with Ponce de Leon and Christopher Columbus. But, they was already migrating to different places. And he just said that, some of them came back. They came back with machines. See, the Spaniards have messed up the Arawak history so much. And this is the reason why I go out and do my own research, right? And who to better hear it from than the people that actually live it. That's why, when I ask questions when it comes to the Arawak history and stuff like that, and me learning my roots, I've come and I've asked family members, I've asked friends, right? I've had conversations with people who say they are Tainos, right? I live here in North Philadelphia, right? And now that I'm older, right, I'm especially becoming a block captain here in Philadelphia, a leader of my community, right? I've met up with different people in different organizations, right? And I've met a lot of people who say that they don't call themselves Puerto Rican the same way that I do. I don't call myself Puerto Rican. I say I'm a Taino. Once I learned my roots, I claimed them. You see where I'm coming from? And I wanted to learn more, and I got heavy into it, right? Some say, hey, no, I'm not obsessed. It's just I want to know who I am, and I don't want to forget it. And I want to pass that on to my kids. I want them to know what their roots are, and I don't want them to forget it ever, where they come from. Because our history is being erased, whether we like it or not.
But land of wood of what?
Good morning, blessings, blessings. We got Uncle Earl in the building. Blessings, blessings.
Land of wood and water. Jamaica.
Welcome to Philly, baby.
Taino words. Taino is black. We're not Indians. We might appear as such, but we're not. Just to clarify something, there are no Indian bones that was found in Jamaica. No 10,000 BC Indian bones. There's no anthropology, archaeological or otherwise, that can prove that there are any other presence on this land but of the dark-skinned Taino joined by our African brothers.
And he is not lying. From doing my research, I've learned, right, that the indigenous people were named Indians, right? because the Spaniards, right, when they were coming across to America and stuff like that, you know, I think they compared, I don't know if it was that they were comparing us or they was confusing us with the actual Indians. Because I mean, if y'all don't know it, those are what the Pakistans and stuff like that. People from Persia, India, I think it is, are considered Indians for some reason. I don't know why, but that's what they're considered. Asians. Damn, I can go down the list, but I don't want to put my foot in my mouth right now. But y'all get where I'm coming from.
These are the actual facts. They might not be in your textbooks, or they might not be progenited.
And it's not going to be in the textbooks. They don't want us to know that. I mean, like we was learning yesterday, right? A lot of Puerto Ricans was speaking their native tongue, not knowing it. Our whole life, we was told that we was, speaking slang. And in reality, it's not slang. It is parts of our Arawak language. And just yesterday, we learned that there's, more than one type of Arawak, more than one type of Taino. Shit, we learned that before Ponce de Leon, right, and Christopher Columbus invaded the Caribbeans and stuff like that, right? There were Amazonian women in the islands. There was proof of Amazonian women in the islands. My thing is, right, with all this proof that they got there, it's time that all this gets put in the textbooks. It's time for all that to get put in the history books. The same thing goes with Jamaica, Haiti, and Africa. It's time to start putting that in the textbooks. Start, recording it so that, the kids, our kids, could know about our real history. Will they do that is the question.
In your university curriculums and such, but so be it. Nature of Jamaican beings is to be harmonious. Our dogs did not bark. They were not violent. Coconuts are one of our favorite foods, and papaya, mangoes, and citrus fruits and such, before the Africans brought other stuff to us. And contrary to popular belief, we didn't fish that much. I want to say something, what my ancestors taught me. We never ate too much salted products, like things from the sea. We had river fish, of which the Spaniards killed out when they came here, overfished and destroyed.
See?
Whether they recorded it in their history or not, it's not for me to say. But my ancestors have told me this. We ate mostly river fish. We were mostly people who were towards respecting a feminine consciousness. We respected the feminine energy very highly. Though it was a matrilineal society, it was patriarchal in nature, in that the Zemis were still male. But oftentimes females headed the family. We were not biased or sexist. We built rafts, so we were more into rafting than we were into canoeing. So another point of reference I want to make, we're not so much into canoeing. We were more into rafting. That's why so much of the evidence were not left. We were not into so much the clay tablets and the clay pots, because we actually ate from calabash. And we ate a lot from natural stuff that we made. We were not smelters, so we didn't do pewter, we didn't do iron.
Oh, wow.
So we were actually very natural. We couldn't be called agrarian because we didn't build much cities. We had one long house, and the wives and the kids were sleeping adjacent to each other, sometimes 36 in one.
Oh, wow, that's different.
Thatched home. It was very hairy. We didn't wear much clothing, but there were times when we did exchange very nice gifts in celebrations of moon and mother. So my ancestors say we give no more. So we leave it at there for this moment. We'll have more as time go on. Jamaica, what an awesome place in the sun. Do pay respect and pay homage to the true progenitors of this world, to the true progenitors of this nation. When you come, spare a true thought for the nature of.
It's crazy. Even he is saying right here, he's supposed to be a actual living Taino in Jamaica, and he is right here saying it right before the Spaniards came along. The indigenous people lived very happy. Once the Spaniards came, they brought sickness, they brought all that with them, which killed the fish, killed everything that they had going for them. Damn. But my question is, that the Spaniards really actually just get lucky and find them, or that they find them because they the Arawaks were migrating. And like I've said before, something that I've learned right throughout these years is that my roots go deep. I've seen that the Arawaks aren't just in the Caribbean. I've seen that they go deep into the Americas. And just yesterday we learned that they go into the Netherlands and much more. I mean, I didn't even know that there was Tainos in Honduras. I thought it was just Colombia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Haiti, right, Jamaica, and Africa. Shit. Yesterday we learned there was a couple other countries that had that Tainos had migrated or originated from. So like I say, listen, man, I'm learning right along with y'all. So I appreciate everybody that's here supporting the shorty, y'all. Listen, let's get into it.
The land, share an offering of drink of kind of soul with the land. Hug a tree, kiss a tree,
Hey,
say hi to a bird. Yes, share that divine nature. It's a perfect place to do it. True word. Return home, returning souls. We welcome you. For those of us who are leaving, running away, I say peace unto you. May your journeys bring you right back home. Love and honor in the divine nature. As Jamaicans, the gift we are, continue to offer this gift to your fellow Jamaicans, my brethren and my sister, our loved ones, to the foreigners within our midst, to the foreigners we go amongst in the great plethora in the four corners of terra firma, and also to the divine beings of which are so pleased with us and so happy to share with us. May the Jamaicans who are here continue to take care of this landmass. Do not destroy your culture. Do not destroy your fellow Jamaicans. Harmonize with the African, the European, and the Americans. Because consciousness and the consciousness of love pervades, conquers all,
they ain't
clears
lying.
all, reveals all. Beautiful gifts that you are. Continue to be the great gift you are. Jamaica, Jamaicans, I honor you, at home and abroad. May the light of the divine Christ continue to shine to you. Rastafari and the ancestors continue to resonate through you. Love and light continue to be the awesome gift that you are to yourself and to the world, advancing the welfare of the entire human race.
Amen. Yo, we've been learning a lot. We're gonna move on to the next topic. Y'all can, let us shorty know what y'all think about this video, right? In the comments down below for anybody who catches the replay. Hey, our roots go deep. Let's go on to the next video and see what they're talking about. And this one hits, we learned about the Tainos, right? In Puerto Rico and in Jamaica between yesterday and today. Now we're gonna learn about the Tainos, right? The history of Haiti. So we're going to learn about Tainos in Haiti now. This one is History of Haiti, Episode 1, The Tainos and Christopher Columbus. So let's dive into this episode and see what it's about.
1492, a date that will change the course of human history forever. From this point in history, events will jostle and transform, for better or for worse, the lives of human beings in the Americas, Europe, and Africa. This mountainous land in the middle of the Caribbean, where the Tainos lived, was no exception. Who were the first inhabitants of this land? In this first episode of our series on the history of Haiti, we will see where they came from. How did they live? We will see how it all started and also how and who will change everything in 1492.
What's crazy is, right, if the Arawaks were the first inhabitants of these lands, why is it that America, right, and I'm not bashing nobody again, and I'm definitely not bashing America. Shit, it's my country, is where I live at. Why is it that America still has so much control over these countries? It says episode 1, mother of all lands. So which one is it? Is Africa the mother of all lands? Is Jamaica the mother of all lands? Or is Haiti the mother? I need somebody to answer. Which one is really the mother of all lands?
The earliest evidence of human presence in the Americas dates back to at least 15,000 years ago during the last ice age. The theory is that people crossed a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska, known as Beringia, which was exposed due to lower sea levels. This land bridge connected Asia and North America, allowing early humans to migrate from Asia to the Americas. Recent archaeological discoveries, such as the ancient footprints found on Canada's Pacific coast in 2018, suggest that humans may have arrived in the Americas earlier than previously thought, possibly as much as 15,000 years ago or even earlier. However, further research and analysis are needed to confirm these findings and to better understand the complex and dynamic history of human migration and settlement in the Americas. The first people to migrate to the Americas were likely nomadic hunter-gatherers who followed herds of large mammals, such as mammoths and bison, as they moved across the continent. These early people had simple stone tools and relied on hunting and gathering for their subsistence.
Blessings. Good morning, 22 Ronan. How you doing this morning? Hey, appreciate you for hopping on the panel yesterday, yo. Great conversation. I appreciate you a lot, Ovi.
The island of Hispaniola, which is now divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, was first populated by indigenous peoples known as the Taino.
See, that's my thing, right? They were Arawaks, allegedly. Apparently, listen, from Jamaica on down to Haiti to Africa to Puerto Rico, everybody that claims the Tainos, right? They definitely do say they come from the Arawaks, right? The language is Arawak, right? But yesterday we learned that what Taino and Ni Taino meant, right? And who would have thought that it was part of the Arabic language? The Arawaks, I think that they started calling them Tainos because they were saying Taino and Ni Taino a lot. And the Spaniards couldn't understand their native language. So I guess because they heard them say Taino a lot, that's what they started calling them. And I'm going to say, allegedly, y'all know that when we say allegedly, it's got to be true. But listen, right now, we don't know. And we got to say allegedly because, I don't want them to say I'm making a statement or I'm accusing somebody of something, which I'm not. These are just random thoughts. These are theories we're trying to put together, right?
The exact timing of the Taino arrival on the island is uncertain, but it is believed to have occurred around 5,000 years ago, based on archaeological evidence. Linguistic evidence suggests that the Taino people may have originated from the Arawak-speaking peoples of the Orinoco River region in South America.
See my point?
Some scholars believe that the Taino language evolved from an earlier Arawak language that was spoken in the region. Archaeological evidence also supports the theory that the Taino people migrated from South America to the Caribbean islands. Excavations of archaeological sites on the islands have revealed similarities in pottery style.
See, and the bull from the last video we were just watching, a living Taino from Jamaica, was saying that, the Tainos didn't do the clay and stuff like that. So it gets me to wonder, right? I'm just trying to figure it out. If they are saying that, the actual people from the islands, right, are saying that they didn't really, do the clay thing, why is it that in our history books, right, when they talk about the Tainos, they keep mentioning these clays? I mean, I'm guessing in certain, if there's different Arawaks, right, different tribes of Arawaks, so I'm guessing probably in certain tribes they did. If there's actually proof of that, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just asking the question. 22 Ronin says, hold on. 22 Ronin says, I have no idea my lineage, except I was brought here from Africa. Well, if you was brought here from Africa, then, the majority of Africans, not all of them, I do know that the majority of them have Arawak in their DNA. But there's other tribes in Africa too. So you would have to figure out what tribe your family comes from if you was brought from Africa. It's not that hard. You just got to go up your family tree. That's how I figured out that, I was a Taino. I came from the Arawak tribe. That, I have, African, Haitian, and Jamaican DNA running through my blood. Like, I had to go up my family tree to find that joint out. Like, I had to go real far up that tree. The questions, digging up paperwork, digging up, names and stuff like that, and see how far. Yeah, it's like being a detective, for real, for real. But this right here gets me to wonder, right?
Agricultural practices, and other cultural elements between the Taino and Arawak peoples of South America. It is believed that the Taino gradually settled on the islands of Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and other nearby islands. Some scholars suggest that the Taino people may have arrived on the islands by canoe or raft, while others believe that they may have traveled on foot across land bridges that once connected the islands to South America. The Taino were a complex and sophisticated civilization with a rich culture and social organization. Their society was organized into chiefdoms, each with its own leader who oversaw the political, economic, and social affairs of their community. The chiefdoms were organized hierarchically, with each chiefdom having a supreme leader who oversaw a group of subordinate chiefs. One of the key features of Taino society was their complex agricultural system. The Taino on Hispaniola and other Caribbean islands cultivated a variety of crops, including maize, cassava, beans, and sweet potatoes.
Hey, he said maize. I think he's trying to say maíz, which is corn. I mean, I guess because it's a recording, them little, what you call them thing, little voice changer thingies. But it's not maize. It's called maíz. Maíz, corn. I'm sorry. I had to stop that and fix what he was saying because it's not maize.
The Taino on Hispaniola and other Caribbean islands cultivated a variety of crops, including maize, cassava, beans, and sweet potatoes. They also practiced fishing, hunting, and gathering, which were important sources of food and resources. The Taino were also skilled artisans and craftsmen, producing a wide variety of goods, including.
Now, I believe about the statues because I've been reading about the Arawak, right? The Arawak history and all that. And they believed in multiple gods, right? One of them being a god called Zemi, which we learned on the videos yesterday, right? They were very spiritual peoples. So, yes, yesterday we saw an actual Taino from a village in Puerto Rico, and they was getting ready to do a ceremony over there. So basically, they did a lot of ceremonies, and they are very spiritual people. That's most of what I've got. I need about the tool text. Yep, I read about the tool text. So I believe about the little statues because if they believe in them gods, I feel as though that obviously they did make these little statues. They did ceremonies and things like that. So this got to be true.
Pottery, textiles, carvings, and jewelry. They were skilled in weaving and spinning, and also made intricate wooden carvings and stone sculptures. Religion played a significant role in Taino society, with the Taino practicing a complex and nuanced belief system that included various deities and spirits. The Taino believed in a creator god, as well as a variety of other gods and goddesses associated with specific aspects of the natural world, such as the sun, moon, and sea. They also believed in the existence of spirits, including ancestral spirits, and had a complex system of rituals and ceremonies associated.
They believed in a lot of damn gods. Shit, how many besides the Zemi god? I gotta get all the names. We got the beautiful Miss Chicago in the building. Blessings, Miss Chicago. How you doing this morning? Oh, did I go up a little bit too high? Hold on 1 second.
Religion played a significant role in Taino society, with the Taino practicing a complex and nuanced belief system that included various deities and spirits. The Taino believed in a creator god, as well as a variety of other gods and goddesses associated with specific aspects of the natural world, such as the sun, moon, and sea. They also believed in the existence of spirits, including ancestral spirits, and had a complex system of rituals and ceremonies associated with their religious practices. Music and dance were also important parts of Taino culture, with the Taino using a variety of instruments including flutes, drums, and maracas. They also had a rich tradition of dance, with many dances associated with religious ceremonies or other.
What in the world is in her face?
Important events. But as the Taino thrive in their own world, their lives were about to be changed forever by a man born over 7,000 kilometers away from them.
Damn.
His name was Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was an Italian explorer born in Genoa, Italy, in 1451. He was the son of a wool weaver and had little formal education, but he was interested in geography and navigation from a young age. Columbus became a sailor at the age of 14, working on various ships and eventually becoming a captain. In 1477, Columbus moved to Portugal, where he began to develop his idea of finding a new route to Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic Ocean.
I gotta pause it here, man, because I ain't gonna listen. They keep saying that Columbus this and Columbus that. When you go into the histories, right, and you go further in, like you really go down that rabbit hole, I want to know why and how is it that they gave Christopher Columbus the credit for what Ponce de Leon did. I know I'm not tripping on this, and I'm not the only one saying it. Like, this man has earned all the credit for, and I'm not saying it's a good thing either, but he did not discover a damn thing.
He believed that by doing so, he could establish a lucrative trade route for the Spanish crown, which would help finance a Christian crusade to retake the Holy Land from Muslim control.
Oh, wow.
In 1484, Columbus presented his plan to King John II of Portugal, but the king rejected it. Columbus then turned to Spain, where he wanted to gain the support of King Ferdinand II and Queen Isabella I of Castile.
And I think it was something happened, right? Because the history, well, not the history, the schools, right? The people that talk about Christopher Columbus, right? I don't know if he's going to mention it here. Hopefully he does. But I know that something went down, and I think he betrayed Queen Elizabeth on something, and I think she was going to go for his head or some shit like that. It went down between them. I don't know why they don't ever mention that. He was also seen as a traitor. That's my whole thing. I mean, I'm a little confused on how they're still giving this man credit, saying that he discovered this, discovered that, when apparently his discoveries were, made by Ponce de Leon. But how do you discover something, right? Or how do you find something where there was somebody already there? That makes what the fuck did they discover? What they did was, take over lands and massacre the indigenous people that was there. I ain't praising that. That's why a lot of Puerto Ricans get mad at me when I say I ain't a Puerto Rican, but I sure as hell claim to be a fucking Taino, and I don't give a fuck who gets mad. My bad. The Philly in me just came out, but shit, this motherfucker ain't fine. It's all right. It's like me going into somebody's house and, because at that moment it was empty. Oh, I just discovered this property. Now it's mine. Get the fuck out my face.
On May 1st, 1486, permission having been granted, Columbus presented his plans to Queen Isabella, who, in turn, referred it to a committee. The learned men of Spain, like their counterparts in Portugal, replied that Columbus had grossly underestimated the distance to Asia.
He was a dumb motherfucker. That's why. Taking credit for something he ain't doing.
Despite this rejection, the sovereigns decide to take Columbus under their protection so that he does not sell his idea elsewhere, and also they can keep their options open. But after several years of lobbying, Columbus finally in 1492 received the approval of the monarchs to fund his voyage. After he received the approval of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella to undertake his voyage, he began preparations for the expedition. Columbus spent several months gathering supplies and recruiting crew members for the voyage. The recruitment of the crew nonetheless poses some problems. Few people are willing to volunteer for this voyage. The Franciscan friar Antonio de Marchena plays a notable role, notably by allowing Columbus to meet and convince the Pinzon brothers, whose local influence is great. However, 4 prisoners, including one sentenced to death for murder, are pardoned and released from prison to complete the crew. Columbus' brother, Bartolomeo, who served as the captain of the ship Pinta, was also part of the crew. Another challenge Columbus faced was finding enough funding for the expedition. Although the Spanish monarchs agreed to fund the voyage, they provided only a portion of the necessary funds. Columbus had to raise the rest of the money by borrowing from wealthy friends and business associates. Finally,
This nigga, yo, he was a hood. Let's say he came from the hood. You could tell he came from the hood. This nigga said he had to borrow money from his rich friends in order to do this damn escavage, whatever the fuck he was doing. He had a goal and a plan, but he was broke. Don't it remind you of some people?
on the evening of August 3rd, 1492, Columbus departed from Palos de la Frontera with 3 ships. The largest was a carrack, the Santa Maria, owned and captained by Juan de la Cosa, and under Columbus's direct command. The other 2 were smaller caravels, the Pinta and the Nina, piloted by the Pinzon brothers. About 90 men made up this crew. Columbus first sailed to the Canary Islands. There he restocked provisions and made repairs, then departed from San Sebastián de la Gomera on September 6th for what turned out to be a 5-week voyage across the ocean. The voyage was difficult, with the crew facing many challenges including storms. One of the most severe storms occurred on the night of September 13th, 1492, when the fleet was still in the Atlantic Ocean. The storm was so intense that the ships were separated, with the Pinta and the Nina drifting apart from the larger Santa Maria. The crew was terrified, and Columbus himself feared that they would all perish in the storm. However, the ships managed to survive, and they eventually regrouped after the storm passed. As they sailed westward, the crew faced also a constant struggle to maintain their supplies of food and water. They were forced to ration their provisions and rely on rainwater for drinking and cooking. The journey was physical.
You telling me these heifers had boats and none of them knew how to fish? They couldn't pull fish out the water? Jeez. And y'all decided to sit here and massacre the only ones that knew how to fish. Ain't that some shit? Y'all wonder why I don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
And mentally grueling, and many of the crew members fell ill or died from sickness. According to Columbus's journal, 5 crew members died during the voyage, but other sources suggest that the number may have been higher. Also, some crew members doubted Columbus' abilities as a navigator and disagreed with his decisions about how to proceed on the voyage.
I would too. Bowman make a mistake, listen. How you got a goal? You got a mission, right? But don't know how to go about it. Don't even have the bread to get it started, and you're in debt now with all your friends. And then you're, undereducated, as they say. This is why I believe, when I read about, Ponce de Leon being the one that, did all this, that he's taking credit for. I don't know why they keep saying that Christopher Columbus did all this. I'm about to go, invade somebody's property and say I found it for that day. Shit, become the next Christopher Columbus. This some bullshit.
This led to mutinous behavior on several occasions, with some crew members threatening to overthrow Columbus and turn back to Spain. On October 7th, the crew spotted immense flocks of birds. On October 11th, Columbus changed the fleet's course to the west and sailed through the night, believing land was soon to be found. At around 2 o'clock the following morning, a lookout on the Pinta, Rodrigo de Triana, spotted land.
Yeah, so they had clocks and watches, right? And 14 something, because he said around 2 o'clock. How you know it was around 2 o'clock? Was it in the scripts?
The captain of the Pinta, Martin Alonso Pinzon, verified the sight of land and alerted Columbus. Columbus later maintained that he had already seen a light on the land a few hours earlier, thereby claiming for himself the lifetime pension promised by Ferdinand and Isabella to the first person to sight land. In the morning, Columbus and the Pinzon brothers took a boat and landed on a small island, Guanahani, known to the local Taino people. The navigator had his taking possession registered in the name of the Queen of Castile by the notary who accompanied them. He named it one of the names of Christ, San Salvador, and proclaimed himself as the viceroy and governor-general. When Columbus and his crew arrived on Guanahani, they were greeted by a group of Taino people who came to the beach to welcome them. The Taino were curious about the newcomers, and they brought gifts of food and water to offer to the sailors. Columbus was struck by the beauty and simplicity of the Taino way of life. He described them as peaceful and generous, and he wrote in his journal that they were the best people in the world and above all the gentlest.
So why in the world did y'all crew decide to massacre the majority of them?
Columbus was impressed by the Taino's agriculture, their skill in making pottery, and their simple but elegant houses. Despite the initial friendliness between the two groups, there were also significant cultural differences and misunderstandings. The Taino had no concept of land ownership, and they did not understand Columbus's claims of taking possession of their island in the name of the Spanish monarchs. Columbus also had trouble communicating with the Taino, as he did not speak their language and had to rely on interpreters. Believing that he had reached the coasts of India, Columbus calls these natives Indians. Columbus was intrigued by the gold jewelry with which these Indians adorned themselves. He reports that, during this first contact, communicating by gestures, by dint of repetitions and despite some misunderstandings, the Tainos told them that gold was found in large quantities on a large island located to the southeast, inhabited by populations of cannibals that are hostile to them.
Yo, why is this sounding like the story of Pocahontas? It really is sounding like the Pocahontas story. Like, am I right now in Walt Disney or something? Like, I know my ancestors was not the part of freaking Pocahontas.
On October 28th, Columbus landed on a large island indicated by the Tainos, in a bay now called Bay of Bariay. He gave the island, now Cuba, the name of Juana, in honor of the infant Don Juan, the son of the Catholic monarchs. On November 12th, the ship set sail again. On November 23rd, Columbus lost sight of the Pinta and accused Martin Alonso Pinzon of desertion.
Oh, shit.
In reality, Pinzon had gone alone to explore the supposedly coveted land of Japan. Columbus returned to Cuba, where he heard about an island to the east called Bohio by the natives. He set sail again on December 4th, and on December 6th, he set foot on the island and baptized it with the name of Hispaniola, La Española, the Spanish.
And here we go again. They set foot in these islands that they heard of, right? But there was people in there. How you baptize? Now this motherfucker think he a preach. I mean, what is it? A pastor or some shit. Like, this Christopher Columbus thought he was a whole preacher and baptized the island and claimed it his. But how you claim something that already has people in it? I don't get this shit. So every island he finds apparently is his now, and I guess the queens and the kings. I'm trying to figure this one out. What the fuck?
Spaniard, because it reminded him of the campaigns of Castile. He has reached the island that its inhabitants called Haiti or Quisqueya.
Haiti.
These were the two main names used by the Taino people for their homeland. Haiti meant land of high mountains, while Quisqueya meant mother of all lands.
Oh, that's it? That's crazy. They went and took their sickness to every land on here. It ended up massacring everybody in there and then claimed that land. Y'all telling me celebrate Thanksgiving, celebrate Christmas. You should be grateful. What? For what? For a massacre? I ain't gonna dwell on what happened, but I'm gonna take in the knowledge of what happened to know what to do now. Shit, unfortunately, ain't none of us united that we can even do what we're supposed to do. Shit, united we conquer, divided we crumble, and that's what's happening. We're so divided that we're crumbling. All right, so what's this one? It says the lost history, rediscovering the Taino people. So like I told y'all, we diving into this. These are open panels, right? We learning our rules. Y'all more than welcome to hit the panel and talk to a shorty for a minute, right? But you know, right now we diving deep down into the Taino history.
When we talk about the Taino, few people even know what we're talking about. Everyone knows the Aztec. Everyone knows the Inca. Everyone knows the Maya. You mentioned Taino, and they go, who are these people?
The name Taino itself is the generic term for the late prehistoric peoples of the Greater Antilles and the Bahamas, the Big Islands, Cuba, Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica.
In terms of national identity, the people in Dominican Republic think of themselves as Indians, not as people of African ancestry.
These are the people that greeted Columbus. When Columbus arrived in the New World, there were several million Taino already here, living in the Greater Antilles.
Knowing more about the Tainos will help us understand that clash of cultures.
You have two worlds that didn't have previous knowledge of each other coming together. And initially,
two worlds that didn't have previous knowledge of each other coming together. Well, the Tainos greeted the Spaniards, and the Spaniards took advantage and massacred half their families and took over their lands. Oh, I guess that's a nice way of you putting it, right?
misunderstanding each other fundamentally because they are trying to fit them into the world as they understood it, when in fact this was something totally new and unprecedented.
There was a large number of indigenous population of Taino that were decimated, assimilated, or just disappeared within the first 10 to 20 years of contact with the New World.
Oh, they just disappeared within the first 10, 20 years of contact. I mean, obviously. How is everyone enjoying their Thanksgiving and their holidays?
Caves have a very special role in Taino culture. They are sort of the way that this world is physically connected to the underworld where the spirits of the dead dwell. The Tainos believed humans were created in two caves. The Taino people came from one cave, and all the non-Taino people came from another cave.
The Padre Nuestro complex of caverns is really 4 water-filled caverns and then several others that are land.
And it's one of only now 9 sites known with early stone materials.
When I look at Padre Nuestro, what I look at is its implications for the actual people in the Caribbean, which is one of the last places in the world that was inhabited. So 4,000 to 6,000 years ago, we know people came into the Caribbean. The question is, where do they come from? Probably the first wave coming into the Greater Antilles came from the mainland, probably Yucatan, by boat. Came across, inhabited Cuba, inhabited Dominican Republic, and we have evidence of that.
The Manantial de la Aleta, I think, has a special place among caves and caverns. in that it has a very vertical, a direct vertical connection from.
What if these people were already born in that land? Why is it that they had to have already migrated? See, so far they just got theories, just like the rest of us. I think one of these days, yo, when I accomplish some of my goals, I think I'm really just going to go travel and learn, different cities, different states, different places, different countries, and see what it's like. But I want to learn the culture and the history.
A watery pool, a watery underworld, if you will, through the surface of the earth to the heavens.
And the only way you can explain these objects that date from 600 years before Columbus contact right up to the time of Columbus is that they were offered underwater and they were preserved there in an anaerobic, no oxygen, very little sunlight penetrating, and that's La Aleta. It has the largest diversity of Taino objects of organic and ceramic that we've seen anywhere else, and they were all placed there on purpose. They were all offered to the gods, the inner world.
What conception they have of broader world beyond that, we don't know.
Christopher Columbus was not an accident. His voyage into the New World were the result of many historical processes. By 1492, the last kingdom of Granada is won by the Christians. And it is actually at that point that Christopher Columbus is able to gain the support of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand for his voyage to the New World.
What he was looking for above all was to become the founder of a good family, one that would have titles and privileges.
Founder of a good family.
Down through the ages.
When we think of Columbus's first voyage, I mean, everyone knows Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. He came with the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. But not everybody knows that the first shipwreck of the Americas was the Santa Maria. The Santa Maria ran gently up onto a sandbar reef in present-day Haiti. Well, they couldn't get the ship off the reef, so they had to make a decision.
Columbus was not able, with only the two smaller ships remaining, to bring everybody back to Spain.
They were able to actually use the materials from the now to build a fort called La Navidad.
And he left 39 men and he sailed off.
Columbus was of the idea that there was a lot of gold in that area. What he wanted to do was to have this fort over there so that they
And not knowing that the gold they thought was gold was actually corn.
could start the trade with these people.
Everyone knew he was coming back. A little over a year later, he comes on the second voyage. He arrives at Navidad. What's he find? Smoldering timbers. Everyone's dead.
There was a doctor with the group who said they looked like they'd been dead about 2 weeks.
Columbus was thinking about trade, but the Spaniards were thinking about colonization. They actually started to demand some things from the indigenous people, and the indigenous people just did not accept that.
Most probably it was the local Tainos who essentially finally decided they had to get rid of these people because they were too disruptive.
So he knows not to stay there. He elects to go down the coast where he had sailed a year prior in a matter of several days. It takes 30 more days to make it 80 miles down the coastline, and he pulls into a place, a river, Bajo Bonico River, that he had named, and he says, this is it. This is the settlement of Isabella.
They brought a priest, they brought some women, they brought animals, they brought everything they need for a full-fledged colonization.
The sort of backbone of the early Spanish colonial economy was the right to make demands on the labor of the Tainos.
If a Taino did not want to accept Christianity, that person could be enslaved.
One of the major sources of the writings of Father Las Casas.
He had seen actually in Cuba rivers of blood, of all the indigenous people that were killed, a massacre in the hands of the Spaniards.
They overworked the Tainos in the gold mines and the Spanish plantations. They took them away from their villages and their families at crucial points of the agricultural year.
From then on, we're going to see that there's going to be a major clashes, actually, in which many Spaniards actually died at the hands of the Tainos.
The trigger, at least as the story has come down to us, was when a Spaniard cut off a Taino's ear on a trumped up charge of theft.
The Spanish show up with hackbutt rifles, crossbows, horses with soldiers with lances.
But I would say that the most important weapon against the indigenous people was actually disease.
There are accounts of at least
That's what
some
killed them.
Tainos killing their children and then committing suicide, rather than trying to face a world in which they could no longer cope.
The annihilation of the culture of the Taino and right in through the Americas is well documented. That small amounts of Spanish made huge influence because of their arms and their weapons and their tactics. They were there to conquer. They were there to make a conquest.
If you look at the major transformations in human history, and I don't care, give me a list, a short list, 5, 8, 10, 12, I don't care how many. You have to include in that list the unification of the old and new worlds into a single world. After that, everything is different from the way it was before. People, plants, animals, diseases, ideas start moving all over the world in this sort of first great sweep of globalization, a word that's much bandied about nowadays. But the real globalization first occurs at the end of the 15th century. In a sense, they are the first people in the path of the hurricane. And they deserve our study and respect for that very reason.
So basically what you're telling me is, right, that if a bunch of us come together, right, and have a whole bunch of money, if we get more money together than, the 1%ers, right, and we get everything we need and we decided to get on a ship, right, and claim land, it's ours? Is that what y'all trying to say? That it's okay to do that? The hypocrisy.
Tainos seem to have reacted to the Spanish in different ways.
The Spaniards learned a lot from that first contact in the Caribbean.
Initially, relationships between the Spanish and Taino were good.
There was a sense of happiness, and in my mind, I'm envisioning how it occurred. That when they're having party, they're having small aretos, they're having to celebrate other beings.
Neither side really understood who they were dealing with, who the other was, but the
Spaniards just, listen, man, y'all sugarcoating too much. Listen, man, there's a reason I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Y'all sugarcoating too much what Queen Isabella, Queen Elizabeth, and all of them did back then. And I'm not talking about the new queen here, man, in Europe. I'm talking about that queen at that moment. Y'all sugarcoating that shit, man. These people found these people and they took their kindness for weakness. And the indigenous people didn't know what they was really dealing with. And they was already dying off from the sickness that they was already bringing. To top it off, they only had knives, spears, bows, and arrows, while these fuckers had already weapons. Come on, man. They knew exactly what they was doing.
Were at least cordial.
They traded with them. They were scared of them at some point, but that they traded trinkets. They gave them the guanin, these golden discs that the chieftains wore.
People talk about the Spanish trying to enslave the Tainos because Columbus at one point mentioned they would make good slaves, and I think maybe he had some idea that they could do it, but Queen Isabella nixed it. So these are my subjects. You can't enslave them.
In 1503, Queen Isabella issued an order saying that if an indigenous person, if a Taino did not want to accept Christianity, that person could be enslaved. If they accept Christianity and they would be working for the Spaniards, they had to pay could say like a salary to them.
The sort of backbone of the early Spanish.
So basically, either become a part of this religion, or we're, how can I say it, or we're chaining you up. And if you don't pick one of these two options, you're going into the river to make it turn red. River's turning red because the Spaniards wanted to force something into these people, to put fear into them. And then people say, hey, believe in the Bible. Listen, I don't believe in the Bible. I believe in God. The Bible was man-made. And it was a reason. Like Papa Duck says this a lot, right? And I know a lot of people think I'm crazy for saying this, but I see the Bible as a guide. There are just stories in the Bible, right? Like if we put them together, right, we can learn how to live today, like overcome so many things. There's a reason why history keeps getting repeated. Shit.
Spanish colonial economy was the right to make demands on the labor of the Tainos.
They are seen by the Spaniards as to be servants. They are there to work the mines because the Spaniards only have the thought of gold.
They overworked the Tainos in the gold mines and the Spanish plantations. They took them away from their villages and their families at crucial points of the agricultural year. Penalties for failure to produce are at least depicted as having been severe. I don't doubt that they always were, but you have to understand that a lot of what has come down to us about this period isn't history, it's propaganda. We have depictions of things like people being roasted, of people having their hands chopped off. I'm not saying that those kind of things didn't happen, because I think they did. But I think sometimes the scale gets exaggerated.
What? Nigga, please.
At the same time, the conquerors, when they came, they brought priests with them. Okay, these priests, of course, were supposed to minister to them. However, these priests, when they came to the islands, some said good things about them. They fell in love with the Indians, with the indigenous people, but others did not.
One of the major sources of the writings of Father Las Casas. Las Casas, his father and his uncle had been with Columbus at La Isabela.
Las Casas initially came to the New World and was swinging a sword like everyone else, going against the Taino as ordered. But he saw the visions that these people were being annihilated. And so really their rights, the one person that stood up was Las Casas.
Actually, he's going to make the case that he had seen actually in Cuba rivers of blood, of all the indigenous people that were killed and massacred in the hands of the Spaniards. They're going to be talking about the exploitation of the indigenous people. And that is going to create a whole debate in Spain about whether or not the indigenous people have a soul, if these are actually human beings.
What?
People who can actually learn to be Christians.
His writings, which are probably our single most valuable written source on Taino culture, are very sympathetic.
Yo, the indigenous people were living they were living real good way before, Jose de Leon, Christopher Columbus, and all of them invaded their territories. They were living off the land. They didn't get sick. They were happy. They had fun. All until they came along. Yo, the hypocrisy. That's all I'm going to say. Oh.
To the cause of the Tainos.
Start of the 16th century, 1510, thereabouts. The resistance, the Taino resistance took place because of the atrocities that were being committed.
From then on, we're going to see that there's going to be a major clashes, actually, in which many Spaniards actually died at the hands of the Tainos.
The trigger, at least as the story has come down to us, was when a Spaniard cut off a Taino's ear on a trumped up charge of theft. The Spanish were exploring in the interior, a group of them, and they went to cross a river, and so they took the.
So you're telling me that what the Spaniards were supposed to just come and attack, and the Tainos wasn't supposed to defend? If it wasn't for the majority of them getting sick, right, and them not knowing what was going on with them at that time, I think that the Tainos really would have fought off and probably won. But they didn't even know what was going on. Plus, they were fighting gunpowder. They didn't even know. Listen, that's the fucked up part about it. That one advantage that they had two advantages over the Tainos. The Spaniards had two advantages. The sickness that they brought with them, and that they had guns, bombs, and all of that, because they had, possession over gunpowder. The Tainos, any indigenous person that was around in that time, had spears, knives, and stuff like that. Like, come on, man. Y'all still sugarcoating this shit.
Their clothes off to swim across, and the leader then accused the Tainos of stealing their clothes. It was a trumped-up charge. Everybody knew it was a trumped-up charge. Everybody knew Tainos did not steal. Nonetheless, this particular Spaniard used this incident as an excuse to cut off a Taino's ear, and it sort of went downhill from there.
There wasn't any comparison for doing battle. You would have to side on the side of the old world technology. The Spanish show up with hackbutt rifles, crossbows, large dogs trained as attack dogs, horses with soldiers with lances.
Taino weapons, they did have bows and arrows, but the weapon that the Spanish say they feared the most, and which the most effective Taino weapon, was a long club known as a macana. It was said to have been capable of crushing a man's skull, even if he were.
I need me one of those.
Helmet.
We had clubs, we had stones. Yes, we had metal, we had knives, but they had weapons that we did not have. They had cannons that was easy to subjugate us, to subject us to their will. We got nothing out of them except death and disease. We didn't have syphilis in the Caribbean until Columbus came to the Caribbean. Okay, that was a European disease.
I would say that the most important weapon against the indigenous people was actually disease. They do not know what smallpox is, that you do not know what to do, that you see your faces and your body disfigured. Many people actually died out of that. They did not know that if they rested and got some water and all of that, they could feel better and then keep fighting.
Sort of active armed conflict went on over a span of not quite 10 years.
As atrocities continue to occur by the Spaniards, where they hunted, where they would tear down complete yucayeques, villages of people.
We have accounts of people who found their world so changed, so disintegrating, so unrecognizable that they felt they couldn't go on living in it. And so there are accounts of at least some Tainos killing their children and then committing suicide, rather than trying to face a world in which they could no longer cope.
The annihilation of the culture of the Taino and right in through the Americas is well documented. A small amounts of Spanish made huge influence because of their arms and their weapons and their tactics. They were there to conquer. They were there to make a conquest.
In terms of how many Tainos there were in 1492, the estimates range very widely. The low estimate is 60,000. This is for the island of Hispaniola alone. The most common figure you'll see is 1 to 2 million. I think that's a number that seems okay to me, but it really is just a number. I don't think we have a particularly good handle on it.
Maybe there's 1 million. Maybe there was 500,000. The point is, there was a large number of indigenous population, the Taino, that were decimated, assimilated, or just disappeared within the first 10 to 20 years of contact with the New World, the Spanish arrival.
If someone were to ask me to describe the Spanish impact on the Tainos in one word, I would say devastating. But I would not say completely fatal.
It is still devastating. They're still fighting for their freedom. They're still fighting to be known as indigenous, to be known as Tainos. And it doesn't matter what country they're in, whether they're in Puerto Rico, Haiti, Jamaica, Africa, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Honduras, here in the Americas. They're still fighting for their territory. They're still screaming from the top of their lungs, saying, we still exist. And even if they're descendants of the Arawaks, right? Even if we're descendants of the Arawaks, right? We're still Tainos. We're not extinct.
I don't think the Spanish totally exterminated the Taino people.
Those that didn't die from disease or from working the mines or being forced into slave labor were assimilated into the African blacks that were being brought in starting in 1511. And so these cultures were becoming intermixed. So I don't think the Taino are gone. I think they're still here today. Certainly the linguistics are here. We talk about hurricane, Taino, canoe, Taino, manatee, Taino, the word barbecue, Taino.
There are people who identify themselves as Taino. The largest and most active groups are in Puerto Rico.
The 2010 census that we just had, there was a 48% increase in people identifying as Taino on the island in Borinquen. That translates to about 19,000 people.
Been a very important study. It was done now a few years ago under National Science Foundation, University of Puerto Rico, looking at genetics and looking at the traits of Taino that are in the genome. And certainly we see that. That's not to be unexpected. First, they went to remote village areas, then they went just to the general population. And what they found was as many as 60% of the population in Puerto Rico is carrying the genome of the Taino.
It is my job to go to Cleveland where there are.
Sorry, I'm gonna get to you. It's their job to go to Cleveland. But that's what I'm saying. For the people that are saying that the Tainos, that the Arawaks are extinct, how is it that I'm here? How is it that I'm talking to y'all on this live? If my family, which come from the Taino tribe, which are in Ponce, Puerto Rico right now, throughout here, Philadelphia, Newark, Reading, Georgia, Florida, Ohio, New York. I mean, I could just keep going. I got families spread it out throughout everywhere, and people that were born actually here, not in the islands, that are from the Arawaks. You tell me, how is it that we still exist? How is it that there's still tribes in different countries that are claiming to be Tainos? I guess we're ghosts.
44,000 Puerto Ricans. If we go by the statistics, 60% of them are going to have Taino heritage, Taino blood in them, Taino DNA.
They don't live the way Tainos did 500 years ago, but we don't live the way our ancestors did 500 years ago. But they do try to preserve some Taino traditional knowledge, Taino dances and music, Taino beliefs, and so on.
Now we have a resurgence. The resurgence is that we accept who we are as indigenous people. It makes no sense for a nation such as ours to not be aware and not to know what has been done generations past. It isn't meant to be that we are to feel guilty about it, but not to let it happen again.
If you look at the major transformations in human history, and I don't care, give me a list, a short list, 5, 8, 10, 12, I don't care how many. You have to include in that list the unification of the old and new worlds into a single world. After that, everything is different from the way it was before. People, plants, animals, diseases, ideas start moving all over the world in this sort of first great sweep of globalization, a word that's much bandied about nowadays. But the real globalization first occurs at the end of the 15th century. In a sense, they are the first people in the path of the hurricane. And they deserve our study and respect for that very reason.
Man, I've been saying it for the longest. We're in America. We're nothing more than just different tribes put together. That's what we are. Like, and even in Puerto Rico, right? There's different tribes in there. Like you heard her say, like 44,000 people in Puerto Rico. All right, let's just put the numbers that she said, because I'm not gonna fuck up what she said. All right, 44,000 Puerto Ricans, right? 60% of those 4,000 Puerto Ricans, right, have the Taino gene in them. And a shorty, family so happens to be a part of that 60%. And what's crazy is, right, like I've been saying, Puerto Ricans, right, it doesn't matter if you're a Puerto Rican, you're Jamaican or what, right? Our DNA has been mixed since the, whole thing with the Spaniards taking over and conquering lands. Miss Chicago says, Writers for Life. You are speaking nothing but the truth. Forgive me, I've been drinking. Oh, you cool, Miss Chicago, man. You got nothing but gems, man. I don't mind you talking in the chat or anywhere, man. I love listening to you. Like, I've heard you speak a couple times, man, and you spit nothing but gems, man. So, but yeah, man, like, we all mixed breeds. Like, after the whole Spaniard conqueror thing happened, right, our DNA has been mixed. And I showed it yesterday. What's crazy is, right, it doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're black. It doesn't matter if you're, brown, however anybody wants to call it. I don't see color. I'm sorry to say it. But people apparently, right, because of the way we was brought up, see color. I don't see it. I really don't. I see us being different shades of brown, right? But black is the color of my shirt right now. And black is the color of my mic, the color of my mouse. It ain't none of us like that. Not even the darkest person that you can't see in the shade is black. I'm sorry to say it. But hey, to each its own, right? But like I was saying, right, even yesterday on the videos that we was watching on part 1 of this live, right, it shows that the majority of our DNA, even Jamaicans, the majority of their DNA is African. It gets you to think like, damn. We come, no matter what anybody thinks, right? We come from African DNA. And I showed it yesterday for y'all to understand, right, where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to say. Y'all have to watch part 1 of this live. Like, the Arawaks inhabited a lot of the parts of the Caribbean, but they wasn't the only indigenous people there. Right, because we also got the Moors, we got the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Redfoots, right? It's so many. But what's crazy, right, when it comes to the Caribbeans and stuff like that, the Arawaks dominated the majority of those lands. And that's where we come from. Not all of us, all right? Let me fix that because I don't want people to confuse it. But let's move on to the next video. Let us shorty know what y'all think about, what was just said on this video, Lost History, rediscovering the Taino people. So we're going to move on to the next video, right? Ooh, they outside with it. All right, this video says Puerto Rico before the Spanish history of Tainos. So let's hear what this guy has to say. Let's see. Okay, so, he's going to be outside the majority of the video. So we are going to be hearing a lot. Well, I am. I got the headphones on. I don't know about y'all. But shit, my ears about to be blown off. So let's continue. I guess he's posing for us.
Now with a Taino, which was a god in Puerto Rico. And these gods were worshipped by the indigenous people who were named Tainos before they came and were conquered by the Spanish. Come a little bit closer. Today we're going to explore the ceremonial grounds in Tebas.
You know what? Hopefully it's not like that the whole time.
All the way in the southern end of Puerto Rico, Centro Ceremonial de Tebas. And this is where we're going to learn the original people who were here before the Spanish came in 1493 on the second voyage of Christopher Columbus. So I figured to start here today in our Puerto Rican adventures, because before we go to the old Spanish city of Old San Juan, the second oldest city in all of North America, let's learn about the original people here. So I'm Ariel with Urbanist. Let me know where you're watching. Let me know if you've been to the Island of Enchantment before, and let's explore the center ceremonial in Tebas.
Shit, I went to the island before, but it wasn't good. Because when I went to the island, I had to go bury somebody. So, hey, maybe I could enjoy this journey. Because I don't plan on going back to the island anytime soon.
Thank you. Gracias so much. All right. Hello, everyone. So this is a Zemi right here, one of the original mythological characters in Taino culture. And we're going to explore this central ceremonial. I'm just going to say hi, acknowledge my cousin over here, Larissa.
Hey, what happened?
Who's going to be walking around with me and learning a little bit about history. And you're a fellow Puerto Rican here in Ponce. So, all right, let's go.
I'm very happy to be here.
That's amazing. All right, let's walk around. So, hello, Sharon. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Arlinda. Hello, Donna. Hello, everyone. So this is the ceremonial center, and we're going to walk into the museum first and then go into the grounds. So, Culturas Indígenas de Puerto Rico, which means the indigenous cultures of Puerto Rico. And these were the Taino people who resided here before the Spanish came. Here is a Taino person carrying a burning bush, which we're going to learn a little bit later, which is about the shamanic rituals they encountered. Now, Taino people actually wore very little clothing, especially men and unmarried women. And you'll see them mostly depicted that way. And
shit, I think I broke that tradition. There's no way in hell you're going to see me with a little bit of clothing. I know I'm a Taino de pura cepa. But shit, you ain't catching me or walking around with a little, little towel on the front with a little bikini thing or a little string and just some little, what the fuck I look like? A strip. So I know it's all culture, but shit, nowadays, the way we're supposed to be walking around, we can't walk around. Snap, because you got the perverted men out here that can't get their eyes off of you. Then you got the women that try to convert you. For real. Man, as a woman, shit, I would love to, know what it feels like to walk, around the way my culture, my ancestors did, right? I would love to know how it feels, but trying to do that nowadays, boy, I love to be clothed. Screw that. I need as much clothes on me as, and even with that, it's crazy. The perverts out here still try to figure, imagine a way to see past your clothes. And the sick females out here still try to convert you. It's like, shit. So it's like, damn, man, wouldn't it be beautiful if you could just experience, the way your ancestors lived life? If only, right?
And that's actually how they dressed. And these are more of the mythological figures we're going to see more as we're walking around. So look at this. Hello, Sharon. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hi.
Feel free to share this video with any groups about history or about Puerto Rico as we walk around.
I guess.
So the Taino people came here 4,500 years ago. Now, where did they come from? That is a very interesting.
It's funny, right? Because the Taino peoples, right? They came here 4,500 years ago, but we're yet just only in the year 2025. Now y'all do the math.
Interesting story. So here is some artifacts that they found while digging through Puerto Rico. Hello, Kay. Hello, Ramonita. Welcome. Yvonne, definitely I'm enjoying Puerto Rico. So where are we located? So I'm going to see if I can find a map of Puerto Rico. So lots of artifacts, pottery. We have bows and arrows.
We are in a young. Wait, he had another comment. No air conditioner like Africa. Yeah, it'd be hot in Puerto Rico. I mean, it'd be getting chilly sometimes over there at nighttime, but their chilly ain't nothing compared to like here in Philly or anywhere else that it gets cold. But the majority of the time, yeah, it'd be hot over there, and they be needing the ACs. Shit. But he says we are in a young, foolish country. Yes, we definitely are. But what definitely, messes me up in the head, right? Our ancestors existed 4,000 and some change years ago, right? But yet, we're only in the year 2025. Well, yeah, we just hit 2025. Yeah, we is in 2025. Damn, Ray. Where you at? Shit, come back to Earth, Ray. Come back to Earth. Come back to reality. You is in the year 2025. You ain't lose your head yet. Yeah, we in the year 2025. But it's crazy, right? Because the math don't add up. But then we also forget that we also lost a century, right? We're in the 20th century, 21st century when we should be in the 20th century. But hey, we ain't supposed to have even noticed that yet. Talking a little too much. Let's continue. My bad. Those were random thoughts. I need to shut up because my words get me in trouble. Yo. Cali is hotter than the Philippines. I've never been to Cali though, so it probably is. I've never been to Cali though, but I would love to travel. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Yo. I'm telling you what, I need to just accomplish maybe 1 or 2 goals, right? And I'm gonna get me an RV, and I'm traveling. Like by then, my son, yeah. Listen, I'm giving myself a couple years. I'm not going to give a specific year, Right now, I've given myself 3 years, but I know it's going to probably take me a little longer. But shit, by then, my son will be 18. I'll take my daughter on the road with me. She says she ain't never going to leave me or her dad. So shit, you coming on the road with us. Get homeschooled. Fuck it. Shit, and I'm traveling. I'm definitely going to travel. I don't care. We go on a boat and then we go on a plane and, take our little RV with us when we have to leave, out the country. But shit, we travel.
So here it is. Where are we currently located? So we are in the island of Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico is the biggest island on the Lesser Antillas, or the Greater Antillas, I mean. And this is the island chain over here that represents the Caribbean. Bahamas is right here, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, and Puerto Rico. Very important strategical location. And we are all the way at the southern end of Puerto Rico in the area of Ponce, which is the second biggest city in all of Puerto Rico.
Ponce is the second biggest city.
Here are the figures made by the Tainos, which were recovered mostly in this area of Puerto Rico, which is called Tibes, which is in part of Ponce. Beautiful, beautiful imagery that they used to make.
Hey, look at the little faces. They all look high.
And this is the typical mountain scene you would see in Puerto Rico throughout the island. Now, in American, most English vocabulary and in Spanish vocabulary, there's a lot of Taino word used. The major one is hurricane, which comes from the word huracán. That's one of the words from the indigenous Taino people. Another one is if you're a fan of salsa or
well, they did say that yesterday. I forgot. He is right.
For the instruments that you have maracas. And the maracas were invented in this area of the island. And here is some maracas that were dug up. Hello, Kathy. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. He said, 22 Ronan said,
welcome everyone to the live broadcast.
Are mind-boggling beautiful. Oh, thank you. I know I'm beautiful.
And here is one of the Tainos that were recovered here.
Oh shit! They found a skeleton of an actual Taino. What the hell?
I show you Puerto Rico, but this is a very interesting position to be buried in. It's very
They're like in a fetal position.
To find an adult person positioned in the fetal position. No one knows why, but we're gonna see the grounds, and maybe it can illuminate us as to why a few adult females and males were buried in the fetal position. Jackie, thank you so much for the maracas interpretation. So look at the people, and these are depictions of what Tainos would have looked like. Tainos look like another group of people all the way in South America. So as we walk outside, where did the Tainos come from? And let's try to find the path outside. I think it's this way. And let's explore. Where do the Tainos
22 Ronan said buried in the position in which he died. Damn, how you die in a fetal position? Jeez, that's crazy. I guess I sleep in a fetal position, so yeah, it is kind of possible. Because when I sleep, I kind of sleep like that. But not like that. Damn.
come from? Well, the Tainos come from... wait up. Laisa, tú puedes decir a tu mamá que vamos a seguir al parque. The Tainos come from all the way the Orinoco region of the Amazon. And they traveled up the Orinoco Valley, which is in the middle of the Amazon basin, and continued all the way up to the coast of Venezuela. By that time, those people went from being Amazonian peoples to the Arawak. And the Arawak Native Americans started taking ships all along the Caribbean. And as the Arawak...
Wait. So, wait. Now, you're telling the story in a different way, dude. Because I thought there were Amazonians and there were Arawaks. So, dude, there's two different cultures, two different, how can I say it? Yeah, it's two different cultures, like, two different ethnicities right there.
People spread throughout the Caribbean, they started developing a very unique culture. That culture went from Arawak to the Taino culture. The main Taino culture is in the three major islands of the Caribbean: Cuba, Haiti, and Santo Domingo. Haiti and Dominican Republic, and here in Puerto Rico. The other Taino cultures were in Jamaica and Bahamas. Now let's go into the ceremonial center. Lorena, you say so many indigenous stories yet to be told. Yes. Now the indigenous here in Puerto Rico were mostly wiped out, unfortunately. And look at this. You have not seen this on Urbanist before. I'm so happy I was able to go live after the events of Hurricane Maria. There has been very bad cell service in the middle of the island, but we got very lucky. And today we have very consistent cell service. Look at that beautiful river.
Oh, that's a river? That's nice.
Now, of course, the Taino people were always nearby waterways. And the cool thing about Puerto Rico is that there are a lot of rivers and streams throughout the island. So it was easy fairly easy to get around in majority parts of the island, even to the very center of it. And here we're approaching the ceremonial grounds. Hello, DP. Welcome. Nice to see you here. DP, you tell me be safe, and so does history. It happens. Keep that camera rolling. Yes, definitely will. Jeannie, I'm so happy you're loving this. Weather looks beautiful. It really is fluffy, puffy, fluffy skies all above.
Oh, wait. I was going to say, wait, the air
This is a very dry region of Puerto Rico in the southwest end. And here we're going to go and explore the artifacts that are here. So here, how was this discovered? Well, in 1975, Tropical Storm Loisa hit the island. And by that time in 1975, Loisa was one of the strongest hurricanes. Of course, we have had Maria, also a very strong hurricane. So think of Maria back in 1975. And the hurricane passed right through this area of Puerto Rico on the southern end. And as it devastated this area, it took away a bunch of dirt and debris and uprooted so many trees that the people, when they came here after the devastation of Hurricane Loisa, saw that there were exposed stone and foundations and artifacts, pottery, and other things that we're going to bump into. And that is the ceremonial center of the Tainos. Now, why is it ceremonial? Well, let's try to find the ceremonial tree that we're going to talk about. Let's see if we can find it. So this is a moralon, means gland sea grave leaf. Can grow up to 70 feet tall. Wow, it's huge. Ellen, I'm doing well. Hello, Miranda, un Boricua, New Jersey. Welcome.
That's not the ceremonial tree.
Dora, you've been here. It was a spiritual experience for you. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Always look beautiful to look at. So much to learn about Taino culture, and of course, I'm still learning from my family and ancestors.
Right.
By the way, be safe in Old San Juan. Mostly it has been peaceful, which is nice.
That's a ceremonial tree?
Let's keep on walking through here. See if we can find some interesting things to look at. There's a good show of the different types of trees that grow throughout this island, and some of these trees are indigenous to the island, so you won't see them in other islands in the Caribbean. Of course, some of them were also brought in by the Spanish who came here in 1493. September 24, 1493 to be precise.
That's the ceremonial tree? I mean, it could look like
this is the iconic ceiba tree in Puerto Rico. It's a silk cotton tree. These grow to a massive size in the island. This is a fairly young one.
That's not the ceremonial
But
tree.
when they're bigger, they start drooping down, and it's really cool because they have this kind of like canopy look to it. And they're in the middle of the streets of San Juan and the rest of Puerto Rico. Hey, Victoria, you love Ponce, amazing. Hello, Kathy.
Hello, Kathy.
Welcome, nice to see you here.
I'm still here.
Ah, here it is. This is not the ceremonial plant yet, but this is a very famous plant. Ooh, we have a...
And you're going to say, here it is, though.
Lizard over here. See these guys all around the island.
What guys? What you
And
seeing?
you love the coqui.
Oh, you saw a cookie? I didn't
Oh,
see
there's
the
one
cookie.
up there. Oh,
You see it? I don't.
that's so interesting. So this is the tamarind tree. which is makes for a great juice. So there's a root that grows off
Tamarindo.
this tree, and tamarind juice is
I love
drunken
tamarindo.
all around Central and
Yes,
America
tamarind juice,
and the
yo, that
Caribbean.
should be popping. Oh my god, I love it, sweet and sour.
So let's see if we can get to
Well, the thing on its
the
own is
pate.
sweet. Actual tamarind.
And here is
that
one of
joint
the
is
first
sweet. You gotta ask for it.
ceremonial circles. Hello, James. Welcome. Enjoy the time.
It's sour.
And you love the coquille. Hopefully we can have some coquille sounds as we're walking around.
Is y'all in the ceremonial tree yet? Not like I used to be at home.
Not during the day, but hopefully when I do one of my night videos. So this is pretty huge center. I'm gonna walk a little bit faster, see if we can get a little bit down there.
Listen, I'm gonna help you. Let me help you walk.
Ayúdame a cargar la cámara y apúntalo a mí. So let's walk down here. Now I walk alongside you here on the side. Yeah. There we go. Follow me on sideways.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you walk faster.
Here. Well, there's a tree. We're trying to find this tree. It's the jojoba tree. The jojoba tree has very powerful hallucination in its leaf. And it was combined with some roots.
You gotta come closer to the
And
camera,
when you
dude.
combine this specific root with the jojoba leaf, you end up getting very powerful hallucinogenics that you can smoke or ingest through the nose, which is called snuff.
What?
And these Taino people would
Is he saying our ancestors used to get high?
use these jojoba rituals to first communicate with the gods, and
Yeah.
communicate with the gods with a specific class of people in Taino culture called the Behigas. And the Behigas were the shamans. Also, it was used as a
You gotta come closer to the phone.
who, after the age of puberty, which would be anywhere from 10 to 13 years old, would take a huge dose of jojoba to find their enter the altar. And this
What?
is the area where they used to do. But we're also approaching it.
I can't get that.
Foundations of baseball. It's called Bade. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for coming closer to the phone.
Curtis, you say you're in Puerto Rico and oh, you couldn't hear me. Okay, I'll repeat it again. So there's a lot of wind here. That's why. There's a very specific tree here called the jojoba tree, which has a leaf, and when that leaf is combined with a root vegetable and mashed up and made into a consistency which you can smoke or ingest through the nose, is a very powerful hallucinogen, and that hallucinogen is used for communication with the gods.
In other words, he used to say, he's saying that our ancestors was, on cloud nine, communicating to the gods. That's what he's trying to say. There's no way in hell I'm putting nothing up my nose. And the only thing I'm smoking is them earthly goods.
By a specific class of people called the Behigas, which were the shamans or the witch doctors of Taino culture. But the shamans and witch doctors also used jojoba for the rite of passage of Taino males when they hit puberty. And they would take this huge hallucinogen and have this experience where they would either confront their demons and or talk with the gods and end up finally entering adulthood and becoming men.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, sorry about that. It is a very, very, very windy day. Puerto Rico is a very windy area. Here, we're approaching the fields of Bade.
What? Come on, let me know what you're talking about.
Sally, you love Puerto Rico. Amazing. Hello, Kathy. A little singing tree frog that we love dearly. It sings at night. Yes, that is what the coquille is. The coquille sound can be found everywhere in the island at night. Some areas, especially in the rainforest areas, are more concentrated with coquille, and they do the sound, the song, all throughout the night. And that's the song they sing all the time. Here we have some coconuts. And Ginny, yes, I'm back. Let's not walk directly under coconut trees because they can fall down.
Oh, you don't want to get hit in the head with a coconut tree? I mean, with
And
a
here
coconut?
we have, ladies and gentlemen, people of all genders.
Did you make it?
We have the field of Bate. Now, what is Bate? And I'll put a secondary question. Why are so many famous baseball players from Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico? Some of the classic players like Roberto Clemente, some of the newer players like Sammy Sosa and Alejandro Rodriguez. Why are they from the Caribbean? Well, it might be tied to the game of Bate, which was played here before the Spanish came.
For real? I didn't know that.
So the name of this place is the Centro Ceremonial de las Indígenas en Tibes, which translates into the ceremonial center of the indigenous people in the town of Tibes, which is in the city of Ponce, Puerto Rico, in the southern western end of the island. Bate.
Sure as hell where I was born.
Bate was a game played with a rubber ball and a stick, and you use the stick to hit the rubber ball and hit it in certain different types of bases, though they weren't called bases or they didn't act as bases in baseball. But it was very similar in baseball in the sense that they had to throw the rubber ball and hit the rubber ball to one end and they can run around the field. Now, why did they play Bate? Well, at first it was used as a way to handle conflicts between different tribes throughout the island. Now, all the tribes were united under the cacique, and the cacique was the head chief. And the head chief there was one head chief that ran all of Puerto Rico by the time Columbus arrived in 1493. In an area like Dominican Republic and Haiti, there was various regions where there were different caciques. Now here they would handle political disputes or any other types of disputes between tribes and play the game of Bate. But it was also used as kind of an exhibition ground where different players would test their might in the game of Bate. Now the thing is with Bate, it's very similar to baseball. You hit a ball with a bat and you run around the field. There might be different terminology for bases, but it was basically the game of baseball before the Spanish ever came. And I think that's why, or at least one of the reasons why, so many Puerto Ricans are great at baseball. The tradition has stuck around.
Got it. Solid.
My dad, your dad was born in Ponce, says Kathy. These frogs are hidden in Hawaii. Yes, they are. Coqui, even though it's indigenous in Puerto Rico, they have infested areas like Hawaii and certain areas of Los Angeles.
And, you know, I have the video uploaded, right, which talks about, listen, I was shocked when I found out about it because I thought that coquis only, you know, originated in Puerto Rico. But a few years back during the pandemic, right, they discovered that the coquis were, you know, inhabiting areas like Hawaii, Florida, anywhere that, you know, the areas that are really nice and warm. I listen, I didn't even know. Just hopefully they take care of them over there. Somehow, you know, they migrated just like the indigenous people does.
And people don't like them because they're not used to the song going on all night. I don't see the replica of the hut. Yes, there used to be a replica of a hut here, but I no longer see it. It might have been torn down because of the hurricane. Let's see if we can find it. I think stickball uses a rubber ball. Well, yeah, of course. Stickball is also kind of a precursor or shoot of baseball. A lot of kids in New York City played stickball as opposed to baseball because it was a lot easier to find, a lot cheaper to find those rubber balls.
I never heard of stickball.
Sharon, you're from Ponce. Bienvenidos. Gracias por mirando. Y estás mirando en español. If you're watching in Spanish, estamos en la área sur en Ponce, en el centro ceremonial.
Give me 1 second. I'm about to grab something real quick. My bad. I had to do something real quick. we back. I apologize. I hope y'all enjoyed that little poem, man. That little poem represents a shorty a lot. But let's get back onto this video, man. I'm still waiting. I'm hoping he made it to the tree.
De los taínos, que eran las personas indígenas antes que vinieron los españoles. This is in the town of Tibes, Tibes, about a 15-minute ride away from Center Ponce, which is the second biggest city in Puerto Rico.
So San Juan is still the first biggest city in Puerto Rico.
Larissa, can you do the coquí sound? In whistling?
Everybody's doing the coquí sound.
That's basically how it sounds all night long, right?
Yeah.
They just sound better at it.
Some areas you can hear it more.
Yeah, you definitely can hear it more in like mountain areas.
Yeah.
It's a very peculiar sound.
Can you sleep without it?
Yeah, sure, but I can sleep better with it.
There we go. That's
she's used to it. That's why she's from the area. Noise. It's kind of annoying. Listen, I heard the sound the first time when I went to the island. I went to go bury my baby pop. So, when I went to the island, I didn't have a pleasant time. Maybe the second time I go, I might have a pleasant time, but I don't plan on going anytime soon. But the noise is kind of annoying. But they do sound better than us humming the damn coquí sound.
A lot of fallen leaves here, which is interesting. It's like fall. Thank you for sharing the history of the Taino. Yes, of course. So I don't think we're going to find many artifacts here respective to a few other things I wanted to talk about, but the Taino's main food of choice was the cassava, which is also known as the yuca here in Puerto Rico.
And that shit popping, yo. I love eating yuca. I can eat yuca by itself with a little bit of salt. For real, for real. Fry a little egg, put that shit on top of it, and I can live off that shit every day. I think I'm about to change my freaking diet. That shit's gonna give me some thighs and some ass, though. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I'm about to change that shit. I'm about to just get some yuca, eat that every day. Some yuca, some vianda, some malanga. I'm about to just change my diet and eat that joint every day. See, how much weight I lose and how much I could tone my body out with it. Real shit. And just eat that with fish. I cried. I ate flounder 3 times. I lost my best friend. I grew up watching flounder. I hesitated the first time, but the second time it was so easy. That motherfucker was so yummy. But I think I'm about to change my diet. I'm about to start a yuca diet for real, for real. Do the some squats and some Pilates. I'm definitely about to watch. I'm about to change my whole diet. And it's cheaper to eat that on some real shit.
In areas of Africa. And the cassava was actually imported to Africa post-Spanish. Was the main vegetable used as opposed to corn, because here in Puerto Rico it's very humid. Maybe not this area, which tends to be a little bit drier, but the rest of the island tends to be very humid. And that humidity is very bad for corn, especially corn flour. It tends to rot very quickly. So unlike the Aztecs and the Maya people of modern day Mexico, eating a bunch of cornbread all the time, here they had to make cassava bread. And a lot of the potteries that they found here were potteries meant to make cassava flour and turn it eventually into bread, or make various other things with cassava. Now, the interesting thing about the cassava, and you'll see some cassava made into food as we do a food broadcast later this weekend. Stay tuned tomorrow. PS around like 4 p.m. Cassava, in its raw form, is also poisonous. So,
I didn't know that.
Were constantly at war with another tribe before the Spanish came.
I just learned something new.
The Caribs is where the word Caribbean comes from, or Caribe comes from. And the Caribs were constantly raiding Puerto Rican towns all around the island. They were
Ooh, he just
mostly
got robotic.
men
It sounded like,
who
what's his
spent
name?
most of their time at sea, canoeing around island to island, pillaging everything they can, similar to the Vikings. The things with the Caribs is that they were very aggressive. They had war practices that were a lot worse than anything that the Tainos would do. Things I'd rather not even repeat on this broadcast. So how did the Tainos fight against the Caribs? Well, they used the raw cassava. And the raw cassava was made into a liquid poison, which they would dip their arrows into it.
Oh,
they would shoot the arrows at the Caribs in order to throw them off the island. If they get hit by an arrow, they would die within, I think, 12 hours or so. So you may not want to eat cassava raw. You definitely want to eat it cooked because it's delicious.
I mean, it is delicious. Cooked, but I didn't know that raw, you could poison somebody with it. Oh shit! I mean, you learn something new every day. Listen, man, I love eating yuca. I did not know that yuca raw could be poisonous. That's crazy. But hey, man, I've touched it while it was raw. And he said you got to ingest it. It's got to, go. How you turn that shit into poison though? He said you got to liquefy it. And then they dip the arrows. Shot somebody. And they killed. Damn. That's a hell of a way to, get rid of your ops.
Ooh, there's something down here.
Ooh, to get rid of the ops.
Spanish limes equals canepas. Oh yeah, I might show you canepas as we're walking around. I think we're approaching the hut. How long will I be in Puerto Rico? I'll be in Puerto Rico until the 25th. So stay tuned. I'll be making videos. I'll be mostly making most of my videos this weekend. So tomorrow through.
I ain't gonna sit here and lie. The canepas here in America are not the same as the canepas from PR. Yo, listen, man. I need to call my Aunt Rosa. I need to tell her, man, look, I need some canepas. Like, them Jones, you gotta get them from the island. You either gotta get them from Puerto Rico or Santo Domingo. I don't know if they got canepas in Jamaica and stuff like that, but man, I love me some canepas. I don't give a fuck, man. Grab me a couple of those. I'll be sucking on them all fucking day. You got me fucked up. Yep, the little balls, the little yellow balls. You gotta suck on them Jones for a little minute just to get everything. It's like a little poke. Them Jones be popping.
Monday. Tomorrow around 3 p.m. Saturday at 1. I might do one in the morning. Stay tuned. I actually will be doing one in the morning.
Hey, look, they got a little
one early in the morning around 10 a.m. Then 1 p.m. on Saturday, and then I'll be back on Sunday, and then another on Monday. So here are the huts.
Did this hut get burnt down or something?
Either where they slept in, probably where they held their ceremonies in.
Them huts is little.
James says cassava puts you to sleep. Oh, interesting. I never encountered that. Interesting. So, of course, there will be a ceremonial fire, especially at night.
If anything, it helped me get thick, though.
That's and Jackie says Larissa has a beautiful name.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, this is a beautiful name. Where does it come from?
It comes from Russia.
Russia. Ah, there we go. And the cool thing is Puerto Ricans have a bunch of names. We're very well cultured people, so we have names from all around.
Yeah, we do. Thank you so much.
Hola desde España. Gracias por mirando, Francis. Looks so pretty and beautiful. Muy diferente de Nueva York. It is. It is. Lots of strong connections between Puerto Rico and New York because a lot of Puerto Ricans went to New York, including myself and my family. Oh, and here we can enter the hut. Oh my God. Lisa, here. Let's go inside the hut.
Woo.
Oh, okay. Wait. Isn't it small? How many people put in this job?
I don't know the original Taino language. It's mostly dead. It's an Arawakan language. But you can imagine them singing these songs and taking the koba by like sniffing it and just imagine. Or maybe doing something with coconuts, which I'm not entirely sure what they used to do with coconuts. Maybe drink them with, they used to drink them with a liquor made out of cassava. So cassava is also could be made into a liquor, fermented. And
That's
maybe
true.
they poured it into the coconut.
Cassava can be made into liquor.
Ooh. Thank you.
Yep.
Dora says, okay to think you're walking where our forefathers walked. Yes, indeed. Yes, I might be doing a video on the Yunque on Tuesday the 23rd. Stay tuned. Tuesday 23rd, I'll be doing a video on the Yunque, which is the only national rainforest in all of the United States, because Puerto Rico is a part of the United States.
Yeah, when it rained, it leaked.
So of course, no area in the world, don't tell the people who work here that I just bump into that. That was the win. You can tell that every part of the world always has some type of liquor. There's always liquor somewhere. Let's see if we can find the cojoba tree. Do you know how the cojoba tree looks like?
I do not know.
No. Yeah, that one's a tough one.
You still ain't make it to the tree yet.
We're gonna take some leaves from the cojoba. No, I'm just joking.
How long we been on the job? We've been 31 minutes in this. You still ain't make it to the tree. We got 7 minutes left of your video. I'm still waiting to see what the sacred tree look like.
Curtis says, thank you for sharing. You're so welcome,
I've
Curtis.
learned a lot though throughout the video. I'm like,
You break it, you bought it. Dora says, we love you, Ariel. You happen to be one of ours. Thank you. So Puerto Ricans, who are they? What are we? I mean, we're both pretty light skinned.
Yeah.
But we're
I'm not that light skinned. I'm a little darker than you.
Types of people.
Of everything.
Who are the main people that we're a mix of?
Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
Black people.
Yes, Africans mostly from Nigeria.
Yeah, and indigenous people.
There we go. Ding, 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 ding. And then we have sometimes mixes of a bunch of Europeans that came here in the early 1800s.
We are amazing.
Yeah. So we have like sometimes we have French, sometimes we have Russian, sometimes we have Irish and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And hence why we are light skinned, but we have features from all around the world.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
We hybrids. What the fuck are you expecting a hybrid? We mix breeds.
Ba. What is that, Javi? What are you referring to? Let us know. Anmar, hello, welcome. Jackie, you say de nada, Larissa. That's my 4 years of Spanish. I'm glad you studied Spanish in high school and could say gracias.
Yeah. We got
right, so the cojoba needs to be one of these.
Guys. Make sure y'all go check out.
Can you help me see if one of these are the cojoba that show the sign? And let me know. Let's try to find it.
Stories. Make sure y'all go check them out. You will not be disappointed, y'all.
So let's try to find cojoba tree.
Oh, read more. I was like, real more.
No sound of the coquille. Not this time. Coquilles come out at night. And the coquilles make that sound because it's a mating call. So hopefully you'll be seeing a night video from me on Saturday. Crossing fingers that everything is
cool. We're going to see a night video from him on Saturday. First of all, we know that coquille. I don't want to see a coquille mate. What you going to be showing us coquille porn all night? Like, what the hell? See? People be into the craziest shit. Yes, the reason coquilles, make that sound all night, right, is because it's a mating call, and they only do come out at nighttime. That's the only time you're going to hear the coquilles, sing.
Calmer in San Juan.
Yeah, I say it like that because when the coquille, he's going to record the coquilles while they, you do know that they mate. Right? That's the whole point of them doing that song. They're looking for a partner. When they find that partner, they do their thing. I don't want to sit here and record a damn coquille mating all night. Like, what's up? That's why I say it's coquille porn. Shit. Animal porn. The fuck?
And it is so peaceful. I wish you can have an iced coffee. And there is iced coffee here in Puerto Rico. Coffee culture from America has been coming here. Aside from Starbucks, there's also a lot of independent coffee shops, which you'll also see a video of me going to a coffee shop in Old San Juan. I'm going to do a lot of live videos Saturday and Sunday. So just put on your notifications because there'll be a lot of them. Yes, we are what they call us the rainbow, very cultured. Okay, so no cojoba here. Oh, here it is.
I'm gonna just leave that
Here it
alone.
is.
I'm a little lost.
Larissa,
I don't want to jump out the window.
So here it is. The cojoba, the wild tamarind, native trees from the Antilles. Its seeds are hallucinogens. So I might have said.
Oh, so he found the sacred tree.
From what I understood, they used the leaf as well, but maybe the seeds are a little bit more potent.
So basically, this was the tree, right, that they got the jojoba from, right? And they sat here and they, I guess he said smoked it or, somehow put it through the nose. Listen, I don't know how they, sniffed that, whatever they did. I guess they turned into a powder form in order to sniff it. Listen, don't ask me. I don't know. But apparently our ancestors got, high to the point they was on cloud 9 to talk to the gods. So this is the sacred tree that he was talking about. And he finally made it 34 minutes into this video.
So Larissa, if you ever want to communicate with the gods, with Yuki Yu, you have to just eat one of these.
I'm gonna eat one.
No, we're just joking. we're not gonna eat one.
Oh,
That would be quite. Oh, Larissa got one.
She ate it?
That would be quite a Facebook Live video.
Yeah.
What is it? A tamarindo though? Like,
That's so awesome. Do you know what these are? I don't know.
they look like
Probably some insect.
insect.
So there's a web here.
Well, obviously there's a spider there, dude. Some insect.
Maybe
It's a
it's
spider.
a
You see a
venomous
web? Like,
spider.
Oh yeah. Which there are a few in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
So here, yes, this is the hallucinogen of Puerto Rico, only in this island. All right, I think there's a path through here. Let's see what's down here. And I think we're almost done. So we're staying live for about 10 more minutes.
I'm dead.
Let me know if you have any last minute questions, or if you want questions from a local Puerto Riqueña, feel free to ask something to Larissa.
Sure.
Puerto Rican.
And let's see if we can find something down here.
I'm willing to answer anything.
Okay, good, perfect.
Oh, this looks like
Imagine a bear coming out of there. Yo, that shit look like y'all entering the
a
forest.
really mysterious path where people get killed.
Right? Michael Myers gonna come out
Or
the
we
bushes.
find the chupacabra,
Yeah.
which you'll be learning about. because
Mythology.
I'm going to
It's
Juncker on the
mythology.
23rd. Stay tuned, because I'm going to talk about the legend of the
That's gonna
chupacabra.
Oh, they have the
it's gonna be
chupacabra in Puerto
fun.
Rico too?
It's going to be fun.
Oh shit, I thought that
There's
was
some
only
real
Mexico.
history and a lot of mythology in it.
I didn't know that they had the chupacabra.
Amor, we are in Ponce, Puerto Rico, which is in the southwestern end of the island. And hello, Kathy. Welcome.
I think we're gonna go to a river.
Okay.
Sort.
That'll be nice
Real
to
life
see.
nation is funny, yo.
It sounds like a river. I don't know.
So yeah, there's
Maybe.
one right next to us. Maybe it's the base of the river.
Yeah.
One thing everyone should know about Puerto Rico is that there's few signs for things, so you never really know where you're going.
Oh, where?
Let's go down this path.
I would get lost.
Oh, you can't
After you.
trespass.
Oh, it says no trespass. Oh, not through here.
They're gonna get you.
Woo.
I like going on these type of adventures though. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Like I see little parks like that, I be going in just out of curiosity.
So another thing I want to tell all of
One
you
of these days, something's gonna come out and get me. Watch.
I'm not sure if you know this.
Grown ass woman
Is
going on
the
adventures and fights and
Tainos
shit.
were not afraid of
What's wrong with
putting
you?
huge fires at night.
Talking about me.
And the reason for that is because there's no huge animals here. There's only the
There isn't?
mongoose, which is probably the largest mammal here in Puerto Rico. But the Tainos, because there was no huge animals, there was no goats, no pigs, no llamas, they had to eat a bunch of fish.
What?
I don't think we're heading anywhere nearby here. No, there's not really anything here. Okay, everyone. Thank you, Larissa, for joining me for this broadcast and being an amazing camera woman.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. You'll be seeing more videos this weekend. Turn on
Hold
your
on 1 second,
notifications.
guys.
Stay tuned tomorrow around 4 p.m. as we.
All right, so that's the end of this video. We're gonna let us shorty know what y'all think about this. I mean, I learned a lot. This video has taught me things that I didn't know before. I mean, I already knew some things, but I learned way more today. So let us shorty know what y'all think about this video. For those of you that catch the replay, y'all leave your comments right down below and let us shorty know how you feel. But let's go on right to the next video, right? Hold on 1 second, baby. I'm coming. All nature will love you, writer. So we got this video, right, that says uncovering the thrilling Jamaican Taino culture with Chief Kalan Nibron X.
Wagwan, everybody. Welcome to the This After Me History podcast, where we'll be speaking about history and as well family history and how history relates in terms of character.
Oh, wait. No, we jumping into this too soon. My bad. Hold on. Because this is for the third live. My bad. This is for part 3. Wait. I'm jumping into it too soon. Let's see. We already seen that one. No.
Para mí el barbecue ya es como un estilo de vida. Esto es algo, te das cuenta, uso estilo de vida porque uno se da cuenta después de llevar tantos años haciéndolo y luego estar en la industria ahora del restaurante, ver cuando nos para el huracán María, que no, como que ya...
Give me a second, guys. Man, I had this. Give me 1 second.
Spoons, they're out.
Come here. Come here.
In the Caribbean and all over the world. Many of them.
All right, so I'm gonna let this video play real quick, right? Come here. I'm gonna talk to my daughter real quick, right? So this video is saying Tainos. We're gonna explore the history and traditions of the Tainos. Like I said, we're diving into the Taino history, right? I appreciate all of y'all that are supporting a shorty, right? That is sitting here rocking out with a shorty, man. I appreciate y'all because y'all really don't have to be here, but y'all here with me tonight. Y'all could be anywhere else, but y'all chose to be with a shorty. Give me 1 second when I deal with my daughter, and I'll be right back. So this video, dives down, the history and traditions of the Tainos.
In the Caribbean and all over the world.
Why they gotta talk like we kids, though?
Our ancestors. The Tainos are one of the most common ancestors we have. Let's find out about their history and traditions. David and Diana found an old diary that belonged to their great-great-great-grandmother, Nana. She wrote about the history of the Tainos and their way of life. Now, let's open Nana's diary and read carefully about what she says about the history of the Tainos. Let's go. Our tribe came all the way from South America we traveled northward to the island chain of the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles. Some of our cousins settled in the Bahamas and some islands of the northern Lesser Antilles, but we settled in the Greater Antilles, which is Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. Our ancestors came from the center of the Amazon basin. From there, they went through Guyana and Venezuela and got to the Caribbean islands. Did you know that the Amazon basin is the largest tropical rainforest in the world, covering a size approximately equal to 6 to 8 million square kilometers?
Yes, sir.
Caribbean historian
Blessings, young Rias. Blessings to anybody in the chat. I appreciate y'all.
Tony Hagar believes that the warfare with their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs, pushed Tainos out of their native territory. The competition for resources became so intense that the Tainos began slow migration.
So that explains how they migrated to the Caribbeans. But when they migrated to the Caribbeans, what, in the lands that they, landed on, there was nobody there. So they were the first ones to inhabit certain lands in the Caribbean, which, that's why I'm saying, man, y'all can get the fuck out my face with that bullshit lie that Christopher Columbus sat here. Like, y'all, he stole that shit. He ain't discovered shit. How you discover something that there's something already there? Some people were there before him. How in the world did he just went and fucking tried to conquer lands? That's what it wasn't even him. Because in reality, man, there's a whole big story behind it. Because listen, man, I gotta get back to it. I know I did a live on it. I'm not sure if I've uploaded the video yet over here. But when I had my other channel, we did a live, and we went down, the Christopher Columbus story, because we was I think we was diving deep down into the Thanksgiving story. That's what it was. And then we discovered, that it was Ponce de Leon. We also discovered that Christopher Columbus was also going through some shit in, Europe with the Queen. I think he ended up being a traitor and much more. And they don't really talk about that. That's the crazy part about it. They praise the man for allegedly discovering something that he didn't really discover, right? And massacring a whole bunch of indigenous people. Man, get the fuck out my face with this shit. That's why I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I know the truth behind it. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing nothing?
About their history and
I wasn't sharing nothing the whole time. Ain't that some shit? Y'all didn't say nothing?
in the Caribbean.
Ain't nobody tell me nothing.
The world are related because of our ancestors. The Tainos are one of the most common ancestors we have. Let's find out about their history and traditions. David and Diana.
I hate the fact she's
found
talking
an
like we
old
kids.
diary that belonged to their great grandmother, Nana. She wrote about the history of the Tainos and their way of life. Now, let's open Nana's diary and read carefully about what she says about the history of the Tainos. Let's go.
I know about jingle bells. The bells. They went from the bells around the necks to the bells around the Christmas trees. I keep saying there's a reason I don't celebrate Christmas either, but people don't listen. The chains from around their necks for bells, right? To the chains and bells around the Christmas trees. Oh, I know the story about jingle bells. Jingle bells, goes all the way. Back the smells. I know. And Robin laid an egg. Hey.
Our tribe came all the way from South America. We traveled northward to the island chain of the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles. Some of our cousins settled in the Bahamas and some islands of the northern Lesser Antilles, but we settled in the Greater Antilles, which is Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. Our ancestors came from the center of the Amazon basin. From there, they went through Guyana and Venezuela and got to the Caribbean islands.
They migrated to so
Did
many
you know
islands.
that the Amazon basin is the largest tropical rainforest in the world?
Yep.
Covering a size approximately equal to 6 to 8 million square kilometers? Caribbean historian Tony Hagar believes that the warfare with their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs, pushed Tainos out of their native territory. The competition for resources became so intense that the Tainos began slow migration.
The war between these two tribes, right? The Tainos and the Caribs led the Tainos to migrate to these lands that we already, that we know as Jamaica, Haiti, Puerto Rico, and much more.
Our society was divided into two classes. There were the Naborias, which were the common people, and the Nintenos, which were the noble people, the rich ones. Both classes were governed by chiefs known as caciques.
Cacique!
The caciques could be male or female. The cacique sat on a chair of wood called doho or dojo. There were bohiques.
I can honestly say that now I don't feel bad for speaking Spanish the way I spoke my whole life because it's not really wrong. For people that are saying, oh, your Spanish is fucked up, it's slang. No, it's actually my native tongue. I did not know that growing up in between the Spanish words that I've learned, I was actually speaking Arabic. Nítido and all that stuff. Like, yo, I did not know that I was speaking my native tongue. And I ain't the only one. A lot of Puerto Ricans are finding out the same way I am.
Which are also known as
Boique.
men. We lived in villages called Yucayekis. The villages in the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico were the largest ones. The villages in the Bahamas were the smallest. The Tainos built large round houses called bohio, where several families lived. People slept on cotton hammocks or hamacas. Let's continue to imagine ourselves as a Taino. What would life be like? Where would we get our food? How would we prepare the food? How would we dress? What would we do for fun? How would we worship? Let's think about it. Let's go back to Nana's diary. She said, we planted cassava and yams. corns, beans, squash, tobacco, peanuts, and peppers. I love to eat birds, but not lizards so much.
They ate lizards.
When we hunted for food, we brought our dogs. Sometimes our parrots were used to distract wild birds. My brothers loved to catch fish and shellfish to roast or make yummy soup. My father and uncles wore long.
Good night, good night. We on Lock Nation. And good morning to a lot of people out there that are just waking up. Good night to We on Lock Nation, man. Listen, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. Good morning to those of y'all waking up.
Cloths. And we ladies wore aprons of cotton or palm fibers. I was always excited when we painted our faces on special occasions. We wore earrings, nose rings, and necklaces that were sometimes made of gold. When we were little, we learned to make pottery and baskets. Our favorite fun time was playing ball on rectangular courts. We played a ball game called Beatty. Beatty was also the name of the place where we played and had dances. We had religious beliefs and rituals that involved the worship of spirits we call semis. So we carved out little statues and prayed to them. Our life became dreadful between 1493 and 1494 when the Spaniards came and enslaved many of our people. A few of us ran away on a flat bridge that was hidden underwater, up into the mountains and caves, but starvation and disease wiped out almost all of our people.
And that's the crazy part, right? Because the indigenous people didn't know about anything about diseases or nothing like that until the Spaniards came about. That's what I like. They managed to survive so many things, but the one thing that they couldn't survive was the diseases, infections, viruses that the Spaniards brought along with them.
We stayed in the caves in the mountains until we were joined by some Africans who also ran away from slavery. We worked together to hide and protect our children. I collected the precious items from those who left us and hid them in my favorite cave. One day, I hope my descendants will find my treasure and remember how we survived. Do you guys remember David and Diana? They are Nana's descendants. And when they found the diary, this dropped out. I wonder what it is. I wonder what they will find. We hope you learned a lot about the history of the Tainos and their traditions. You can read the story about the Taino diary to see what David and Diana found. The video is coming up next.
All right, I left the link down below for anybody that does wish to come up, chat with a shorty for a little bit before, I end my live today. But we're going to move on to the next video, right? These are open panels. We're talking about, our roots, our history. We have been diving down a shorty's roots, which so happen to be Taino, right? I come from the Arawak, tribe, which turned out to be, which ended up being the Tainos, right? Which, my grandparents and great-grandparents call themselves. That's what they claim to be. I got uncles and aunts that got, the Taino tattoos tatted on their arms. Like they really represent the Tainos. So for the people out there saying that they don't exist, you know, that they're extinct, well, I mean, I'm here because my family is from that tribe. So what am I, a ghost? What is my family? What are the people, you know, that claim to be part of the Arawak tribe from these different types of countries, especially Puerto Rico? So if they're extinct, then what are we? And even if they were almost, you know, demolished during, you know, the massacre, during the Spanish massacre, right? A lot of them managed to still survive. And here we are, descendants of the Arawaks. Their blood still runs through our veins. And as Puerto Ricans, right, for people that were born in the island, right, we are mixed breeds. We have different ethnicities running through our veins. Let's see what this is about. It says the Taino myth of the cursed creator, Bill Keegan. If you think the ocean isn't important, imagine Earth without it. That's a nice quote. If you think the ocean isn't important, imagine Earth without it. And imagine the human race without being able to have water around them to survive or quench their thirst.
Before the world of humans began, there was the world of the gods, made of fields, plains, and gardens. 4 brothers wandered this celestial realm. They had no family other than each other. They didn't even know who their parents were. One of the brothers, Deminan, looked different from the others. His skin was covered in painful scabs, and he wondered why he alone had been marked with this affliction. One day, while the supreme spirit, Yaya, was out in his gardens, Deminan and his brothers snuck into Yaya's house. After feasting and exploring, they spotted...
Is this a story of the gods or something? Hold on, 1 second. It's always a pleasure to learn more about the pre-Spanish or vanished times. So much Taino culture has been destroyed. And that's true. The Spaniards have already damaged the Arawak history. So in order for you to find out your roots, if you come from that tribe, you would have to go to the source itself. That's the crazy part. And I'm going to keep saying it. Myths are one of the best TED Ed videos. But you're not explaining this to me. So, let's continue. Let's watch. I guess this is a story of the gods, of the Taino gods. My bad.
A giant gourd hanging in the corner. But as they tried to look inside the gourd, they dropped it. The gourd broke apart, releasing a deluge that swept the brothers away, separating them from the celestial lands forever. The waters from the gourd formed a new world. This realm was covered in seas, which didn't exist in the gods' world. The waters were full of fish and other creatures, and dotted with islands and caves. This world of seas was also cut off completely from the celestial realm, and the brothers wandered aimlessly, even more lost than they had been before. One day, 3 of the brothers stumbled upon a house. In the house lived an elder named Bayamanakoa, and he invited them in. When Deminan caught up slightly later, he followed them into the house. Bayamanakoa told the brothers he was their grandfather and gave them a gift of special cassava bread. He revealed their family lineage to them. Their mother had been the Earth Mother Goddess, Itibi Kahubaba, and had died when they were born. The brothers were grateful for his hospitality and insight into their past. But then, Bayamanakoa turned on Deminan, blowing tobacco spittle from his nose onto Deminan's back. The spot where the spittle landed immediately began to swell and sting. Soon, Deminan was delirious, and his back was so swollen his brothers feared he would die. Not knowing what else to do, they cut open the welt. A turtle emerged from the wound and swam away, alternating easily between sea and land as she went. When Deminan recovered from his delirium, he finally understood what the curse of his disease meant. He was a Karakaracol, able to communicate with the gods. He was the link between the celestial realm and the earthly realm. Deminan was the first in a long lineage of Karakaracols. The world of seas he and his brothers had created when they dropped the good became the world of humans, where the Karakaracols who followed Deminan
Storytelling.
delicate balance.
That's what this is. Okay.
Gods. But their unique power came at a price. Deminan and all the Karakaracols who followed him continue to suffer from the illness that had first marked Deminan as special. Represented in Taino carvings and figurines, with a swollen back and emaciated arms,
Damn.
the Karakaracol is both cursed and blessed to be a conduit between worlds. Now you know the legend behind the origin of the oceans. But where did lightning, thunder, and rain come from?
Oh, wow. Is he saying that a portion of our gods is cursed? Is he saying one of the Taino gods is cursed? Oh, listen, I learned something new today.
You've probably heard of Christopher Columbus or had a day off of school to celebrate Columbus Day. There's a lot of information out there about Columbus.
I don't celebrate Columbus Day, and I think they took Columbus Day off the calendar. I don't think it's being celebrated anymore. That's what I'm saying. The truth about Columbus got exposed, but I don't think people, you know, I don't know where people was at. They was probably in La La Land when they exposed that shit. Because for real, now a lot of schools, you know, they don't take that day off of school no more for Christopher Columbus. At least here in Philadelphia. I think the private schools do, if I'm not mistaken. But a lot of others, like a majority of the schools now, the kids go to school on Christopher Columbus Day. And the truth about Columbus got exposed about him being a traitor and much more. That's why I'm like, I don't understand why we're in 2024 and this man is being praised like the day that he discovered allegedly America. Shit, I'm gonna go steal somebody's house and say I discovered that house. It's mine. Since we could just discover shit and claim it. The fuck?
But not all of it is true. Before we dive into our video lesson today, let's see what you've heard before by playing a game of true and false. I'll say a statement and you decide whether it's true or false. Don't worry if you're not sure. This is not a quiz. It's just to see what you already know. Let's start with one you've probably heard in a rhyme. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. True or false? That one's true. Columbus sailed across the Atlantic from Spain to the Caribbean in 1492. Let's try another one. Columbus believed the earth was flat. That one's false. Columbus knew the earth was round. He just thought it was much tinier than it really is. Okay, let's do another one. Columbus was the first European to set foot on the Americas. That one's also false. We've got really good evidence that Norse sailors explored Canada centuries before Columbus sailed the seas. All right, let's do one last true-false statement. When he arrived in the Americas, Columbus thought he was in Asia. That's actually true. Columbus sailed across the Atlantic, arrived in the Caribbean, and began to call the people there Indians because he believed he had made it to Asia. Even though you've heard of Columbus.
And then ever since, that's why you hear everybody, you know, when he landed in the Caribbean, you hear them say on Columbus's second voyage is when, you know, the massacre happened.
Before, you may not have heard a whole lot about the people that he called Indians. When we study history, it's important to think about lots of different perspectives. That's why in this video lesson, we're going to think about Columbus's point of view when he was exploring the Americas, but we're also going to think about the people who lived there when he arrived. They were called the Tainos. Let's dive in and learn more about them. Tainos are a group of people who are indigenous to the Caribbean islands. Indigenous means they were the first people to live there. Tainos lived in mostly peaceful chiefdoms, ruled by chiefs known as caciques. Their villages were organized around a central plaza where celebrations and other public rituals could take place. They enjoyed singing and dancing at these celebrations and decorating their bodies with jewelry and paint. Outside of the central plaza stood their houses, which were made of straw and palm leaves woven together. The adults worked hard to get food for their families because it was important to them to raise strong and healthy children. The women did most of the farming, and the men did more of the hunting for small animals and fishing.
Is BJ up?
The Tainos believed in multiple gods who controlled nature and in spirits called zemis, which might have represented their ancestors. They also played a ceremonial ball game called bate, which was connected to their religion. Some historians also believe that it was a peaceful way of resolving conflict. Instead of fighting, they played the ball game to determine a winner. They played on a field like this one. What do the zemis and the bate have in common? Both were connected to the Taino religion, which is important to everyday life in the Taino culture. One way we can understand what was important to people in the past is by looking at records they've left behind. Tainos used an early form of writing called petroglyphs, which they carved into rocks. If they took the time to create a symbol to represent something, that probably means it was very important to them. Can you look at these symbols and find one you think represents something important to the Taino culture? You may have focused on the sun, which was important to them for growing food, or on symbols that looked like babies or children, because those were important too. Or maybe you focused on the symbols that looked like zemis. All of those are great answers. While the Taino people were raising children, worshiping their gods, and farming, across the Atlantic Ocean, a man was preparing to set sail. His name was Christopher Columbus. And we're going to think about his perspective next. He was an explorer who wanted to find a new route to Asia over the sea. He knew that if he could find a fast way to get to Asia, he could get rich by bringing the spices there back to Europe to sell. He also wanted to spread his religion, Christianity. Although Columbus knew the world was round, he thought it would only be about 3,000 miles if he sailed east from Europe to Asia. What was the problem with his plan? It's actually about 12,000 miles, and the Americas are in the middle. Columbus searched for years for someone wealthy enough to pay for his exploration. Finally, he persuaded the King and Queen of Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella, to finance his voyage. They agreed to name him governor of whatever land he found and let him keep 10% of the riches there. They wanted him to claim land in the name of Spain and make the people he found there serve the Spanish Empire.
Oh, wow.
Columbus sailed with a crew of 90 men on 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. After about 2 months of sailing, they reached land. Do you remember where Columbus thought he landed? From Columbus's point of view, things had
He thought he landed in fucking India.
gone well. He had gotten the money he needed to sail across the Atlantic. He
Asia.
reached what he thought was Asia. Based on what you know about why Columbus sailed, what 2 things do you think he did once he arrived?
What he do?
Once he
Getting
arrived,
that
he
bitch.
began hunting for gold and other riches and spreading his religion.
Yeah, the religion.
Things were different
Should
from
have-
the point of view of the Taino people, who didn't know that Columbus was there to find wealth and to try to change their religious beliefs. When Columbus and his men arrived in the Bahamas on October 12, 1492, the Tainos welcomed them. Columbus reported to Ferdinand and his
And that's messed up, right? So listen, a complete stranger comes into your land, you welcome them with open arms, you know, even though you're a little sketchy, right, a little iffy about them, but you still welcome them, right? Treat them good, you know, they're your guests. And these mofos turn around, stab you, and try to take over. No, they don't try. They take over. And their first line of defense is the illness and the sickness and the viruses that they brought. That's what really took, you know, what really helped the Spaniards take over all the indigenous people. Other than that, I think that by strategy, right, the indigenous people would have found a way to beat the Spaniards. But because of the sicknesses and what was going on, it made it hard. I don't know. I'm just talking. I'm just, giving out my thoughts. My bad.
Isabella that the Taino people were gentle and welcoming, but he did not think of them as equals. He thought their gentleness would make them easy to enslave. This image shows
Took their kindness for weakness.
us how he thought of himself. as a person the Tainos should bow down to. An enslaved
Actually,
person
it
is someone who is
makes
legally
sense.
owned by
Yes.
another person.
Facts.
They
Yeah,
have
you're
no
saying it
rights
better than me.
and no
I think
freedom.
I'm saying it a little too nice.
Columbus was disappointed not to find the spices and the gold he wanted to find in this new land. He returned to the Caribbean 3 more times, each time looking for ways to gain wealth. He claimed the lands there as part of the Spanish Empire and left men to settle there. He also demanded that the Taino people pay him tribute in gold or in cotton. If they refused, he and his men violently attacked the Tainos. How do you think the Taino people felt about the Spanish when they first arrived? How do you think those feelings changed over time? Although the Taino were welcoming when the Spanish first landed, over time they learned to fear the Spanish and began to rebel against them. But they were not successful. They had no swords, no guns, and they had been weakened by diseases the Europeans brought with them. By 1550, only a tiny percentage of the Taino people were still alive. On the island of Hispaniola, where the Spanish settlement was concentrated, only around 200 Taino people survived out of 250,000 who had lived there before Columbus's arrival. Why did so few of the Tainos survive? Very few Tainos survived because so many died of disease or were killed by the Spanish. Now that you've learned about the Taino people and about Christopher Columbus, it's time to show what you know. How did the arrival of Christopher Columbus change life for the Taino people? Before Columbus arrived in the Americas, the Taino people lived mostly peaceful lives, focused on raising their children, gathering food, and practicing their religion. Columbus arrived in their land with
Shit. Our ancestors did the one thing that we didn't do was be united. Right now, we're so divided that we crumble like cookies when you put them in your mouth.
the goal of gaining riches and spreading his religion. After his arrival, the Taino people were enslaved and many died from disease. Every October in America, we have a day set aside for honoring the bravery it took for Columbus to sail across the Atlantic over 500 years ago. But some people have a different point of view. They think we should celebrate indigenous peoples on that day instead, like the Taino. Now that you've learned about both perspectives, give it some thought. What do you think we should do on that holiday? Thanks for learning with us today and for taking another.
They funny as shit. Now, what do you think we should do with that holiday? Not celebrate it? Christopher Columbus, Thanksgiving, none of them. The type question is, what should you do? What you should do? I don't celebrate. I'm already doing something. I don't celebrate none of these pagan holidays. None. Listen, man, I've had people fall out with me because I don't celebrate Christmas or Thanksgiving. I don't give a fuck. That's your problem if you feel some type of way, not mine.
Tainos seem to have reacted to the Spanish in different ways.
Oh, so this is part 2 from that little short documentary we was watching earlier. I was going to say, I know the bull. So this is part 2 of that documentary right here. Okay, so let's watch it.
Spaniards learned a lot from that first contact in the Caribbean.
Initially, relationships between the Spanish and Taino were good.
There was a sense of happiness, and in my mind, I'm envisioning how it occurred. That when they're having party, they're having small aretos, they're having to celebrate other beings.
Neither side really understood who they were dealing with, who the other was, but they were at least cordial.
They traded with them. They were scared of them at some point, but that they traded trinkets. They gave them the guanin, these golden discs that the chieftains wore.
People talk about the Spanish trying to enslave the Tainos because Columbus at one point mentioned they would be good slaves, and I think maybe he had some idea that they could do it. But Queen is
Spain, listen. it's crazy because in America, right, the Spaniards is the one. I mean, is Christopher Columbus the one that ruined everything? Shit, because he's celebrating in America highly because isn't he that it came from Europe, right, and terrorized the whole Caribbean? Why are we celebrating? Why are people still sugarcoating the stories behind this man and hiding the fact that he is a fucking traitor to his own country, anyways? So, as you can see, right, people, our ancestors didn't just get enslaved by white men, as they so call it. The Spaniards were also enslaving people back in the days. So we had the Spaniards and the so-called white men enslaving people, allegedly, right?
Isabella nixed it. So these are my subjects. You can't enslave them.
In 1503, Queen Isabella issued an order saying that if an indigenous person, if a Taino did not want to accept Christianity, that person could be enslaved.
So they put fear.
Accept Christianity, and they would be working for the Spaniards. They had to pay.
Blessings.
Could say like a salary.
Blessings, young Riaz. So what they was doing is putting fear into people, into the indigenous
right to make demand.
Oh wow, that's what they was basically doing. So I mean, besides the fear, the viruses, and them having, how can I say it, the gunpowder, right? That's how they won. But my thing is, right, if they wouldn't have had the diseases, right, I feel as though once again, and I don't think I'm the only one saying it. Without the diseases, I think that the indigenous people would have found a way to actually beat the Spaniards. Mm-hmm. Blessings, Riaz. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing good though. Yeah, you're right though, but I also though when you're saying about, he's not the first one to be there, yeah, you're right. He's not the first one to discover. There are Vikings though who literally, traveled over to the North American continent before him. There were Chinese people who literally was there before him, and there were Moors who literally traveled over there before him. So when people say he's the first to discover, that's completely false.
Exactly. And that's why I keep saying, like, there's Moors everywhere. Like, you got Moors in Puerto Rico, you got Moors in the Dominican Republic, you got them in Cuba, you got them everywhere.
In the Indian subcontinent, I guess, because for me, though, my ancestry is Persian, because the Persian Empire, or I'll say Iranian, though, Iran. Basically, for me, I say Persian because it's for the historical purposes of the Persian Empire. They went through the border that crosses through China, and they went to pieces of India to conquer it because they could not go through it directly and conquer because they tried that and they failed though. Because Alexander the Great fought in that place and they beat him. And he knew that he cannot fight he knew he cannot go through and beat them again. So he had to find an alternative way to get there. Back then, the whole Indian subcontinent was not unified like at a unified India. It was not like that though. So basically, it was like different places though. So he just went there and just conquered them. And he spread their influence and bred with the people there. And he created a new set of people who would literally stay here today. And those people became the Pakistani people later. So for me, it's Indo-Persian or Indo-Aryan people. Because the people that want to claim they're Aryans, though, the real Aryans are the Persians.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening, Riaz. You can talk. You're free to talk here. Go ahead.
Okay, so the
You ain't got
real Aryans are the Persians, though. So I belong to the Indo-Aryan people or Indo-Persian people because my ancestors, what they did, they came from Canaan and they traveled all the way and they brought Islam with them, though, because that part, the Canaan dynasty, they became Muslim at some point and they decided to spread the faith there. But it's not by force because actually the people there, they respected the faith and they respected the Prophet family. I researched and they decided to convert willingly. And from there, my entire family became Muslim though. And also they created a new set of tribe though. The Kiani people in the Canaan, so it's Kiani because Canaan is like, they say it's like a semi-legendary dynasty from Persia though. They say, I can't remember actually. You're gonna have to probably research that because I forgot a lot actually right now.
Okay, that's how it be though. So, can you open the door for your brother real quick? Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. 20. That was 22. Yeah, 22 said I met a Turkish Aryan. I was shocked. He looked white. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people look white. Like it doesn't matter, you know. Listen, we got.
I think that depends the region. Sorry. So I said it was depending on the region. For me, probably the region that my ancestors came from, they're probably brown or dark. So they're probably dark skinned, though, from the region I'm from, though. So that's why, though. That's I'm kind of brown, though. Because, I know in Pakistan, India, they're brown skin, but I'm pretty much sure the Persians, though, that came from me, from my people, though, I'm pretty sure they were brown skin, though. Like,
yeah, listen, and like they were saying on the videos that we've been watching since yesterday, right? But we listen. The majority of our DNA is African.
Yeah.
Well, even the Jamaicans got African DNA in them, and I showed a video right where they collected DNA right from different people in the Caribbeans to see if they were related to the Arawaks and stuff like that, right? And it turns out that the majority of us, doesn't matter where we're from, doesn't matter what culture we come from, what we identify as, the majority of our DNA is African. So we come from the black people. Like I tell a lot of Puerto Ricans, sit here and I hear so much racism, amongst us, right? If you're lighter, you criticize somebody that's darker. And I'm looking at them like, why is you even doing that? We come from black people. We got, that DNA runs deep inside of us. Like whether they like it or not, the DNA is deep. There's two sets of you got the Moors, and then you got the Africans, and they're spread all over. So that's why I don't understand when people, a lot of people, whether they're white, Puerto Rican, Dominican, or where they from, just because they're light or this and that, they say, "Oh, I'm not black," or this. Listen, your DNA leads back to black people, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Yeah, I don't deny that though. Because that is true though. I probably have some of those genes in me. I'm not saying I don't. You're right.
No, I'm not saying like not everybody does. I mean, I'm not saying not everybody does. Not everybody has the genes heavy. I don't know if you understand. There's a certain percentage, but you still have it. Whether it's 20%, whether it's 30%, whether it's 60%, whether it's 50%. You see where I'm coming from? You have the DNA in you.
Yeah, the melanated genes. Yeah, I got that. I think. No, I agree though. Yes, I do actually.
Like the more and more you look at it, it is like we cannot deny the fact that we come from Moors and African people.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know I came out the Persian people or the Iranian people because the Persian Empire used to be a thing. And I know they do different dynasties, so that's why they came over and they created the Indo-Persians, which became the Pakistanis, because that's just who they were. Pakistan was created because they wanted to be independent. So in 1933, the word Pak, that was when it was created, though, the word, though. Then the nation was created later, when it was the partition, though. So the word Pak means pure. The word Stan is land, because in their language, they say Stan. Stan is actually what land in their language means. So Pak and Stan, so that means land, and they added the I in it. Then they created Pakistan later. So that was, it was like a vision started in 1930. The vision started in 1933, and they kept trying to get independent until 1947. And 47 is when they partitioned. So the partitioning was majority Muslims go to Pakistan, and I think majority Hindus go to India, though. Or I think majority Muslims go to Pakistan or East Pakistan, which was Bangladesh. So they go over there, and the Hindus go over to in India, and that was that.
Mm-hmm.
Got the partitioning. Because I think what they used to be, I know the Mughal Empire, and then later the British came over, so they created like a caste system where like Muslims stay with Muslims, Hindus stay with Hindus and stuff like that. And I think Sikhs stay with that. So it's like a divide and rule technique.
Oh, okay. That's how it be, though. See,
Yeah.
that's why we gotta stop. How can I say it? Stop believing this misinformation that they're put, because that's what it is. It's misinformation. We have lack of knowledge of our roots, our ethnicity, our culture, where we come from, who our ancestors are. The majority of the people out here don't even know where they come from. They just know that they was born in a city, a state. You see where I'm coming from? In a hospital.
Of course, I was just like one of those people anyway. I didn't know. No, like I knew I was Pakistani, but at the same time, I did not accept it. I just wanted to believe that I was from the UK my whole life, because I lived in the UK my whole life, and I thought that's who I was my entire life. And when people said Pakistani, I said no. Later, I accepted it as I got older, and I was actually curious enough. What's my ancestry? Do I have Arab ancestry or do I have Persian ancestry? Later, I actually researched into it. I'm from the Persian ancestry side, because the Pakistani ancestry it's like complex. So they're either from the Arab ancestry, the Indo-Arabs or Indo-Persians. My family falls under the Indo-Persians, though, because that's what my family is. So everyone else, though, depends where it is. In Punjab, that's just what it's called. So in Punjab, there's a tribe called Kiani, and that's just who they was. I think the Kiani also had like connections to the Delhi Sultanate.
See, it's good to know about our history, and that's why I'm diving deep into it, because see, right now you don't have kids, and you're being, your interest is being drawn to learning about your roots. Me, I want to let my kids know, especially to answer those questions. Before, I had no knowledge. I was ignorant to the facts. Now I can honestly sit here and have these conversations with my kids, especially after having conversations with family members and learning how far my roots go.
Yeah, I agree, because also for me, the reason right now I want to do it, because I don't feel like I have a sense of identity right now. Like, look, I know what I have. I have culture, I have identity, I have nationality, but for me, I felt like I don't have one, though. Because, like, I'm like, what you call it, divided in the middle between two different nationalities and two different cultures, though. And if I say I'm one or the other, both sides will not be happy with me. It's like I'm in the middle. So if I say I'm Pakistani, the British people say, why are you not saying you're British? You're not British enough. Or if I say if I say I'm British, the Pakistani saying you're not Pakistani enough. So they're telling me that I'm not one or the other, or they're trying to basically gatekeep both sides of the culture to me. So that kind of creates a sense of confusion. Because I'm second generation, and my father's first. So for my father, he's more closer to understand. He's more closer to the culture of his parents. For me, it's more difficult because that's just how it is. Even though I've got a born Pakistani mother and I've got a bit of that culture, but I'm a bit more westernized.
It's a fact, but see, the problem that we have nowadays is that people turn everything into a race. You see where I'm coming from? And it shouldn't even be about a race. It shouldn't even be about the color of your skin, because at the end of the day, right, everybody has an ethnicity. What are we racing for? Like, I get it, but at the end of the day, like, we're racist amongst our own cultures, and we need to realize that and stop putting the blame on, because, like, listen, our ancestors went through a lot, and a lot of them sacrificed themselves to give us a message, right? And what's crazy is the message is right there on each and every one of them, from our indigenous ancestors all the way down to Malcolm X.
Of course.
So,
I get it,
like,
though,
it's
but
up to
also when
us.
people say racist, but is it also like a form of grouping as well? So for me, the race that I belong to is the Asian race, though, because I belong to the southern part of
You
Asia.
belong to
So
the
that's
Asian ethnicity, because it's not a race. I keep telling
the
people that.
Asian. Okay, yes, I'm my bad. That's just pretty much
Culture.
like.
You see where I'm coming from?
Oh yeah, I get it though, but I guess it's confusing though. Once when you say that
Yeah,
your whole
because
life though, it's very confusing though. I
now
meant
you
to say,
understand my point.
yeah, I meant to say the Asian ethnicity because the UK government classes me as an Asian though, not Pakistani, because Pakistani is not a race though. It's not an ethnicity. It's more like it's a nationality.
There you go.
It's a culture of people, but it's not a race.
But now your ethnicity tells you what you are. Your ethnicity tells you if you're Hispanic. Like, they'll ask you what's your ethnicity. You see where I'm coming from? You can say you're Hispanic, you're Black, you're Latino, and all that. But that's the thing. Black isn't an ethnicity. Why is it even there? They even have it as a race. My thing is, my ethnicity. I am what you call my ethnicity. My original ethnicity should be indigenous, because I am my family's tribe is a Taino. And I'm gonna say my family's tribe because the way they was raised was as a tribe over there. The way I was raised over here in America, we're colonized. You see where I'm coming from? I'm used to
I could say the same for me. Of course. Yeah. I guess my original ethnicity should have been Indo-Persian because the original people of the land of Pakistan/India, they were different from me because they had a different culture, a different identity. For me, I'm basically Indo-Persian because the Persians came over not only just to rule, they bred with the people there, and those people kept their influence and they were loyal to the Persian Empire. And then once the Mughals came over, they basically, took over the whole place though. And then the rest is that.
And that's how it is. Like, see, the Caribbeans went through the Spanish massacre. The Pakistanians and all of them went through something too. There's a history with your culture too, with your ethnicity, with where you come from. There's a story behind your roots.
I think also before the Pakistanis as Indians, there was this people called the Indus Valley Civilization. I don't know too much about them, but all I know, they were like the civilization that used to live across the Indus Valley River or something like that. And they created this civilization that was really good. At some point, I don't know too much about it.
But if you start looking it up, you'll start, learning a little bit more. And, you know enough already, which is crazy that, I wouldn't say do a live, but I like how you do your uploads. And I think you should try doing some on your roots. You see where I'm coming from? You sit here and talk to me. I think you should do some uploads because you sat here and You know, a lot of the stuff you have told me, I can sit here and say that history backs it up. So,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
it'll be
probably
nice to
gonna
see
have
you
to
do
do
a
that this
reaction
weekend.
video on your
Okay,
roots. It'll be nice to
okay.
see one
I'll
come up.
try though. I'll try basically finding the Kiani tribe and
Yeah,
put
because it'll
some
be
down.
different.
I have to
It'll be
look for an English. I have to look for an English version of that though, because you know, when I actually look into the Pakistan thing though, they'll do it in their language though. I know the language, but at the same time, I don't know too much because I've lost it a little bit though. Because when I was in school, right, at some point the school told me don't speak that language at home, speak English at home. From there, I got better English, but at the same time, it was a slow process. It was at a slow cost, though. Lost a little bit of the first Pakistani language that I had, though. For me, I was bilingual at the same time, and I had like a speech delay. So the way I spoke is I kind of mumbled or stumbled my word every second.
Oh, I understand because my first language was English. Then when I started learning Spanish, you know, you started hearing this accent that I got now, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
my whole life I spoke English until I was 15 years old. When I turned 15, I started, you know, speaking Spanish a little bit, and around the age of 20, I created this accent. Like I didn't really want to speak it, but I had to learn. So I ended up with this little accent, and sometimes I end up speaking Spanglish because I don't know certain words in Spanish. So
Mm-hmm.
I really understand where you're coming from because it's real hard learning another language when your whole life you only know one, and it's
Yeah,
easier when they prep you from a young age, trying to
I
you know
know.
learn it when
I
you're old.
also know that the people that I belong to, they originally spoke not just Hindi, but they spoke in Persian dialects like Dari and different Persian dialects. Though that's what they used to speak before British rule. So then later, when they came over, they created a new language because they did not want them to speak the Persian language. So they created them a new language, and from there, those people eventually just embraced the language and they kept it as their own, and they created new meaning to it for them. Instead of like basically, you know, taking it as look, we're given a new language by people that's ruling over us, we're just taking and embrace it.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, we gotta learn this, yo. Knowledge is power, and I keep telling people that. And in order to understand what's going on around us, right, and what's happening with us, we're gonna have to learn our past. And our
Okay.
past involves learning about our ancestors, for real, for real. So,
Mm-hmm.
whether we like it or not, like we want to understand what's going on, we have to learn that past. We already know what's happening in the present. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but to understand and get, you know, used to the future, we're gonna have to learn that past and learn how to overcome what's coming.
Yes, I did find out as well that some Persians, though, when Muslims came over to their land, and they were trying to, you know, the region became Muslim slowly, somewhat because Zoroastrian Persians literally ran over to India, though, to hide.
You know what's crazy? A lot of what you're saying, they show it like in the Persian movies. I don't know if you've seen the Prince of Persia.
I haven't
They
seen
show
that.
a lot of that. You should watch the Prince of Persia.
Okay, I heard
You'll
Prince
like
of
it.
Persia was also a game as well. It was,
Yeah, they got
wait,
a game.
yeah, I think the movie's probably based on the game or something like that, I guess.
It's
Huh?
it's based a little bit on the game, but if you read the comics, right, you'll understand that. Like it's crazy how they turn history into these stories and stuff like that. That's why I said I'm like just watch the movie a little bit because it's kind of based on the game. The game is based on the comics and the novels and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll
and you
check it.
understand a little bit. I mean, it's just twisted up and it's turned into entertainment. That's all it is. The only difference. But you should watch The Prince of Persia. There's a little
Okay,
history there. There's a message in
yeah,
between everything.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, I get it though. For me, the dynasty that my family belonged to, the ancestors belong to, is in Canaan. So Canaan is in Iran. So they were called the Canaan dynasty, and I think they had these, I think three legendary kings. I can't remember the name of it though. but I think, it was like a semi-legendary dynasty though. So it's probably like it's real, but at the same time they're saying it's like from their folklore or something like that. I don't know. But I feel like they were like a real dynasty actually. They're saying yeah, so the Canaan dynasty, they say they ruled before the Phoenicians or something like that.
Okay. Hey, I mean, it'll be good. I'm telling you, just go in and dive into your history. You'll have some fun doing it too.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know if you're gonna
If I had good enough money though, I asked my parents so that if we can do an ancestry test, we'll just find one good one though. And if we do the ancestry test, I'll probably find out more about me though. Because I know I have Persian, but I could also have more in me though.
you'll find out a lot if you like sitting down asking questions to your family members about grandparents and great grandparents and much more. Like,
Okay, I'll try.
don't just go by the DNA thingy, right? Because that's going to tell you somewhat certain things, right?
Yeah,
But
but
you
also,
can
wait,
find
never break actually. Probably also if they do that, though, they're gonna go by present day, like what's on the land now, because the land was basically diverse now, and too many people came over and they ruled there, they stayed there, they brought their influence also, so they're gonna probably connect it to there instead of the past, because the original people, whatever's left of them is gone. Basically, it's just basically what's left is people that is already like a crossbreed between the both of them.
Yeah, but see, what people fail to realize, right? Okay, those are our ancestors. If people keep forgetting, we are descendants, regardless of anything. And we're going to be mixed because of everything that happened. We got the Spanish massacre. We have, we got what happened in Persia. We got what happened over here in America. You see where I'm coming from? Like, so much happened with the slavery, with the massacres, with, the wars and all that, that time has changed. We're not just one. It sounds fucked up to say it, but we're not one breed of humans. We're all mixed breeds. And I know I'm using, animal terminology to say it, but I'm trying to get people to understand our DNA is mixed. It don't matter where you're from and who you are.
Yeah, that is true. So no one is pure anything anymore.
At all. Even the tribes, like we were just watching in the videos, right? Yesterday, the analytics was showing it don't matter where you're coming from, right? Even Jamaicans got the African DNA in it. In them, I'm sorry. I said.
Nah, you got a point actually.
So I mean, everything leaves
So if I wanted to get married,
because there's two types of Africans.
I know. So for me, 2 years, I want to choose to get married, and I say I want to get married to a Nigerian someday. So if I actually choose to marry a Nigerian, no, if I married a Nigerian someday, that basically means I created a new set of people, I guess, or new set of person, I guess, though, because then I create the not new actually, it's probably the Afro-Pakistani, child, I guess, if I wanted to. Okay, well, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna keep reacting to these videos. I don't know if you stay up here or you want to, but you're more than welcome to stay up. But I'm gonna continue to react to videos.
Okay, I'll stay. Let's see.
So it's up to you. But
because I want to see what's next.
Yeah. And like I tell everybody, man, a shorty is just diving deep down into her roots, right? We're learning about the Tainos, whether they were in Haiti, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Africa, Jamaica, or Cuba, Venezuela, Honduras, anywhere they've been at. So, like I tell everybody, a shorty is learning right along with everybody else. And I've been learning way more, right, than the what I've have already learned. So I'm grateful for, watching these videos. And listen, if you're a Taino out there, if you're Jamaican, if you're Asian, you're Jamaican, I would love to hear your input.
Hands on the labor of the Tainos.
They're seen by the Spanish as to be servants. They are there to work the mines because the Spanish only have the thought of gold.
They overworked the Tainos in the gold mines and the the Spanish plantations. They took them away from their villages and their families at crucial points of the agricultural year. Penalties for failure to produce are at least depicted as having been severe. I don't doubt that they always were, but you have to understand that a lot of what has come down to us about this period isn't history, it's propaganda. We have depictions of things like people being roasted, of people having their hands chopped.
So you saying that it's propaganda that the Spaniards came and massacred our ancestors? Oh, wow.
Off. I'm not.
Why he look like he missing his nose?
Saying that those kind of things didn't happen, because I think they did.
So how is it propaganda? Either they didn't happen or they did. Either it's propaganda or it's real. So make up your mind. I think you're the one that's confused. Even with the proof out there, that's what this is the shit that I don't get.
But I think sometimes the scale gets exaggerated.
At the same time, the conquerors, when they came, they brought priests with them. Okay, these priests, of course, were supposed to minister to them. However, these priests, when they came to the islands, some said good things about them. They fell in love with the Indians, with the indigenous people, but others did not.
One of the major sources of the writings of Father Las Casas. Las Casas, whose his father and his uncle had been with Columbus at La Isabela.
Las Casas initially came to the New World and was swinging a sword like everyone else, going against the Taino as ordered. But he saw the visions that these people were being annihilated. And so really their rights, the one person that stood up was Las Casas.
Actually, he's going to make the case that he had seen actually in Cuba rivers of blood, of all the indigenous people that were killed and massacred in the hands of the Spaniards. They're going to be talking about the exploitation of the indigenous people. And that is going to create a whole debate in Spain about whether or not the indigenous people have a soul, if these are actually human beings.
What?
People who can actually learn to be Christians.
His writings, which are probably our single most valuable written source on Taino culture, are very sympathetic to the culture.
Yo, hey, y'all see? Yo, listen, man. Like I tell people, listen, I want to know the truth about, my creator. I want to know the truth about my creator, but I'm not turning to a pastor or a preacher because all they want to do is convert you. It's crazy, right? Because even amongst our own kind, like I've had people, right? Because I won't eat pork, which is swine, right? Oh, you're not Puerto Rican, you're not this because you don't listen. Listen. A lot of people say they go by this Bible shit, right? I'm sorry to say it like that, right? I apologize, but here's my thing, right? Y'all say y'all follow the Bible, y'all believe the Bible, y'all trust in the Bible, but y'all do everything opposite to what is in that Bible. When we grew up, right? If they would have explained,
right, I get you on that. The one thing I'm going to say respectfully that if he, no disrespect, but to me, right? Jesus, peace be upon him, he never really said he was God or Son of God. He never said it out of his own mouth. He pretty much said that I'm the Son of Man. I'm here to give you a message. Or basically, he was saying that someone else is coming after me, and that man that came after him, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is for the whole of humanity, the whole of creation, basically. Not just the humans, even the jinns, though. Even the jinns basically became Muslim themselves, and they didn't worship him. They basically respected him so much because his character. He was a kind person. And what he did, though, and people knew what he was saying was truthful, and there even people that were against him, even his own family were against him, though. But despite all that, he did not. Like what we'll be like if our family did that to us. For him, he did not give up hope. He was so nice, though. They literally, the way he treated them, those same people that literally rejected him, literally hate on him and beat him and everything, they joined him later. Because he's not made like us. If it was us, though, literally, you know what you'll do? You'll literally go on a revenge campaign now.
Facts, and that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I always tell people I believe in God, nothing more, nothing less. Like I've read chapters of the Bible. A lot of the Bible was read to me before, and I questioned the Bible, and I had to read. Started reading on my own. Have I finished the Bible? No, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say, "Oh yeah, I read the whole Bible." No, I have not, but I have read a lot. Enough in the Bible to sit here and understand that at the end of the day, right, Jesus was a prophet. But that's not the whole point. My thing is that I know that there's stories, right? I see it as like a guide. See where I'm coming from? And even in the Bible, it tells you how we keep repeating history itself. The Bible was man-made. You see where I'm coming from? And when they first came out with the Bible, they used it, right?
The physical book is written by a physical man or person. The physical book is man-made, though, but basically the text and all the knowledge, though, is not.
See, here's my thing. The actual text, the actual scripts that are in the vaults, right? They go back to the Vatican and all that, because that's where the actual scripts are at, right? That's the real. But what is in these Bibles has been rewritten and rewritten throughout time. That at the end of the day, you see where I'm coming from? At the end of the day,
I see what you mean, though, but I meant the knowledge. When I meant by the knowledge, the text, though, I meant that's otherworldly, basically. That's basically from the creator. I meant the knowledge in it is basically not from the human, but I meant though, like the physical. That's different.
But the actual knowledge is not in these Bibles. These are just, this has been turned. It's like, for example, if I say here, right, and I take your story, right, and I write down that you witnessed some shit, or I witnessed something and I wrote it down, but it's left right there. Now I come and I find the scripture and I come and I write my own story. Now it's not the original story no more.
That makes sense, though. So what I was saying, like basically that everything according to, and then you're us asking who are these names, though, and what, like literally, you get the first name, I get it at that time, but then who's their last name and where did they come from?
Thank you. So it's like I keep telling people, I see their stories, especially after they've been rewritten time after time. Now it's not the actual knowledge. Now it's not the actual story. Now it's somebody's theory. You see where I'm coming from? Somebody's
Wait, but also I think the chief part of the Bible to me, though, like the fact thing is the red-coded verses, the ones that Jesus himself literally preached and what he said or what came out of Jesus. That's more of the truthful bit to me. I'm saying if people believe it, that's up to them. If they think this is honest to them or if this is for them, I'm not trying to disrespect their book or anything like that. Same way they won't do it to me. I'm not trying to disrespect it. I'm just basically just trying to be honest in a different way, and I'm trying to get them to understand, look, this is just how I view it, though. If you view it differently, that's up to you.
And that's a fact. It's like I tell people, the Bible like is a guide. First of all, it's like a puzzle. You gotta piece it together, right? It's like a code in order for you to fix that. But then the Bible alone is not going to tell you the history, right? Either way, is his story, right? In the Bible, you got to put it together along with the damn history books. And let's not forget that out of the Bibles, right, they took out books, they took out chapters. The Bible is not fully complete at the end of the day. But the way the Bible is being told out here, like I tell people, right, y'all believe in the Bible so much, but y'all do the complete opposite of what is in that Bible. That's why, listen, I believe in God. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, I take the stories as a guide. You see where I'm coming from? And I look into it and I soak the knowledge, from whoever put it in there, like you said, but it's not the full knowledge. I know that it's a story. And I take it into consideration into what's happening now. And that's why I tell people, we keep repeating the story. We keep repeating his story. We're not breaking the chains of society and being who we're truly meant to be because we keep following this trend. I'm sorry to say it, but it's the truth.
It's not our story. Our stories are happening now, in the present. But we're repeating everything else. We're repeating someone else's story. What happened in the past.
Yeah, boss, very much that time as well, though. Pretty much 1400 years back, though, for my faith, the Muslim faith, all of that stuff that they were saying, no, like was literally predicted now. So all we're literally doing what those people literally predicted would happen, though.
But it's
We're
not a
literally
prediction. You
doing.
see where I'm coming from? It's not
No,
really
I'm
a
not saying.
prediction.
I wouldn't say it's prediction. No, they're pretty much telling the truth. I'm saying is the way they say it, though. Basically, they'll literally foreshadow. Can I say foreshadow them?
But see, they say it as a prediction. A prediction is something that's going to happen in the future. When you're repeating it, it's not a prediction.
No,
You
I'm
see where I'm
saying
coming
no
from?
for their time. No, I get it. But I'm saying that's what is happening now. It's truth. I'm saying the same truth for us now. But I'm saying in their time, they're saying it's a prediction. So you know, I'm referring to their time. So you know,
Oh,
in
no,
their
no. But
time,
see,
like,
it can't be
they
a
would have
prediction either
predicted
in their
in their
time.
time.
It can't be a prediction in their time if it's stories that were actually happening. You see where I'm coming from? It's not a prediction because the stories in the Bible are stories that actually did happen of allegedly, right? You see where I'm coming from?
Or pretty much it did happen, but basically the way it is written, everything was probably metaphorical. So basically, they had like a lot of metaphors and different wording and stuff like that. So it
That's what
looks
I'm
to
saying.
us
It's like
like it's
a
all
puzzle.
metaphors, but it's all true.
And people, if people piece it together, they'll see it. Like we're repeating that history because we was told to. Look how they're even saying it, right? Look, if you peep, right, around the indigenous time, there wasn't supposed to be no Bible. But when you look in the Bible, right, the indigenous people was mentioned. That's what I'm saying. Like they got us believing these things. If we sit here and do our own research and connect the dots, we could understand certain things, right? Because you know, a lot of these presidents wasn't supposed to be around when Cleopatra was around, right? When was Cleopatra around? Peep it. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying is that they mix up and they twist up the truth, right? And got us thinking certain things and confusing us and dumbing us down when we should be really, you know, sitting here actually researching for ourselves. In order to get to the truth, right? You got to dig for yourself. You got to find it. You can't expect
Yeah,
somebody to
so
come
so
to
for me, when
you.
I have to read the Quran, what I have to do is I have to read it in Arabic, but then also I have to read the English translation because you can read it in Arabic as much as you want, but I don't think I really understand what it's saying because it's not my language. If I have to study and understand in Arabic, I have to literally study the Arabic language, understand what is being said, and then I'll get it. But easiest way for me to do it is read in Arabic first and then afterwards get the English translation and read the English translation and understand that. Because for me, I don't speak Arabic or understand Arabic like that. So that's why I have to use an English translation. So for me, I've got one translation where basically both languages is together here and I'll just read both together. So that's how it is. But anyway, so yeah.
But we're gonna get back into this, right? Because that
Okay.
was just, you know, our perspectives. I appreciate Young Riaz, yo. He's got a great point of view on things, yo. Make sure y'all go check out Young Riaz on his shorts here on YouTube and on TikTok.
Because of the Tainos.
Started the 16th century, 1510, thereabouts. The resistance, the Taino resistance took place because of the atrocities.
So the 15th and 16th century, right? Let's see if we can remember. When did the first? When did we have the first president? On the 17th. In the 1789 was when George Washington became the first president. All right, here we go. Hold on. That was 1789, right? When was Cleopatra alive? So you're telling me that Cleopatra was alive, right? 69 BC to 30 BC, right? But the first president
was alive on legal was around on April 30th, 1789. So y'all tell me, how in the world is it that Cleopatra and one of the presidents could have been around at the same time? You see how they like try to twist and fuck up history? We gotta wake up. We gotta open up that third eye. Blessings, blessings, Baloo's Clues. Blessings, how you doing? But yeah, see, we had the first president in 1789, and Cleopatra was around 69 BC to 30 BC. Or is it 30 BC to 69 BC? They got this drawn backwards over here. But anyways, how is it that there's evidence of, presidents being around the time that, Cleopatra, people keep forgetting that the first astronaut traveling to the moon was a whole hoax. It was a prank that they played on us. We just really need to wake that third eye up.
That were being committed.
From then on, we're going to see that there's going to be a major clashes, actually, in which many Spaniards actually died at the hands of the Tainos.
The trigger, at least as the story has come down to us, was when a Spaniard cut off a Taino's ear on a trumped up charge of theft. The Spanish were exploring in the interior, a group of them, and they went to cross a river, and so they took their clothes off to swim across, and the leader then accused the Tainos of stealing their clothes. It was a trumped up charge. Everybody knew it was a
That's
trumped up
messed
charge.
up.
Everybody knew Tainos did not steal. Nonetheless, this particular Spaniard used this incident as an excuse to cut off a Taino's ear, and it sort of went downhill from there.
There just wasn't any comparison for.
Let me see something. Did they have courts in the 1500s? Oh, they did. They had medieval court in Europe. Circuit courts were a type of court established in medieval Europe, primarily functioning to handle cases in dispute within a specific geographic area or circuit. That's fucked up. Did they have courthouses in the medieval times? Earlier courts in medieval Western Europe were itinerant. I don't know what that means, courts. But courts were often held in a fixed place. One of the criteria of Norbert Elias's concept of a court society is that it existed in space. What? Wait, what the when was the first court invented? The court is established as a part of the California Constitution in September 1849. So they finally came about with a real established court, pen and paper, black and white, in 1849. 48 delegates assembled at Colton Hall in Monterey to draft the state's first constitution, which was completed in 6 weeks. That is crazy. Where was French court in the 1500s? The whole of France gathered around the king. The palace of Versailles allowed a large court to live close to the king, depending on the day. They were between 3,000 and 10,000 people here, forming a highly variegated society governed nonetheless by a strict hierarchy that applied to all. I was just curious about that because it's like, damn, it's like they had a judge tell them that it was okay to execute them or something. So I was kind of curious that they have courts in like the 1500s, and apparently they did. It was called medieval court. So wow, that's crazy. They didn't just enslave and did what they did to the indigenous people. The Spaniards sat here and made them go through this medieval court type shit. That's fucked up.
Doing battle, you would have to side on the side of the old world technology. The Spanish show up.
Blessings.
Rifles,
blessings. Welcome to the chat.
Crossbows, large dogs trained as attack dogs. horses, with soldiers with lances.
Taino weapons, they did have bows and
Facts,
arrows,
facts.
but the weapon that the Spanish say.
I heard a little bit about this, and I know what you're saying is true. I know in the 1600s, we had the worst nearby who did the Salem witch trials. I know about the Salem witch trials. I know in the oh, that John repeated. Okay, I know a lot about the Salem witch trials, yo.
They feared the most, and which the most effective Taino weapon was
Not
a
a lot,
long club
enough.
known as a macana. It was said to have been capable of crushing a man's skull even if he were wearing a steel helmet.
We had clubs, we had stones, yes, we had metal, we had knives, but they had weapons that we did not have. They had cannons that was easy to subjugate us, to subject us to their will. We got nothing out of them except death and disease. You know, we didn't have syphilis in the Caribbean until Columbus came to the Caribbean. Okay, that was a European disease.
I would say that the most important weapon against the indigenous people was actually disease. They do not know what smallpox is, that you do not know what to do, that you see your faces and your body disfigured. Many people actually died out of that. They did not know that if they rested and got some water and all of that, they could feel better and then keep fighting.
That's crazy. They were slick as shit, yo. They bought the diseases and didn't even tell. I don't even think the Europeans knew how to cure the diseases themselves, though, did they? Huh. I'm about to dig into that.
Sort of active armed conflict went on over a span of not quite 10 years.
As atrocities continue to occur by the Spaniards, where they hunted, where they would tear down complete yucayeques, villages of people.
We have accounts of people who found their world so changed, so disintegrating, so unrecognizable that they felt they couldn't go on living in it. And so there are accounts of at least some Tainos killing their children and then committing suicide rather than trying to face a world in which they could no longer cope.
So they also went through a time of depression. Like, it had to be real deep for them to sit here and, you know, sacrifice their kids and themselves, right? Because of everything that was going on. And because they didn't know how to handle the situation. Yo, our ancestors went through hell. We need to get our shit together and stop dwelling on their past and take the message they left behind and figure it out.
The annihilation of the culture of the Taino and right in through the Americas is well documented. A small amounts of Spanish made huge influence because of their arms and their weapons and their tactics. They were there to conquer. They were there to make a conquest.
And that
in terms of how many Tainos there were in 1492, the estimates range very widely. The low estimate is 60,000. This is for the island of Hispaniola alone. The most common figure you'll see is 1 to 2 million. I think that's a number that seems okay to me, but it really is just a number. I don't think we have a particularly good handle on it.
Maybe there's 1 million. Maybe there was 500,000. The point is there was a large number of indigenous population, the Taino, that were decimated, assimilated, or just disappeared within the first 10 to 20 years of contact with the New World, the Spanish arrival.
If someone were to ask me to describe the Spanish impact on the Tainos in one word, I would say devastating. But I would not say completely fatal. I don't think the Spanish totally exterminated the Taino.
No,
those that didn't die from disease or from working the mines or being forced into slave labor were assimilated into the African blacks that were being brought in starting in 1511. And so these cultures were becoming intermixed. So
and here we
I don't
go.
think the Taino are gone. I think they're still here today. Certainly.
No, they're not completely gone. And they're still, I mean, I feel as though that amongst us, half breeds, I'm sorry to say it like that, right? We still got the pure breeds in the villages in these islands among the Caribbeans, because like, come on, man, they wasn't fully extinguished. And then you got to realize when they migrated again, the ones that did survive, they got together with the Africans and the Moors. Like, listen, we migrated. We're deep here in America too. That's the crazy part. But they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to say it. Shit, they prefer to say, oh no, they're extinct. Tainos don't exist no more. Come on, man. Where do y'all think Puerto Ricans come from? Why do y'all think our DNA is so mixed up? And like once again, I'm going to go back to yesterday's live. Yesterday's live in the statistics, they said it when they took the DNA of people in the Caribbean, the Tainos is in their DNA. But we got African in all our DNA, even if you're Caucasian. You got a portion of African DNA because we come from the Africans and the Moors.
Yeah, I agree that, but yeah, I got a portion of that, but then I also know
descendants.
or a
The
portion of
linguistics are
Persian as well, so you're correct as well. Pretty much though, yeah. So yeah, you're right though. They're probably like no different. I'm pretty much sure that you're right though. Like original people of the land where my people are from, they're pretty much still there. It's just that they're different. They consider themselves something different. For me, like the Punjabis, for me where I'm from, no, they consider themselves, to be Indo-Persians though, because like when the Persian Empire came over, they took over Punjab though for a period, and some of them though, they just have like a very diverse, mixed ancestry. For me, my family, they just belong to the Persians because they were like brothers from Persia. They were like seven Persian brothers came over to India and they wanted to take over. I belong to one of seven.
Okay. See, and that's the benefit of knowing our roots, though, or knowing our culture, our history. And that's what I'm saying, though. Like, listen, man, when they ask me, like, they like, you Puerto Rican. Why do you consider yourself black? Because I know my roots. I know my ancestors. I know where I come from. I know what's running through my DNA. And I know that, at the end of the day, I come from the, Africans and the Moors. Look it up. It's there.
For me, I consider my faith first and my nationality second, because I'm saying, to me, this world is temporary. These flags, though, these flags will come and go. So, I mean, look, they're my people. I got love for them, but at the same time, I know who they are, and I've got a little trust with them sometimes, though. And I just know, to me, I just prefer, look, I just put my faith first, because actually, though, it's less confusing, because for me, I'm already born in a Western country, but I've got culture and heritage and everything. But, both sides, don't consider me one or the other, That is how it's so confusing for me. And I'm second generation, though. The second generation, that type of struggle for identity is more confusing than the first gen. First gen, no, they're more closer to their parents, culture and heritage. So for me, I'm more like a blend between everything.
Yeah, that's how it be, though. That's how it be. But we need to wake up, though. We need to, re-educate ourselves, right? And figure out who we are so that we could understand everything. And like I said, today's live, yesterday's live, it's us diving deep down into the Taino roots, history, which is, a shorty's roots. So, let's continue. I appreciate everybody that's here, man. Y'all didn't have to be, y'all didn't have to be here, but y'all chose to be here. Y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all here with a shorty, and I appreciate y'all support, man. I appreciate those that, share shorty's videos, like shorty videos, and is here with a shorty rocking out.
Yeah. I also be honest with you, I think there's a saying like certain amount of centuries, a certain amount of generations, slowly you'll be forgotten. Like for me, the furthest I can go back is to my grandfather's father. That's the furthest I can ever go back. Pretty much that time, though, you know, the way we record things and the way they record things, probably though, you know, probably got lost along the way. So if I'm gonna ask my family about history and everything like that, it's gonna be very complex and very difficult to find.
I mean, it always is. I mean, it wasn't easy to go, you know, down my family roots either, because a lot of people doesn't know their roots. A lot of people don't know about, you know, their whole complete family. I didn't even learn about my family until I got older. So
Yeah,
it's never easy.
no,
It's not
I
supposed to be easy. If it's easy, then
I know
shit.
that's why people are supposed to about the sunny side of the family. Who knows though? I could probably have family in Iran right now. Like in Iran, I could have, you know, inkling on where the Persians came from. I could have family that I don't know, that I could have Iranian or Persian family I don't know of. I could though.
Be like that. There's a lot of people that don't know how far their roots is right now. I mean, they just know where they were born or, you know, where their family came from. That's how it be though. Like, you know, listen, a lot of people say in order for you to be found, you first must be lost. See where I'm coming from?
I do.
So shout out to Papa Duck for that phrase. But let's continue. Let's continue. My bad. My bad.
Okay.
Here, we talk about hurricane, Taino, canoe, Taino, manatee, Taino, the word barbecue, Taino.
Oh, my bad. He's talking about the Arawak language and where it comes from. I mean, the words that, you know, that we're using that actually belong to the Arawak language. My bad.
Manatee, Taino, the word and so these cultures are becoming intermixed. So I don't think the Taino are gone. I think they're still here today. Certainly the linguistics are here. We talk about hurricane, Taino, canoe, Taino, manatee, Taino, the word barbecue, Taino.
There are people who identify themselves as Taino. The largest and most active groups are in Puerto Rico.
The 2010 census that we just had, there was a 48% increase in people identifying as Taino on the island in Borinquen. That translates to about 19,000 people.
Been a very important study. It was done now a few years ago under National Science Foundation, University of Puerto Rico, looking at genetics and looking at the traits of Taino that are in the genome. And certainly we see that. That's not to be unexpected. First, they went to remote village areas, then they went just to the general population. What they found was as many as 60% of the population in Puerto Rico is carrying the genome of the Taino.
It is my job to go to Cleveland, where there are 44,000 Puerto Ricans. If we go by the statistics, 60% of them are going to have Taino heritage, Taino blood in them.
She said Cleveland, like Cleveland, Ohio? Oh, snap. I didn't know there was that many Puerto Ricans in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh, snap.
Taino DNA.
They don't live the way Tainos did 500 years ago, but we don't live the way our ancestors did 500 years ago. But they do try to preserve some Taino traditional knowledge, Taino dances and music, Taino beliefs, and so on.
Now we have a resurgence. The resurgence is that we accept who we are as indigenous people. It makes no sense for a nation such as ours to not be aware and not to know what has been done generations past.
Facts.
It isn't meant to be that we are to feel guilty about it, but not to let it happen again.
If you look at the major transformations in human history, and I don't care, give me a list, a short list, 5, 8, 10, 12, I don't care how many. You have to include in that list the unification of the old and new worlds into a single world. After that,
facts, and that's what me and Riaz was saying earlier, how he was explaining about the old and the new. And that's why I was also explaining that, you know, I had to jump in and add in how we're all mixed breeds. Ain't no more pure breeds at all. We're descendants of our ancestors.
Everything is different from the way it was before. People, plants, animals, diseases, ideas start moving all over the world in this sort of first great sweep of globalization, a word that's much bandied about nowadays. But the real globalization first occurs at the end of the 15th century. In a sense, they are the first people in the path of the hurricane. And they deserve our study and respect for that very reason.
Y'all just want to study them like they guinea pigs. What's up with you? Respect, yes, but not study.
Right.
Oh, it finished. It finished. All right. So let us shorty know what y'all think about that video, right? If anybody catches the replay. But man, we listen. I learned things today that I didn't know yesterday.
Where was the first place European explorers landed?
So we got another video here that says, what on earth happened to the Taino, indigenous people of the Caribbean? Let's see what the comments say. I'm Haitian, and even though us Haitians on average have trace amounts to no Taino blood, their memory lives in our country's name. Oh, so Haitians, they say they don't have no trace amount? How? So wait, not all Haitians, I guess, got the Taino. I guess they don't have it. Money lives in our country. Ati means mountainous lands and Taino language. Some of our words are Taino and food. Oh, snap. That's crazy. They don't have Taino blood, but we have. That's crazy. But you know what's crazy? We was just watching the video earlier on how, you know, the Arawaks originated from Haiti and Jamaica and Africa, especially Africa. I guess I'm gonna have to look into that because that's one person saying that. But over here it says we call them Caribs or Arawaks in the Caribbean. They are still descendants in the Dominican, Guyana, Trinidad, and other islands. I'm from the island of St. Vincent in the Grenadines, BC. There's still Kalingingo Carib people on the island to the northwest windward side. There's 70 pure. See what I'm saying? There's still.
Ooh, that's interesting. Brother, the Indus Valley civilization was noted for their urban planning, a technical and political process concerned with the use of land and design of urban environment. They're also noted for their baked brick houses, elaborate drainage systems, water supply systems, and clusters of large non-residential buildings.
Okay. Blessings, just Kiana. Blessings, how y'all doing? Blessings to everybody that's coming in. We just diving into the Taino history, right? The Arawak history. I appreciate everybody that's here. Good morning, Grand rising to all. But yeah, like man, listen, like I keep saying it that I know that in Puerto Rico, like if they found DNA in 60% of Puerto Ricans in the island, right? With Taino DNA, it means that we're descendants of the Tainos. You see where I'm coming from? Then at the end of the day, if they found that, right, and the descendants are there, that means that somewhere along the line, there's still some pure breeds somewhere in these tribes. And I'm guessing those are the ones that are refusing to take the DNA test.
Yeah, I guess.
No, because we was watching the videos yesterday, and a lot of them that are tribes do not want to be a part of the projects, the experiments on trying to, you know, figure out to see if, you know, the actual, you know, Tainos are still alive. And that would make sense because only the original people will refuse to, you know, something that's new in our era.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, listen, We
Yeah.
diving deep. Like they saying that we're extinct, but I mean, how is that possible if we're descendants? I mean, obviously the Arawaks ain't all going to be here. If when the Spaniards came about, they massacred them. I mean, obviously, but the descendants are here because around that time, yeah, the massacre happened and the diseases took over, but a lot of them managed to survive. A lot of them managed to escape and relocate, remigrate in other places. And that's how they came about, with the Moors, the Africans that sat here and gave them, how can I say it, shelter and much more. And that's why I'm
Yeah.
saying us, the descendants of the Tainos, is us. But amongst
I'm
us,
probably a descendant of the Indo-Persians though, because half Persian, half Indian. I get it.
that's a fact. And it's crazy how, listen, if the Spaniards, they're already trying to erase the Arawak history, right? Now they're trying to erase the Tainos. Once they try to erase the Tainos, what they going to do? Try to erase the descendants right after that? Like, come on, let's make it make sense. But let's continue. That's just, a way, a shorty's perspective on how she sees things from watching these videos, right, and listening, right? So it's just made my conclusion, my opinion. So I appreciate everybody on the show.
Yeah, but also, can I also say this as well, though, that basically, like nationality as the concept we know it now, I feel like that is a Western concept. So the way we know nationality now, I feel like that's a Western concept where basically the Pakistanis will put their nationality first and then everything else behind them, though, which I feel like to be the other way around. They should actually consider themselves Indo-Persian or whatever, ancestry they're from first, then their nationality afterwards. But I don't know, man. It is what it is. I'm trying to be different from them. But I don't know. Let's continue, I guess.
All right. That's
in the Americas. Was it Mexico, the United States, Brazil? Well, actually, it was Greenland over 1,000 years ago. But when discussing the more recent European colonialism, the first ships to set sail from the Old World led by Christopher Columbus landed in an unknown island in the Lucayan archipelago, what we refer to today as the modern-day Bahamas. Subsequent waves of Europeans had very volatile interactions with the natives of these islands, to say the least. But with the introduction of Old World diseases into the native population, their fate was set as soon as the first interactions between these two wildly disparate populations took place. And it's claimed that by the year 1600, only 100 years after first contact, virtually the entire Taino ethnicity and other natives of the Caribbean had gone extinct through a combination of enslavement, warfare, and epidemics, completely changing the demographic landscape of this region forever. What exactly is the Caribbean, though? Well, other than being used to describe the large open body of water connected to the Atlantic Ocean as a geographic descriptor, the Caribbean region, or West Indies as it is colloquially known, is generally used to describe the various island chains that box in the Caribbean Sea from the Atlantic Ocean, divided into a number of archipelagos stretching from South America to North America, including the Lesser Antilles in the east, which includes Barbados, Trinidad, and others, the ABC Islands in the south, which includes Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, 3 constituent countries of the Netherlands, the Greater Antilles in the west, which includes Cuba, Hispaniola, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico, and finally the Lucayan Archipelago in the north, which includes the Bahamas, Turks, and Caicos Islands. At European contact, there were around 1 million people living throughout the Caribbean, including over 700,000 on the island of Hispaniola, which on this one island would have been a population density about the same as Argentina today, or 3 times higher than that of Canada. However, keep in mind that these early Caribbean natives were not a single unified ethno-linguistic group and arrived in their new island home at varying points in time, although interestingly, nearly all of them seem to have originated from South America rather than North America, despite the distance and close proximity to the mainland of both continents. But it's actually now known that virtually all Amerindian tribes in the Caribbean started on the northern coast of South America, what is now Venezuela, and proceeded to move north along the Lesser Antilles, hopping from island to island in various waves, and settling down along the way. The most archaic and isolated group were people located on the farthest western tip of Cuba and the nearby island of Juventud that were dubbed by the Spanish as the Guanahatabe, and were not related to any other known Caribbean natives or those from the mainland. As a hunter-gatherer society, the Guanahatabe were most likely descended from the first, or at least the oldest surviving migration way from the mainland, most likely.
So are these different tribes, or are they all part of the Tainos? Like, you're kind of confusing me.
At least 3,100 BC. That's older than...
I agree. Confusing. No, I'm saying I agree with you. And you're saying, are they different tribes, or are they one people, but they're like different sections of the same people? I don't get it.
I guess we'll find out in a second. I'll put it together.
Than most of the pyramids of Egypt at over 5,000 years old, although Amerindians have inhabited South America for at least 10,000 years. The next wave of migrants to enter the Caribbean were the Taino, perhaps the most widely distributed.
So that explains it. Okay, that was a different set of Indians. So now we got the Tainos. So what were these called? Hold on.
Were most likely descended from the first, or at least the oldest surviving migration way from the mainland, most likely at least 3,100 BC. That's older than most of the pyramids of Egypt at over 5,000 years old, although Amerindians have inhabited South America for
Amerindians. Okay, that's what they're called, Amerindians.
At least 10,000 years. The next wave of migrants to enter the Caribbean were the Taino, perhaps the most widely distributed and most numerous people group in the region, and were distantly related to a larger ethnic macrogroup known as the Arawakan peoples from the mainland of South America, with the Tainos spreading out to the Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and most of the remainder of Cuba, divided between a few main groupings which may or may not have been mutually intelligible. The other major group of the Caribbean was the Caribs, a smaller Arawakan ethnic group located in the Lesser Antilles. And
so see, like I said yesterday, I know I wasn't tripping. So the Arawaks actually got two, let's call it like two subdivisions, right? You got the Tainos and the Caribs. They both come from the Arawaks. So that must mean, right, if it is divided like that, it means that the Arawaks must have, when they were migrating, got together with like the Africans or, like the Mayans or something. You see where I'm coming from? The Redfoots or the Moors. I don't know if I'm saying it wrong, but shit, they got together with other tribes and boom, one of the other tribes had these two different subdivisions. You got the Tainos, then you got the Caribs from the Caribbeans, but they still come from the Arawaks. So these are descendants of the Arawaks, and we are the descendants of the Tainos, who are descendants of the Arawaks. I'm talking about my tribe. Okay, so,
that's interesting, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I get you, though. I actually found out which pieces of land that the people from my people are conquered to. They're like the Persians conquered the western portion of the Indian subcontinent along the river Indus was an integral part of the first Persian Empire. So pretty much the western half of India was Pakistan. So Pakistan was formerly Western India because used to be a part of it, but it was like the partition. So because of the partition, they created a new nation and a new set of people and stuff like that. So now they used to be the same people, the same culture, everything, but they had a diverse ancestry. But then the moment the partition happened and the moving around of migrations to migration stuff, they eventually created the modern day nation of India/Pakistan. So I think north and south, I think India is like India, and I think some part of the south of India is Bangladesh, and the western part West and East, I think, is Pakistan now, though. So it's more like a partitioning. So they partition the entire continent into pieces, and they join nations.
Okay, that's interesting to learn. It'll be crazy if a lot of us, our ancestors cross paths. That'll be crazy, yo. But let's continue. Yo. Like, yo, big shout out to Young Riaz. Appreciate him for having up here. Because I'm not just, we're not just diving into a shorty's roots now, right? We're also diving into Young Riaz's roots, right? He comes, from the Pakistani roots, like he said. And wait, let Riaz say it because I'm gonna mess it up.
Okay, so basically, I'm from the Pakistani people, but the Pakistani people are actually descendants of the Persians, though, because they're a union and a breed of the Persians who came over from. They came from Persia and they crossed the border to China. And when they went through China, they came to India and they conquered the western portion of the Indian subcontinent. So the western half of India was a part of the Persian Empire. And later, when the Persians left India, eventually those people, not just like hold on, let me actually slow down a bit. So I meant to say was the western half. So Persians, what they did was breed with the people to keep their influence, and when they left, those same people pledged loyalty to them, no. And after that, that's it though. And I think though my tribe is the Kiani tribe, which is like descendants of the Canaan dynasty. And the Kiani tribe though has loyalty and roots to the Delhi Sultanate, which later became loyal to the Mughal Empire. And from there, I think, from there, the Mughal Empire ruled the whole of India, and later they fell, and then the British took over, and that's that. And later, Pakistan was created in 1947, but the origins of the word came from 1933, which is Pak and Stan. So Pak is pure in the Persian language, and Stan is land in their language. So they created Pakistan. Later, they put Pakistan. So it means land of the pure and spiritual. So that's what they call themselves. That's the origin of that word. It's not old. It's not a very historical word. It's recently created.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting to learn. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because people think it's historical word and it was like ancient word. No, it's not actually. It's recently created. So the thing was like in 1933. I think the students or something like that. They were there or something like that. They created that word though. It's not new. It's not old, but it's not new. It's just recently made because they wanted an independent nation.
See, we learn something new every day, though. But we got Bolo's clues, right? And he said, I'm not sure if Bolo's
It's
clues
a she,
is
basically.
okay.
It's a she.
She says that we have a tribe of Native Americans in an area. There were more long ago. Tribes can be related but considered a different tribe because of leaders. And that is so true. And what's crazy is, right, in tribes, right, the leaders, their chiefs, as you call them, they don't always got to be specifically a man. But yeah, like let's get back to this, yo, because listen, I love y'all perspectives, yo. I really love y'all perspectives, and it's crazy how, right? Whether it doesn't matter where you're from and how your tribe became extinct, right? A lot of our ancestors' tribes got a lot of stuff in common.
Okay.
Before you ask,
I get you on that though, but it was just interesting as well. Alexander the Great actually fought on the land though, and he captured Sawat and Punjab in 327 BC or BCE or whatever you want to call it though. So he kept in 327. Alexander the Great captured Punjab. So that's that.
Mm-hmm. So history keeps repeating itself.
Ask, it was actually the Caribbean that was named after the Carib people rather than the people being named after the region. The situation gets a bit more complicated for Trinidad and Tobago, which actually have multiple indigenous peoples, including the aforementioned island Caribs, as well as the Locono and Warao, while Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao were originally inhabited by Arawak and Kakito people, though due to their isolation from the rest of the Caribbean islands, their culture was more similar to that on the mainland than in the Greater Antilles.
Damn, that's the now we got Arawak and Coquito people. So that's a different set of Arawak tribe. Oh, snap.
That are also often associated with the Caribbean, such as Bermuda in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Cayman Islands in between Mexico and Jamaica, actually had no indigenous population by the time the first Europeans arrived. But that doesn't mean their modern populations don't have any Amerindian blood, as migrants brought from other Caribbean islands may have had partial native ancestry. So this leads us to what exactly.
And that explains a lot. And that's why I keep saying that, listen, through the migration, the enslaved, you know, the time of being enslaved and the massacres that were happening back then, we did not stay, our ancestors did not stay pure. Well, the kids of our ancestors did not stay pure for the simple fact that, you know, they ended up, you know, mixing and mingling. Let's put it like that. They were mixing and mingling. All right. That's a better way of saying it.
Exactly happened to the million or so natives of the Caribbean, which, as you could guess, is quite the tragic history, as being the first area of the Americas that the Spaniards came across, was also the first to be conquered and integrated into the Spanish Empire.
Because, you know, some of the empires, though, like the people, even if the empire themselves leaves the region, there are probably troops and soldiers or families of people who originally originated from that empire. They stay and create settlements as well. That's what the Persians did, though, because the Persians know that they could not take over the whole of the Indian subcontinent. It's virtually impossible. They tried the first time and it failed. So why repeat the same thing if it failed? Why just take over pieces you can, and then whatever you rule, you can leave. That's smart. That's a smart strategy, actually, to take over, you know. That's smart of them to do, because they know they cannot beat them. They cannot go through directly and conquer the whole place, because the entire Indian subcontinent that time, no, there were different kingdoms, different people ruling, though. So it was not really unified like that properly as it is now. It's not properly unified that time, no. So if you actually conquered one piece, another, dynasty or whatever, they'll just come over and fight again. So
yeah, that's
just
how it was.
is.
It's like war. Let me see. Bolo's Clue says Alaskan and Mexican are from completely different areas, yet they have so many similar features, even way back then. But you know why? Because like even in this video right here proves with what he just said, right? There were certain areas, right, that didn't consist of indigenous people. There was no, indigenous people around. But when all that was happening, they were migrating to these areas. You see where I'm coming from? So now we got a mixture of different DNAs happening here.
I also know that as well, though, that I'm from the Persian ancestry, but I also know that the Arabs also came over to India as well, though. They didn't really take over like that, but they did breed with the people there, and they brought their influence and culture there, even if the Arabs did not take over or something like that. So that's what the interesting part is. There's like a diverse ancestry in that place, though. So when you say like that, I get you.
I like Bolo's Clue's point of view.
Her name's Blue.
Yeah, she says, in my opinion, we're all one people. The waters separated us. Now we are able to mingle again. She because we were watching the Taino, the Jamaican Taino earlier, right? A living Jamaican Taino earlier, and he was telling everybody, he said, all my Jamaican people come back. We were separated at one point, but y'all can come back now. So that's interesting. That's the second time I hear something like this today. I appreciate that comment, yo, because that's trying to tell me.
Can you close the door?
Over
Okay,
here
so
says,
yeah, I get you on that though. You make sense though. You're right, actually. That is true. That's just the same with my people right now. The Pakistani and Indian people, they were the same people. It's just that eventually at some point they just, they just decided to, they just disagree on so much to the point they don't like each other anymore. So now Pakistanis just consider themselves Pakistani only, and Indians consider themselves Indians only, So that's just how it is now. Because of the divide and rule, strategy that was implemented for a period of time, most of those people, during the when they were conquered, British Empire, and they took over and they did the divide and rule strategy. It stayed in the mindset of the people for so long that they forgot what brought them together or something like that. So they kept doing it to the point, that's just how it is now.
Facts. But let's get back on the video real quick.
With diseases such as measles, smallpox, and the flu being the greatest weapons of the Spanish, and the greater technological advancement of the Spanish put down any large-scale rebellions by the Taino. After this, many of the remaining natives were enslaved or fled to the interiors of the larger islands, although there was considerable intermixing between them, as many Spaniards who arrived on Hispaniola or Cuba often took Taino wives, with their mestizo offspring often becoming conquistadors themselves and aiding in the.
And that's true. That's how. Listen, believe it or not, in Puerto Rico, right? A lot of us got French and Italian in our DNA because of what happened with the Spaniards. I keep saying it, like we so mixed up, and it's crazy how they're seeing it right here. What I think is messed up is that they sat here and took what wasn't theirs, and now they sitting here telling the Taino tribes that because they're mixed breeds, they cannot claim to be indigenous. It is not the fault of the descendants that the Spaniards did what they did, and now the descendants are mixed breeds. It's not our fault. See where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day,
I see what you mean, though. That's just how it is for me, though, now, actually. So a lot of people, they may be born on the land, they live the land, they own the culture, and they have their own faith, but the original people of it, though, I wouldn't say they're no longer there anymore. It's just that mine is pretty much like I'm a different set of people now, because I belong to the Indo-Persian people, pretty much though, like in Pakistan / India, something like that. It's different ancestry. Some people are descended from the Turkish, and some people descended from the Arabs and stuff like that. So, and I think some European as well. So I feel like basically the entire region, is so diverse and mixed up that there's no pure original people left, I guess.
I mean,
because they mixed and mingled so much.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, there's no pure breeds at all, none whatsoever. But yeah, like shit. I still like my whole point is, like I said, it's not the descendants' faults. They should let if for example, if our ancestors were Arawakan or they were Taino, right? At the end of the day, if I choose to say that I'm a Taino, if I choose to say that I'm indigenous and not Puerto Rican, I should be allowed to. Like it's not my fault. Like, I choose to be indigenous. That's what I want to be, indigenous.
Conquest of the rest of the New World. However, by and large, the biggest demographic change to occur to the Caribbean islands would be the importation of slaves from sub-Saharan Africa, who were quickly pumped in to replace the dwindling Taino population, and they would proceed to eventually become the majority in the French and British Caribbean territories, while in the Spanish territories it was a bit different, as most of the time the Spanish or mestizo men would intermix with these imported Africans, creating a new hybridized population. There are even some accounts of escaped African slaves moving and integrating into Taino villages, although eventually the entirety of the populations of these islands would become Hispanicized, with the Taino and African languages being replaced by Spanish and racial identification on the island becoming rather fluid, with all inhabitants eventually becoming more or less connected in some way. Although
and that's true, and that's what happened. Like
Yeah, I can understand what you mean by the African connection. So pretty much for me, that's the Persian Empire. They took over, what's modern day Iran. They took over Egypt, Turkey, parts of Afghanistan, and Pakistan itself. So that's what the Persians did. They were known as the Achaemenid Empire. That was like one dynasty. But the dynasty, the Persians, though, the dynasty that I'm from is Canaan.
Yeah. But see, the Persians also got Asian DNA in them too.
Yeah. So probably that makes me Asiatic.
He said Asiatic. I'm dead. Riaz is funny. It's just the way you just said it.
Yeah, so they say the Canaan, or it's in their language, Canaans, is also the K's, Canaans. Here, I can't say the other words, or Kiani, or Kiani, or Kiani. So I don't know, I have like different words, but K's or Canaan are legendary dynasty of Persian/Iranian tradition and folklore, which supposedly ruled after Phoenicians, each of whom held the title K, also known as such as K Kosovo. I can't pronounce that word, meaning king. So K means king.
Yeah. That's what it means.
King, and I think for the Kiani, it means, though, the name means royal or kingly, similar to Raja or prince.
Facts.
Yeah, so I have a Punjabi tribe, so I think that's just where I'm kind of from, though. My family is originally from Punjab, though, so that's the region, I guess. But okay.
Yeah, you just gotta dig a little deeper. But but like I was saying, yeah, let's get back. My bad.
Anecdotes of surviving Taino exist well into the 1600s in the Greater Antilles, one of the only regions where the natives were able to actually survive the conquest, disease, and massacres were in these smaller islands, with England and France agreeing to make Dominica and St. Vincent into a Carib or Kalinago refuge, although eventually England would annex these islands as well. And with the importation of Africans to these islands, it would appear that the last of the native Caribbeans were about to be washed away forever.
Oh, wow.
However, a group of escaped African slaves from St. Vincent would actually end up intermixing with some of the native Caribs, creating a hybrid Afro-Amerindian or Zambo people that were highly opposed to the British rule, and ended up being deported to Central America, where their descendants are known as the Garifuna, or Guaranagua today, still speaking their own distinct Arawakan dialect rather than English or Spanish, being located mostly in Honduras and Belize. In Dominica, however, the Kalinago actually did survive in the northeast corner of the island, making them the last remnants of the pre-contact indigenous Caribs, although in recent years there's been substantial intermixing with their neighbors in Dominica, leaving only a few hundred full-blooded members remaining, as most in the Kalinago community have African or European ancestry as well. But they're still quite the vibrant community, making up around 3% of the island and growing, actually. Due to the history of
so they keeping their tradition, even though they mixing and mingling, though. But they keeping it, the indigenous side, like there's no way in hell y'all taking this title from us. So hey, man, listen, man, I think everybody should fight like that. Fight for what's rightfully yours. Like shit, the man for what's yours.
Intermixing with many of the Caribbean natives, their genetics, and possibly even to a greater extent, their culture and traditions still live on.
I get what you mean, though. So pretty much though, that's what the Persians did. The Persians who did stay in the region of Punjab, the Canaan, they probably bred with the people there and they created the Indo-Persian people, which is mine. And they pretty much, still kept the culture of that land though. It's just that these people, that's just how it is. They all have a common culture. So they all just kept it like that though, I guess. Only difference is though, is how it is. I don't know.
Go switch your butt down. Go ahead, baby. Over there. All right, we're gonna get back onto this. We're gonna go back to this.
Okay, let's continue.
Almost every modern nation in the region, as most Afro-Caribbeans have a degree of European and smaller Amerindian admixture. And in the case of the Hispanic Caribbean, it's been found through genetic studies that the whiter
It's crazy, right? Because when you speak Spanish, right, like, people that speak Spanish and like whether it's in Cuba, Puerto Rico, Santo Domingo, or Honduras, right? If you pay attention, right, especially like the Spanish we speak in Puerto Rico and stuff like that, like it sounds real close to the Italian and the French. And what's crazy is, right, and a lot of people in Africa and Haiti and stuff like that, they speak French Creole and I forgot what else, but they also speak their native tongue. Yesterday, I just learned, right, that the slang that I was speaking in Spanish, I was told that wasn't proper Spanish, right? Even when I say here in Spanish, when I speak here certain words in Spanish, they're like, that's not proper Spanish. Me not knowing, just learning that at the end of the day, I was speaking my native language. I was speaking Arawak, just in portions.
Ooh, okay.
So it'll be crazy that if I sit here and I focus and pay attention, right, I can actually not just know these little bits and pieces of, words that I've been saying my whole life, thinking that it was slang, that it was incorrect Spanish, when it was never freaking Spanish. It's bits and pieces that they've kept in the island from our native tongue.
Okay.
So the whole time we've been speaking Arawak. And I'm sitting here, I was like, damn, y'all been judging me my whole life because I've been speaking slang. I mean, I thought that I was speaking proper Spanish. But no, Rachel, no. Your whole life you've been lied to. You see where I'm coming from? You over here speaking the way your mama spoke, the way your grandmama spoke, and people around you, even other Puerto Ricans, like, yo, speak proper Spanish. That's not how you say this. This is how you say this. I'm like, but I was, taught like this. So now I don't feel bad that at the end of the day, the Spanish that I spoke, right, but it's not even Spanish. So should I even keep calling it Spanish? Boom. I shouldn't even keep calling it Spanish. I should call it my native tongue.
Hey, this comment's interesting. He's saying something about a friend of ours understands a great deal of Russian. He speaks Portuguese.
I want to learn how to speak Portuguese. Yes. I like to speak.
Yeah, I also recently found that though that pretty much before the Urdu language of Pakistan, no, before the Pakistani language, I actually found out though that they used to speak Persian dialects though, because they were descendants of the Persians though, so they spoke their dialects, they spoke their language instead. So they didn't just speak the language they didn't speak Hindi language only, they spoke the Persian dialects like Dari and stuff like that. So when they did that, that's just what they were doing. And then later, when the British came over, they banned the language of Persia. They banned the Persian language from being spoken. So they created them a new language for them to speak.
Oh, snap. I didn't know that. But shit,
Yeah, that's what Urdu is though. Urdu is a combination. Urdu is a combination of Arabic, Hindi, and Persian all together. They blended it, and the people just embraced it, and they took it and spoke it and made it their national language. Though from that day forward, so and Urdu and Hindi sound similar, but the way they're written, you actually wonder when you actually look at an Urdu words or Urdu text. Basically, it looks similar to an Arabic writing. They write in a similar way to Arabic.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Bruno says he was amazed. He understood. Listen, you know what was crazy? I was amazed the first time that I understood somebody speak Italian and French. And the crazy part is that I understood them because they were, you know, that it sound real similar to Spanish. And what's crazy is that, you know, the way they speak, certain words are the same and they have the same meaning. So when somebody spoke Italian to me, I was a little shocked. Even watching the movie one day, I was like, wait a minute, I just understood everything they just said. And I'm like, wait, this is not Spanish though. Like I had to really listen. I'm like, wait, but they're not speaking Spanish. And it turns out that French and Italian are very similar to Spanish. So
Yeah, I guess. That's
so
just
I'd
like
be
grammar.
amazed too when you understand another language that you don't speak it. Like, but then it turns out they, you know, they real similar in phrases and words.
Yeah, I get it though. Pretty much the Urdu language is part of the Persian language family, I guess. Like it's like its own language, its own, you know, way of speaking and writing, but it's still part of the Persian family of writing. Still part of the Persian language family, actually.
Facts. All right, so we're gonna get back to the video, guys.
Okay.
Any individual is in these nations of European and smaller Amerindian admixture. And in the case of the Hispanic Caribbean, it's been found through genetic studies that the whiter any individual is in these nations, the more likely it is that Amerindian DNA makes up a greater part of their non-European ancestry. In total, Native American ancestry still continues to make up around 7% of the overall genome of the entire.
Now, I'm glad he puts this here because this is the little statistics we was looking at yesterday. Now I want y'all to peep how look, right? The baby blue is South Asian. The burgundy is East Asian. I don't know what Mena is, but that's what the green is. African is the yellow, right? European is the red, the orange. Native American is blue. Now, when you look at the ABC Islands, right? You got 20. They got 20% Native American, right? Then they got. Let me see, from 20 to 60. Let me see. That's 10. That says 20 regular Native American. Now over here we got. All right, now we got 40% European, 20% African, and then the rest of it makes up of MENA, East Asian, and South Asian. That's what the ABC Islands is made of. But if you peep, right, the majority of them, the majority of their DNA is between European and African. Now Lucia got what, like 10% Native American, maybe 15%, 20% of European, but look how the majority of them is African, of their DNA is African. Let's go to Jamaica. Jamaicans got what, like maybe 5 to 10% of Native American, right? Maybe 10-15% of European, but the majority of their DNA is African, mixed in with MENA, right? East Asian and South Asian. Haiti's got like 10% of European, while the rest of their DNA is African, and maybe like 2-3% of MENA.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Actually, you know what I found
Exactly.
out as well. I found this out
Riaz,
as well.
hold on, Riaz. Let me finish reading it. Hold on one second. Hold that thought real quick for me, all right? Let me just land this real quick so that I can get people to understand this real quick.
Okay, my bad.
Cuba, right? We're going to Cuba now, right? Cuba got like 15% Native American, right? And probably what we got here, like 50% European, right? They got like 30-40% African. Then the rest consists of MENA and East Asian. Dominican Republic, same thing. 15% probably of European, Now, Native American, my bad. Now, here we go. This is the European in them, right? They got maybe what? Like 40% of European. Then they got 40% African. Then you got the little bit of MENA and Asian. Let's go to Puerto Rico again. Now, Puerto Ricans got like almost what? Almost 15% of what? Native American. But peep this. Like 50-60% of European, maybe 30% African, and I don't know, like what, some MENA in there and some South Asian in them. The lesser antlers, they got some European in them, they got some Native American in them, they got a lot. The majority of them is African, some MENA, some East Asian, but the majority, some like 30%, probably 40% of South Asian. And it's crazy whether it doesn't matter where you're from, right? Look, all of our DNA in the Caribbean got African DNA in it, whether we like it or not.
Okay. I found this out as well, though. I just researched it when you said that, though, when you mentioned it to me. I found this a most Pakistani population cluster with South Asian, Middle Eastern population, and are closer to Northern African, Central Asian, and Eastern populations, thus showing a general similarity with geographic plus populations. So I'm probably more closer to the, Northern African or something like that. I don't think I wouldn't consider myself like that though, but I'd be closer to them though.
Yeah, facts. Bolo's food, that is true, right? It explains why, Puerto Ricans got fairer skin than Dominicans, right? As you can see that Dominicans got more African in them, right, than Puerto Ricans do. But as you can see, right, the majority of the Puerto Ricans, right, the tribe that it's like in Puerto Rico, like there's so many, like I keep saying, they're so mixed. As you can see, we got the European and we got the African DNA in there along with the Asian and all that, right? But what's crazy to me, right, is that the island is divided with, so many, how can I say, so many different tribes, so many cultures that, like, when you go towards the city, right, you can see people mixed in, right? But the crazy part about it is, right, in the city, I feel as though they cherish so much Ponce de Leon and all that compared to the people that don't live in the city, the tribes, right? And that's what I'm saying. In the tribes, amongst them tribes, there are tribes that don't want to be a part of the DNA. They don't want nobody to go bother them. They just want their territory back, right? Other tribes, right, had made themselves apart, and that's how they've been able to make these statistics, these analytics, right, and saying how the majority of they say what out of 44,000 people in Puerto Rico, right, 40% of the people that live in that island, right, 40%, no, what was it that they said? 60%, my bad, 60% of the people in there, right, carry the Taino gene. 60% of 44,000 people in that island carry that Taino gene. So if we're carrying that Taino gene, what do y'all think our roots are? My kid's Haitian grandma was very fair-skinned with features more like Puerto Ricans. Their grandmother was very dark with strong brow and jawline. Yeah, and that's what's crazy, right? Because if you look at it, when you look into the Arawaks, right, they're a mixture. The Arawaks are a mixture of Africans, Jamaican, and Haitians, right? The people that were the ancestors of those lands around that time. But they not say not the Arawaks, the Tainos, right, are descendants of the Arawaks that come from the islands of Jamaica, Haiti, and Africa. But did they originate from Africa and migrate to Jamaica and Haiti? If in our DNA we've got more African DNA. Even the Jamaicans and the Haitians got DNA from Africa. You see where I'm coming from? From Africa. So it's kind of like, did they originate in Africa and then migrate to these other places? I'm just curious, right? You see that listen, the more and more, right, I go through this, right, I learn more, but I also get a little more curious, and I do get some questions from time to time. Oh shit, we got Nate Baby is in the building. We got Nate the Great Podcast. Make sure y'all go check out Nate the Great Podcast show. Great conversations, great topics. You will not be disappointed. Plus, he is funny as hell. Like, don't get him in his bag, yo. But yeah, Nate the Great Podcast, we having great conversations, and like I tell people, man, I feel as though he is, when he gets in his bag and he be, having them great conversations, bring up them great topics about, what's happening in his community and much more. Man, listen, man, I feel as though that he becomes a great male role model for our youth. But let's get back onto this video, yo. I appreciate Riaz, yo, man. He's been spitting a lot of gems up here, yo. I appreciate him speaking on his roots, while our shorty is diving deep down into the Taino roots.
Caribbean, greatly depending, of course, on self-identified ethnicity as well as region, as it's been found that mixed-race Puerto Ricans have around 20 to 25% Taino ancestry, while groups like the Haitians have almost none, existing only in trace amounts, suggesting a total population replacement. This may not sound like a whole lot, but out of the total population of the Caribbean being 45 million people today, this is equivalent to around 3.2 million full-blooded Caribbean Native Americans, with the highest geographic concentration being in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, although the modern Caribbean island with the highest percentage of Amerindian admixture as a proportion of the national gene pool would be Aruba. Not terribly surprising, seeing how it is one of the closest islands to the mainland. Even in most Anglo-West Indian countries.
No, Bolo. Nate didn't lose nobody. He gives eulogies to, to trolls that be coming and trolling his page. He be giving the best eulogies. Rest in peace, motherfuckers. Yeah, but I hope he didn't lose nobody. Shit. Hold up. Wait a minute. But yeah, he be giving eulogies, man. Y'all gotta go check Nate the Great, man. He be funny as hell when he be in his bag, yo. Check Nate the Great Podcast out, man. Besides the great conversations and the great topics, man, when they get him in his bag, yo, Nate be doing the best roasting. Listen, I be falling back geeking. Sometimes my tummy be hurting, my liver be coming out my spine. That's how bad he be having me geeking in this joint. I be dead sometimes. I wake up the next morning like, what the fuck happened? I felt like I just got ran over by a Mack truck. I forgot I was sitting here geeking like a dummy to Nate the Great Podcast because he was fucking roasting somebody while he was giving them a eulogy. Rest in peace, motherfuckers.
Afro-Caribbeans still have varying amounts of Amerindian DNA on average, possibly as high as 3 or 4% in Jamaica and the Virgin Islands, 5% in the Bahamas, and between 6 to 8% in St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Grenada, and St. Lucia, and possibly even higher than this in the Afro-Trinidadian population. Compare this to Black Americans in the United States, who on average have only 1% Native American blood, or the average white American who has even less than that. And it would appear that the United States, and I suppose Haiti as well, are some of the sole anomalies of the Americas, that being some of the only places in the hemisphere where Native American ancestry is not as widespread, as even in most parts of the Caribbean, their Native American genetics and heritage still lives on in the present day. In Puerto Rico, there has been a bit of a Taino cultural revival, with many embracing their indigenous roots. And in the 2010 U.S. Census, around 10,000 Puerto Ricans identified as Native American, being an interesting example of an ethnic group being revived literally from extinction, although many members of this neo-Taino community have argued.
How the fuck? Yo, I'm going to keep saying it, right? How in the world did they go extinct if they got descendants, yo? If they tell you, right, if it's clearly telling you that the Tainos, right, when the massacre happened with the Spaniards, right, a lot of them managed to, flee and migrate to other places, right? Especially Puerto Rico being one of them, right? And they were being, you know, how can I say, they were being sheltered by a lot of Africans, a lot of Moors, which lets you to know that they didn't just they didn't just migrate over there. They migrated over here. But then also tells you, right, that the Moors wasn't just in America. They were migrating to the Caribbeans and other places, right?
Yeah.
Now, the descendants of the Tainos, which is us in Puerto Rico and other places of the Caribbean or over here, right? Y'all got to realize, right? The Tainos mixed and mingled with, you know, the Moors, the Africans, and all the other, you know, tribes that were there with them. And voila, you got us. Aren't we so beautiful? I know my roots. I know where I come from. I know that my ancestors, their skin was of color. So shit. When, you know, I hear the question, why are you a Puerto Rican claiming to be black? Because I know where the fuck I come from. I come from a black person. Shit. Well, my mama was kind of white and my daddy was black. But let's not make it this into race, right? But shit.
Yeah, I get it, though. Well, I find it really interesting. My dad is brown now, but my mom is like basically a yellowish. So basically, she kind of light though. My mom's light and my dad is brown though, and that's kind of unique color though. So I'm basically like a bit of a caramel type of texture. But I guess though I'm kind of light right now because I don't get much sun right now. In the UK, we rarely get sun though, so that's why I look light right now. But if I went to Saudi Arabia, I'd become a bit more. I'll get more color in Saudi, I guess.
Man, you see my complexion? I got this complexion because my daddy is black and my mama was white. So you see my complexion, but if you look at my son, he is very caramel. My oldest son came out very caramel, right? My middle child is white. He don't look like I gave birth to him. He looked like a gringo gave birth to him. But that's my child. That's my little vanilla ice. Then I got my little chocolate fudge over here. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm in her with a black man whose ancestors are Moors. So listen, man. So either way, right? Me making her knowing that, you know, who my ancestors are. Am I reviving, you know, what was trying to be extinct at one point? Yes, I did. Because we got a Taino and she mixed up with a Moor. 1 second, hold on, Riaz. You got a Taino mixing up with a Moor now, right? And we got a little, you know, as y'all want to say it, a little black child. We create a little black child right here, right? And we're reviving what at one point they said was being extinct. They don't even talk about the Moors.
Yeah, that is true though. I get you on that though. You're right. For me though, the Persians aren't really extinct though. They only live on through me and the Iranians though. So the Persian Empire, they live on through me, the Afghanis, and the Egyptians, and I think we call it the Iranians as well. So I think that's how the Persians live on. I'm basically like a descendant of the Persian Empire. It's just that I'm just half Persian. So basically my people is half Persian, half Indian. So basically I'm carrying on two different people, I guess. So I'm like my own set of people, I guess.
Shit, I'm carrying all the cultures in my, like shit, all of them run through my veins. I ain't denying one. But now, the Spaniards was the one that
created the massacre. Before I carry more. I need to know more before I carry more. I only accept the fact that I'm a Persian and I'm a Persian descendant right now. That's the only thing I know.
I don't deny the fact that I'm a Taino. That shit runs through my veins. And at the end of the day, listen, like I keep telling people, yeah, I'm Puerto Rican. I was born in the islands, right? But at the end of the day, my ancestors were black. And I ain't denying that fact.
Mm-hmm.
But let's continue, guys. Let's go back a little bit real quick. Because, you know, I don't want to throw nobody off. So we're going to put it right here.
Of Amerindian DNA on average, possibly as high as 3 or 4% in Jamaica and the Virgin Islands. 5% in the Bahamas, and between 6 to 8% in St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Grenada, and St. Lucia, and possibly even higher than this in the Afro-Trinidadian population.
But he was reading a whole nother graph right here. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go further than that.
Is one of the closest islands to the mainland. Even in most Anglo-West Indian countries, Afro-Caribbean still have varying amounts of Amerindian DNA on average, possibly as high as 3 or 4% in Jamaica and the Virgin Islands, 5% in the Bahamas, and between 6 to 8% in St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Grenada, and St. Lucia, and possibly even higher than this in the Afro-Trinidadian population.
Nice.
Compare this to Black Americans in the United States, who on average have only 1% Native American blood, or the average white American who has even less than that. And it would appear that the United States, and I suppose Haiti as well, are some of the sole anomalies.
So is he saying that the white Americans really don't, they have the DNA in them, but they don't really have the DNA in them? Oh, wow. So the white Americans really only got 1% of African in their blood. So they don't really have African in their DNA at all. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Anomalies of the Americas, that being some of the only places in the hemisphere where Native American ancestry is not as widespread, as even in most parts of the Caribbean, their Native American genetics and heritage still lives on in the present day. In Puerto Rico, there has been a bit of a Taino cultural revival, with many embracing their indigenous roots, and in the 2010 U.S. Census, around 10,000 Puerto Ricans identified as Native American, being an interesting example of an ethnic group being revived literally from extinction, although many members of this Neo-Taino community have argued that there is simply a continuation of the former Taino people and culture, although it's unknown if these self-identified Taino have any more Native American DNA on average, or whether they...
Well, I have a video, right? Go to part 1. I probably showed it earlier, right? That shows, that I think it's on part 1. If you go to, the first part of this live from yesterday, I have a video that shows, right, 5 years ago, right? They sat here and they actually took the DNA of people in the Caribbean, right? And out of 44,000 people, 60% of those 44,000 people, right, have the Taino DNA in their blood, which means that they're descendants of the Tainos. How much more proof do y'all want?
They just have the right amount of European and African DNA to look vaguely native. But either way, their embracing of their Amerindian heritage is part of a wider movement in Latin America to identify with the whole of their ancestry, uniting the region in their uniquely shared history with the Taino, Caribs, and other Arawakan people native to the Caribbean being one of the most important chapters in that history.
Facts, yo, man. Don't ever be ashamed of your kids being biracial, being mixed at all. Because at the end of the day, man, let's say you can't tell your heart who to be with. Shit. Like, if you want to be with this person and y'all made a child, right? And you're of this ethnicity and they're of this ethnicity, don't ever be ashamed. Shit. Us being, mixing and mingling like that, being, having biracial kids, we be having the prettiest kids ever.
Absolutely.
So don't ever be
I
ashamed.
agree with you. I've literally told everyone what I'm literally into though. And I said, this is what I want to marry. Because look, I said, look, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with a Pakistani woman. She nice, she beautiful, she'll do some stuff. But what I'm saying is, I'm not sure if me or that person will feel like some kind of connection. I'd rather marry someone I want to love rather than marry somebody who looks like me and preserve culture. I'm more for faith preservation rather than culture preservation. So that's just how I feel, man. I just rather basically, but I'd rather marry someone who I actually love rather than, who looks like me. That's just how I feel.
That's how it is sometimes, though. But let's continue though.
So please let me know your thoughts on the natives of the Caribbean. And for today's poll, let me know which region of the Caribbean you'd like to learn more about, either in reference to their native people groups or
Facts,
the
Bolo.
people who live
Facts.
As
Her
always,
name's
this has
Blue,
been
but
Mason.
basically, you know how you
Thanks for
spell
watching,
blue?
everyone.
It's just like
And I'll
she's
see
got
you
a
next
different way
time.
of saying it. Her name is Blue.
Oh, it's Blue? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I got it. Blue. I got it. Got you. All right, so we're going to head into this video right here. It's called Paradise Lost, the Taino Rebellion of 1511. It says, God is a treasure, and he who possesses it does all he wishes to in this world, and succeeds in helping souls into paradise. Christopher Columbus, hey, ay, Dios mío. Let's continue.
In 1493, Christopher Columbus sailed the Atlantic Ocean and discovered Puerto Rico during his second voyage. The Spaniards quickly conquered the area for economic and religious reasons.
He ain't discovered shit, but let's continue.
They were interested in the island because of its strategic geographic location.
Yeah,
In
I agree.
1508,
He's not the first European, because the first Europeans to actually come over to America were the Vikings, though. The Viking people before him, though. So he's not the first, though. The Viking people before him, the Chinese people who actually, they helped, not the first to discover. I'd say they are like Chinese who were to discover, and the Moors as well. So. I don't get where they get he's the first to discover America. That's false. The people before him.
That's what I'm saying. It's like shit. Me walking into somebody's house, right, knowing that they there because it's empty for a minute. I ain't seen nobody right now. Oh, it's mine. This is my property. Now I've discovered this property, and you're my peasants. Get the fuck out my face, yo. People funny as shit. If only, right? Shit. Like, it makes no sense how you discover something that was already inhabited by something else. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm sorry. The Philly's coming out of me. I apologize. But let's continue. Oh, look, now they want to talk about Juan Ponce de Leon, the first governor of Puerto Rico. Now they want to talk about him.
In 1508, colonization began under Juan Ponce de Leon. At the beginning, the Tainos held a relatively positive relationship with the Spaniards. These interactions were mainly between Agüeybaná I, a powerful Taino chief, and Ponce de Leon, who became the first governor of the island.
Oh, wow.
However, after Agüeybaná I's death, the relationship between the Spanish and Tainos started to deteriorate. What began as a friendly encounter between the two parties soon turned into a discordant relationship when the Tainos' way of life was threatened by the Spanish. Therefore, the Tainos took a stand against the Spanish for their survival in what is now known as the Taino Rebellion of 1511. Brutality, violence, and oppression forced the natives to stand up against the Spanish. With the arrival of the Europeans to the Americas, an intense ideological debate began about whether to incorporate, expel, or destroy the inhabitants of the territories that came under the control of the Spanish Empire. Queen Isabella issued the Royal Decree of 1503, justifying the subjugation and enslavement of the native population. It authorized war on them if they refused to convert to Christianity. The Spaniards forced the Tainos into an encomienda system while pressuring the conversion of Christianity upon them. Under this system, the encomenderos were responsible for a group of natives. They were evangelized and forced to do work labor in the gold mines. They were constantly exposed to disease and infections. The Spaniards would kill any Taino if they became old, weak, disobedient, or simply if they desired to. Because the Spanish considered the Taino inferior, they were labeled as property and had no rights, so the Spaniards felt entitled to do what they pleased. As early as 1511, Fray Antonio de...
They felt free to do whatever they pleased because they was bullying. They was putting fear into people. They was doing nothing but bullying people into submission back then. And if the Tainos, the indigenous people knew how to fight back, I think they would have won. They didn't even know what was hitting them. They was dying off diseases left and right.
The Montesinos argued against the inhumane treatment against the Tainos.
Look at that.
Another one of the most famous critics of this system was Friar Bartolomé de las Casas. Friar Bartolomé de las Casas was a 16th century Spanish historian, social reformer, and Dominican friar. He became the first resident bishop of Chiapas and the first officially appointed protector of the Indians.
What we committed in the Indies stands out among the most unpardonable offenses ever committed against God and mankind.
Because of individuals such as de las Casas, the Burgos Laws of 1512 were created to limit the abuses of the indigenous population by the Spaniards in the Americas. The laws required fair treatment, such as fair pay, work, and religious training. Although these laws were created to halt the abuse of the Tainos, they were not enforced throughout the Americas due to the fact that the colonists did not find them beneficial to their goals. The Tainos' way of life took a drastic turn under Spanish rule. Tribes and families were torn apart. Women were raped, men and children killed, and villages destroyed. The Tainos did not consent to evangelization and cultural genocide. Many of them lost their will and desire to live. As a result, indigenous people were left with the option of either giving up their cultural identity or facing death. Many indigenous people choose the last one when they committed suicide.
That's crazy. So a lot of the indigenous people ended up committing suicide because they was not willing to give up their identities. And that is something that they're still fighting for. A lot of indigenous people are still fighting for who they are, claiming for their territories now in this era. So I mean, from Puerto Rico to Jamaica to Africa to Haiti to in a lot of places, the Moors are still claiming what belongs to them here in Americas. So come on, like this is like our ancestors went through hell, and instead of dwelling in our past, I think we need to open up that third eye, soak in the knowledge they left us behind, because the answers that we're looking for is in their stories.
Even mothers killed their children because they did not want them to live under slavery. Spanish conversion efforts were detrimental to the population. Despite their efforts, very few Tainos converted, while others resisted completely.
Converted,
hispanoamericanas, donde los indígenas todavía hoy siguen siendo explotados, marginados y silenciados. Hay otras, como en Puerto Rico, la gente vive enajenada, como fue hace 500 años, y no quedan taínos, pues no nos afecta.
In order to escape their harsh reality, many Tainos fled to the mountains of Puerto Rico. There, with their new leader, Aguaymana II, or El Bravo, to guide them, the Tainos were ready to begin their defiant stance against the Spaniards. The Tainos resisted Spanish oppression, and their actions against them demonstrated that they were not going to stand passively. The Spaniards had technologies far more advanced, such as lances, swords, crossbow, and harquebus, an early type of musket. On the other hand, the natives' weapons were no match for the Spanish, but they were ready to fight. They were experts with the bow and arrow, and had extensive knowledge of the geography of Puerto Rico. This gave them an edge when carrying ambushes on their opponent. They would and go into remote, inaccessible areas in the mountains, where they knew that the Spanish could not get into.
Man, see, this war right here, but they didn't know that they was going to be attacked. This would have been the perfect time for them to sit here, right, and make that cassava poison and shoot it with their bow and arrows like they did with their ops when they was fighting each other. But they didn't know what was happening. That's the crazy part, man. The Spaniards did them dirty.
Tainos had the help of the Caribes, an indigenous people from the Lesser Antilles in the Caribbean, with a much more warlike mindset. Initially, they posed a threat to the Taino, but joined forces when both tribes realized that the threat the Spanish posed on their establishment was greater. Most Taino chiefs, also known as caciques, joined efforts to fight the Spanish as one. They convinced the villagers that the Spanish were not gods like they initially thought, which motivated them to fight. The Tainos began to non-stop attacks with guerrilla strategies for the next 8 years.
So you're telling me that the Spaniards went in there having the Tainos thinking that they were gods of some sort because they had more advanced technology? Yo, you gotta be kidding me. And I mean, I guess it worked for a while until they decided, to stand up and fight for themselves. That's fucked up.
Guerrilla warfare includes ambushes, sabotage, and raids to fight a larger and less mobile traditional military. Caciques united their villages to fight against the Spanish's harsh treatment of the Taino people. The rebellion began in 1511 when the Tainos killed Sotomayor, a high-ranking Spanish officer.
Oh, wow.
In this attack, Spanish forces and villages were destroyed in a Taino attempt to force the Spanish into retreat. At the time of the rebellion, it is estimated that hundreds of Spanish fought against a force of thousands of Tainos. Even though the Spanish population was smaller than the Tainos, the Spanish had better weapons, which the Tainos did not have. This hindered the Taino from fighting for their land and safety. Regardless, Tainos had a successful attack in the month of June in 1513 where hundreds attacked Caparra, which was the headquarters of colonial government at the time. They killed...
So, out of, all these wars, they had one successful attack. Did they use the damn cassava poison on this John to beat? How did they beat them? How was they successful? They lost the first fight, but they had a successful fight, I guess, the second time. So how is it that the, massacre happened? Did it happen the third time?
And wounded various people and burned down the town church. Additionally, the Taino destroyed almost all the houses in the village. After the battle, Ponce de León sent all his men to fight the Tainos. The Tainos suffered defeat, and the rebellion is recorded to have ended here around 1518, even though sporadic attacks continued until 1529.
Oh, he a bitch ass nigga, yo. What in the world? That's some fucked up shit to do, yo. Blessings. We got daughter Zion in the house. Blessings. How you doing this morning, daughter Zion? This is crazy, man. At least I can say I'm proud to say that my ancestors fought to their last breath. Damn.
Shortly after the battle, the Tainos were, once and for all, put under the encomienda system and slavery. Prisoners were sold to neighbors as slaves. Unfortunately, the Tainos would suffer these conditions for years to come. The defeat of the Tainos had devastating consequences on the short and long term for the indigenous people. Despite their efforts to fight the Spanish, they were ultimately unsuccessful in their conquest to regain their lands. Therefore, they were forced to cede their fighting positions. The Taino chiefs had to recognize the authority of the king if they wanted to be forgiven. Only 2 Taino chiefs gave in, demonstrating that the pride of the Tainos was more important than surrendering to the enemy. Ultimately, the Tainos lost all their power to the Spaniards, and their way of life forever changed.
The Spaniards cheated, yo. The Spaniards did our ancestors dirty as hell, yo. That's crazy, yo. Blessings. Welcome, Jose Nieves. Horror fan, Joe 1967. Blessings, welcome to the live. He says, all backed by the Spanish crown and the Catholic Church. Facts. See, this is where the huts the bull was showing us, but these look a little different from the ones he showed us earlier. Let's continue.
Families were torn apart, villages destroyed, diseases such as smallpox decimated the population, and the Taino became a symbol of a lost past.
Wow.
Hay un gran debate cuando se acerca el 12 de octubre, ¿verdad? Entre los americanos y los españoles, de que si eso fue genocidio, que si ustedes nos deben, que si reparaciones, que si esto.
Oh, so he's saying there's always a around October 12th, December 12th, whatever day he just said, there's always, a battle between the Americans and the Spaniards about who owes who what. The ad is crazy.
Yo siempre he creído que lo que hicieron los españoles en el Nuevo Mundo, así hayan pasado 500 años, fue un genocidio.
So he's saying that we deserve reparations. See, here's my problem with saying that we deserve reparations, right? Our ancestors deserve their reparations and they're not here. So what can we do, right, to at least claim what belonged to our ancestors, right? I mean, we should be asking and demanding for something different, not reparations. I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining myself right or if I'm saying it right, but I feel as though it's deeper than that. Because they're not here. What reparations? You see where I'm coming from? They should be the ones claiming reparations. But since they're not here and we're the descendants, it's another way to go about it. I had the word in my mouth. Like it was at the tip of my tongue and now I can't say it. Like, oh, I hate when that happens. But yeah, we should be claiming back our territories because it belonged to our ancestors. How can we get our territories back, right? How can we claim the rights to be indigenous? You see where I'm coming from? Because it is our natural rights as descendants of the Arawaks, right? When it comes to, us that are in the Caribbeans and are over here in America, right? That are descendants from the Arawaks and the Tainos. You're saying, I think that should be our question, or it should be what we should be saying. I mean, I don't know how to put it into words, right? So, I'm just trying to say it the best way that I can.
The outcome of the Taino rebellion had a long-lasting effect. The Tainos' defeat contributed to their demise, but their cultural heritage still influences Puerto Rican cultures today. Due to the vast intermingling of races, the Taino blood remained in the people of Puerto Rico, resulting in a unique blend of Spanish, African American, and Taino individuals. Mitochondrial DNA, inherited strictly maternally, remains in modern-day Puerto Rican people's genetics. According to studies, the average Puerto Rican has 12% Native American DNA in their blood, which is a direct correlation to their terminated ancestors. Taino cultural elements were adapted by the Spanish, as well as techniques to make huts and hammocks. Names given to towns, musical instruments, and words in our vocabulary remain in circulation in Puerto Rican language. In addition to this, a small minority of pro-independence movement followers from Spanish to modern times have been inspired by Agüeybaná II, the Brave, and have urged the people to liberate from foreign control. Therefore, his bravery has been a topic of inspiration for writers who have supported the pro-independence movement since the 19th century. Regardless of their defeat and decimation, Puerto Ricans feel proud of the Tainos' bravery and influence in their culture and traditions. The Taino people, although eradicated, will forever live on in the blood and cultural consciousness of the Puerto Rican people today.
Hey, like I said, man, it's up to us to, keep up with it. Like, they're trying to erase history, and we're the ones that got to stand up and speak up. It's a way to go about things, right? And we just got to figure out how we, get back what rightfully belongs to us, but I don't think it's a way of reparations. In fact, what Jose Nieves said in the chat, conquistadores were not heroes. They were genocidal pirates. And that's why I say fuck Ponce de Leon, and I say fuck Christopher Columbus. And whoever doesn't like it, oh well, that's on them. There really is no way to rectify it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we're asking and demanding for the wrong things. Reparations, yeah, if our ancestors were here. But how do we go about getting back our territory? Because in reality, it rightfully belongs to the descendants of our ancestors. You see where I'm coming from? Like,
yeah, I guess you're right.
Facts.
I think it's like $1.2 billion. 1.2 billion, I think, amount of money was taken away from the Indian subcontinent. The British Empire took like 1.2 billion, I think, dollars or pound or whatever. They took like 1.2 billion. That's why Pakistan, India look so, damaged, and they look so poor right now. Of course they have their own fault, but a lot's been taken from them.
Facts. I don't know if y'all remember, right? I don't know how many people have been watching from the beginning. But see, earlier we watched a video that said that, and no, it was a comment that somebody left in one of the videos, right? That said that person was Haitian, right? And that Haitians, they don't have no 0 to something percent of the Taino in their DNA, and the Tainos are extinct; they don't exist in Haiti, right? But I have a video that I show that it shows that the Tainos are still in Haiti. Now we have another video, right, that says Taino culture survived in Haitian culture. So let's see what this is about. Because if they're saying that they're extinct, how is it that there are people coming out saying that my family is part of the Taino heritage. And that's my whole point. If the Tainos were extinct, how is it that my family, me, a shorty's family, is a part of the Taino heritage? How is it that, and where we live from, there is proof that our ancestors were Arawak. It's just that my family decided to keep up with the tradition. There's proof out there. They took DNA from people, and it shows that we're linked to the Tainos. We're the descendants. So I'm not saying that everybody in Puerto Rico is Taino, because only 60% out of 44,000 people, right, have the Taino DNA in them. The others are a mixture of different tribes and more.
It's a myth that Taino cultural heritage disappeared in Haiti without a trace. If you know where to look, you can find it. Taino cultural heritage, basically, when the enslaved Africans first arrived on the island in 1503, island of Haiti in 1503, they encountered the few surviving Taino, right? Because they were enslaved alongside the Taino.
I want to give a big shout out to Riaz. I want to thank him and appreciate him for hopping up here on the panel, right, and speaking a little bit on his roots, right, where he came from, and a little bit of his history. I appreciate you, Young Riaz. Guys, make sure y'all go check out Young Riaz, right? He's got a whole bunch of, his little drops, and also make sure y'all check him out on TikTok. I appreciate you, Young Riaz.
And they absorbed customs into the forming Haitian culture, right? So to this day, this Taino culture elements, such as cassava bread, the Taino people taught the Africans who later became the Haitians those how to neutralize the poison out of cassava bread. So now you have Taino culture elements in the Haitian culture. A lot of people believe that the Haitian culture is purely African, that there are no Taino culture elements, or that the Taino people just died, that their blood doesn't exist in the Haitian population, or that the culture died and there's no elements in the Haitian culture. That's not true. And I had a conversation with this dude. I was talking about that when the ancestors of Haitians first arrived on the island in 1503, they counted as Taino. And he was like, no, that's Dominican history. That's not Haitian history. I was like, Haitian history doesn't begin with the French. It begins, the recorded Haitian history begins in 1492. When Christopher Columbus and the Spanish immigrants came to our island. That's where the recorded history begins, right? And the first Africans, they came in 1503. They absorbed those customs from the Taino because they were enslaved alongside each other. So that custom, those elements of that culture still exist in the Haitian culture. Even the word Haiti or Haiti, as people know it, that's a Taino name.
Oh, wow.
Right? That's a Taino word.
Yo, see, we learned something else today. That is crazy. So the majority of the words that I've been speaking in Spanish my whole life, which they're saying was improper Spanish, right, are the same words that they use in Haiti and in Africa. And where I'm thinking that, my Spanish was improper my whole life because they're telling me my Spanish was improper, when in reality, I wasn't even speaking Spanish. I was speaking my native tongue. Ain't that some shit? When I get done this live, and later on, maybe, listen, man, I swear to God, I'm gonna come at everybody that told me I was speaking improper Spanish.
It means mountainous land, right? When the Haitians freed the entire island from slavery and colonialism in 1804, we restored that name, Haiti, in honor of the Taino people, in honor. So every time we say we're Haitian or Haitian, we're honoring the people who were on the island before we arrived.
Oh wow!
So every time
I
you say
didn't know that.
Haitian, Haitian, Haiti, we're remembering the memory of our Taino predecessors. You know, because they were on an island. They call that island Haiti, right, for a reason. But the Spaniards, Christopher Columbus, called it Hispaniola. The Haitians like no. So that's even a Taino culture element in the Haitian culture. That word Haiti, you know, this word's like Kichoi. Kichoi is a Taino word. Kichoi. You know, there's so many words in the Haitian culture that comes from the Taino.
Mama,
You
you
know,
plug that in?
you know, and this guy, he was talking about that the Haitians learned how to prepare cassava bread from the Dominicans when DR was under Haitian rule. When there's a picture in Saint Domingue of enslaved Africans in 1670, in the 1600s, preparing cassava bread. No, they learned that practice directly from the Taino. The Haitians learned that practice directly from the Taino. So basically, it's obvious that the French were enslaving Haitians who were descendants of the first Africans who arrived on the island in the 1500s, or the descendants or the mixed descendants of the Taino Africans who intermixed in the 1500s. And they passed that culture, those elements, to the enslaved Africans who arrived on the island in the 1600s to 1700s. So this is why that culture still exists. They transmitted those culture, you know, that element, you know. So that's why I believe that we, the Haitian people, should tell our story. Don't let other people tell our story, you know. Like cassava bread is a Taino dish, was a staple dish of the Taino, and that's still a part of the Haitian culture, even though the Taino people are no longer.
As crazy as it is, cassava bread is something that's eaten in Puerto Rico too. Pan de yuca.
Longer here, there are no longer Taino communities. Some aspects of the culture still exist, you know. I believe that we, you know, to preserve or to in honor of the Taino people, because you know, the Haitian people should like make more dishes that come from the Taino, right? Like cassava bread is one of them, but we should make more yuca or cassava dishes, based dishes, so in honor of them, you know.
It's crazy how in our own cultures, right? In our own, you know, where we're from, where we're born, people don't know how far their roots are or where they come from. And we're supposed to know. But throughout the years, I don't know if it's that, you know, some families forget to, you know, pass the knowledge down or they just don't care, you know, but it like I think Bolu's curiosity is the same as mine. I think if it was hers in the chat earlier, right? What if we was all just the same tribe? I mean, and that was one of my theories yesterday. What if to try to erase the Arawaks, they started renaming them Tainos. But then I also got another theory, like what I said, like I was saying, what if the Arawaks migrated from Africa to Jamaica to Haiti, and all that. I mean, shit.
I believe that that's what we should do to preserve aspects of their culture. We should also start using Taino words. Like some words, we should start using it with each other to honor them. Like Haiti, mountainous land, Detroit. Other Taino words, we should start using it with each other so we can incorporate those words into the Haitian language. We should also start calling our language, instead of Creole, we should say Haitian or Haitian. See, this is how you preserve or the memory of the Taino people who were here before they arrived on the island. Just like our ancestors, when they freed the entire island from slavery, colonialism in 1804, they gave the original name. They renamed or restored Hispaniola to Haiti. See, they know what.
It's crazy, yeah. Like in Puerto Rico, right? What people think is slang in reality is, you know, the preserve our native tongue. You know, they preserved it in that way. And man, I swear to God, I'm gonna come at every person that told me that my Spanish was improper. Why you couldn't just tell me that I was speaking my native language and not Spanish? Shit. Damn. I was kind of shocked, man, because you know what's crazy? Spanish is, you know, Italians got a way of speaking Spanish. French is a way of speaking Spanish. And the reason I say that is because when, you know, a lot of the conversations that a French person would have with another French person, I could sit here and honestly say I understand it. Italian is the same way. In movies too, like they, you know, when they speak Italian or they speak French, I could understand like almost, I'm gonna say like 60 to 70% of the conversation when the language is in that language. Like, I mean, it's hard to explain. I don't know how to break it down. Yes, I mean, I can't even talk it. So I questioned myself, how in the world can I understand it? Until not so long ago. I did my research and I was like, oh, this is why.
What they were doing, you know? So I just wanted to make this video because a lot of people believe that Taino cultural heritage disappeared in Haiti without a trace. That's not true. Know where to look. You need to, if you're not Haitian, of course you're not going to understand that. But outsiders believe that Taino cultural heritage disappeared. But
it hasn't.
There's there's a painting in Saint Domingue where African slaves were making making cassava bread. How did they learn that? You know what I'm saying? So it's a myth that it disappeared without a trace. The Taino people were absorbed into the enslaved African population.
Man, cassava be tasting good in a lot of shit, man. Look at what is cassava, malanga. Well, yuca, right? Cassava is yuca, right? Look, what is yuca, malanga, plátanos, and all that? That shit popping. I love it in stews, man. I love it in soup. I love that shit in beans. I love all three of them, man. Like, you know, I would mash it up, turn it into little balls, and put that shit in my beans and certain. Like, if it wasn't for the plant, you know. Plantain would be good as shit too. But you know, the yuca, cassava, right? I would mash it up, put it into little balls, and I put that shit into the beans or some stew or some soup, or alone. Boil that joint into some water with some salt. Man, pull that shit out. Some people eat that shit with pork skins. Blech. I don't eat swine over here. But man, that shit alone is good. I said it earlier, man. I'm about to start a cassava diet. Fuck it. I eat cassava every day, at least once or twice. Shit, the only thing I'm going to gain is some ass and some thighs. Fuck it, man. I'll start squatting and doing some Pilates and help it out. Shit. And that way I won't get a little tummy because, you know I'm going to gain some weight off that shit. I ain't going to look skinny like a crackhead.
In the 1500s, and they absorbed those customs from the Taino. So it still exists. Still exists. Peace.
I like the knowledge that he spread. Shout out to the bull. All right, so I'm going to leave these on videos for last. Hold on. They have a last Taino? Hold on, I'm going to play this video first. This video says the last Taino, but it's 47 minutes. Let me play the shorter video first. So this one says the tribe of Ephraim in Puerto Rico, the Tainos. I don't know if I said that right. Ephraim. Somebody making sofrito. I'm smelling it all the way over here. Damn, shit smells good. I don't know who making sofrito, but I smell
a
it.
child who witnessed the murder of his father and the other Taino leaders in Charleroi was taken away from the killing field by a Spanish priest. He was placed in the care of missionaries and baptized Enrique. Although raised by Spaniards, He never forgot his own identity, heir to the chiefdom
that's a good
of the
idea.
Bahoruco region of the island.
Enrique was a tall and graceful man with a well-proportioned body. His face was neither handsome nor ugly, but that of a serious and stern man.
Give me 1 second, guys. Let me do something for my daughter real quick. Let me pull her food out the oven real quick. All right, I'll be right back. I haven't seen this video, so I want to see it with y'all. So give me 1 second. All right. All right, my bad. I'm back. I had to do something real quick. I appreciate, whoever's in the chat, whoever's watching, whether you're in the bushes or not. I appreciate your patience, y'all. Man, it's been interesting diving down, history of the Tainos and much more, yo. Like, it's been very, I already knew a lot, right? It was crazy, right? I could honestly sit here and say that, the Taino traditions have been passed down on my family. It's something that I grew up in, right? Something that I passed forward and my to my kids, right? I was raised, even though it was, my mom and stuff like that, but my whole life growing up, and I didn't meet her family until I got older. My mom, had taught me a lot about unity. The way she was raising me was, so that me and my brothers could always be united. I don't know if it was, because of what she went through with her family and her past, but one thing that I can sit here and tell you, right, I don't know my grandmom that much. I met her, around the time that my mom passed. But I do know my grandfather. I know my mother's father. He used to always come and visit, talk to me, give me advice, teach me a lot of the, family recipes. And he would always tell me, these recipes, these ingredients, only your mama knows, because it's, recipes that have been passed down in the family. And not everybody, knows the recipe. And the ones that paid attention out of his kids actually know the recipes. And one thing I can sit here and say that a lot of the traditional foods that they, has been passed down from my family, I know it. I don't know if I should, make a little book so that my kids don't forget it. But shit, I can honestly say that I am proud to know now that a lot of the foods that, that my mom had taught me how to cook were from my ancestors. And I'm grateful, I'm grateful and proud, to have learned them.
He married a native, a woman of excellent and noble lineage, named Doña Lucia. Bartolomé de las Casas.
The Spanish government created a labor grant system under which individual Spanish landholders were given village populations to use as forced labor.
Oh, wow.
Enrique, his wife, and his people were turned over to a debauched young Spaniard named Valenzuela. They were at his mercy. The priest, Las Casas, protested.
In a more just world, Enrique would have been the master. Valenzuela viewed Enriquillo as a slave and valued him less than manure in the street.
Enrique complied with Valenzuela's tyrannical demands, for which he was rewarded with regular beatings and robbed of his last remaining possessions. His many appeals to Spanish authorities fell on deaf ears. When Valenzuela raped his wife, Enrique reached his breaking point.
Oh, wow. That's messed up.
He and his followers escaped to their homelands in the lofty Bahoruco Mountains.
The Spanish came to call him the rebel Enrique, and those who followed him were termed rebels and insurgents. Although in truth they were not rebelling, but only fleeing from their cruel enemies who were misusing and destroying them, just as a cow or an ox tries to escape from the slaughterhouse.
That's what
Bartolomé de las Casas.
Bartolomé.
Enrique organized his people.
I'm gonna go do some research.
Women, children, and elderly were sent into caves high in the mountains. where they raised chickens and cultivated gardens to feed the resistance army. Scouts
Ooh,
were
Jamaican
posted on
Shore
every
Live is
crag
going
and pass.
Jamaican Shore
Heavy
Fishing is going
boulders
live.
rolled into place above the footpaths.
Ooh, I want to watch that.
Enrique instructed his men to fight only in self-defense, to kill Spaniards only in the course of battle, and otherwise to simply deprive them of their arms. At first, the Spanish army was confident they would quickly crush the Taino resistance.
Oh, wow. Look at them!
But Enrique's people, armed only with spears, iron spikes, fish bones, and bows and arrows, fought with fierce determination against the Spanish and their sophisticated arms. Time after time, they forced the enemy to retreat.
So these were the natives.
During one fierce battle, Valenzuela himself was captured. But even this mortal enemy's life would be spared. Enrique ordered him released.
Huh?
As word of Enrique's victories spread across the island, many Taino fled to his refuge and joined the fight for freedom.
Okay. So Enrique was fighting for the Tainos. He took their side, so the colonists got mad and I guess took him as a traitor. Oh, wow.
His legend grew. It was said that Enrique never slept at night, that he himself patrolled the village until dawn. For over a decade, he fought Spain to a standstill. Finally, unable to defeat the guerrillas on their own territory, an exhausted and humiliated Spanish government made overtures of peace.
I know the Spanish very well because they killed my father and grandfather and all the people of the kingdom of Sharawa. And reduced the population of the entire island of Hispaniola. I have fled to my own land where neither I nor any of my followers are harming anyone, but are simply defending ourselves against those who came to capture and kill us. I need not talk to another Spaniard. Enrique, Taino.
But there was one Spaniard to whom Enrique would still talk, the priest, Las Casas. After many years spent demanding the king act to stop Spanish atrocities in the New World, Las Casas had been officially designated protector of the Indians. He now sought out Enrique in his mountain stronghold. 2 months later, Las Casas and Enrique appeared before Spanish authorities and negotiated a truce. 14 years after it began, the rebellion came to an end, but only after the Spanish agreed to guarantee freedom for Enrique's people. At the base of the Cibao Mountains, Enrique settled with his 4,000 followers, the last members of a culture that had flourished for millennia.
Puerto Rican descendants are from the tribe of Ephraim, Puerto Ricans.
Salimos de una grieta,
Genesis?
de una
Hey,
calle
why you gotta
cercana.
stop playing?
Desde entonces dormí, salimos de Cadide y al bolsillo. Salimos de bola que nada tiene su país.
All right, guys, I'm gonna end this live right here. Right, because they're playing the music. But yeah, we're gonna do a part 3 to this, right? I'm gonna be uploading videos on this channel for these next couple days. I might, do some hop on other people's lives, right? And network and build with them for this week. But this week I'm just gonna be doing uploads on this channel and on my second channel. I have all my poetry. They go on my third channel, and I have all my poetry on my second channel. Now, the lives that I do with, that I do co-stream with other people, or I co-host with other people, I will be uploading them on my third channel. All the poetry, all my shorts is on my second channel. Over here, we got the podcasting, right? We talk about it all, right? Shorty shows y'all the community when she goes live sometimes, right? I also go to the community events out here in Philadelphia, so y'all can watch those over here and much more. This is where I'm always going to go live. My third channel, I'm going to be doing the uploads, right, with me co-streaming or co-hosting with other people, or lives like this that are over an hour. I will be re-uploading them on that channel. So if you want to, rewatch this, right, in shorter portions, right, I will be uploading it over there depending on how long the videos are. Like if they're an hour long and an hour and longer, they will be uploaded on my third channel. If they're longer than 30 minutes, they will be uploaded on this channel. So for anything longer than an hour, y'all will be seeing it on my third channel, along with all the videos that I do live with anybody that I co-host or co-stream with, or if anybody co-hosts with me, those videos will be uploaded over there. So this is all the time that a shorty has. Till next time, it's your shorty Rachel. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. Have a blessed and humble morning. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. And hopefully y'all enjoyed the stream, right? For those of y'all that did enjoy the stream, man, do a shorty a favor, smash that like button. It's free. There's no charge. The subscription is free. Make sure y'all sub up, because the shorty doesn't always, schedule lives. She just pops up. Mom. Oh, what am I doing? I'm coming, baby.
If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often, don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't seem to go away. I'm tired of the lies, tired of the deceit. I see no change, just defeat after defeat. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. Deep down I know I must fight. I won't let the darkness consume me. I'll shine my light, I'll rise above the pain, I'll break free from these chains. I'll find my purpose and I'll make a change. Sometimes Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes when things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Sometimes in life we make so many mistakes, and we think that when we fall, we're not able to get up. We listen to those that, talk in our ear, tell us that they, are there for us. And at the end of the day, what's crazy? A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you're born into. Alright? So we need to pick ourselves up and do what we gotta do. Life is not for you to sit around and wait for Superman to come save you.